I woke up suddenly unsure if this was real. So I grabbed a mechanical pencil and stabbed my leg. That was it. I felt the pain. So it was real. A scream caught my attention. It was that guy. He was bullying a wimp student in front of everyone. The blonde kid knocked him down and made the fatty smell his foot odor. I froze when I saw that. But it's not what you're thinking. It wasn't fear. This is the day I died. I came back to the very same day. I won't let this happen again. If villains are feared, I need to be even more feared than a villain. I will destroy all of them and these people. But first, let me tell you the reason. I just wanted to graduate, but I was falling from the top of the school. I couldn't believe they had the guts. Those guys are to blame. They tormented me for so long. And in the end, they threw me off. I can't understand it. I did nothing. And now I'm going to die. I did nothing. A miracle happened. I regained consciousness. But unfortunately, I heard people saying I was in a vegetative coma. I heard everyone, but I couldn't move or open my eyes. My grandma visited me every day and prayed. I felt the warmth of her hand. Everyone abandoned me, but she never stopped visiting and didn't let them pull the plug. She shouted really loud for me to wake up. My brother visited sometimes. He told me the school guys were using him as a target. Now I stayed in a coma for 10 years, thinking every day about how I should get revenge. If I had the chance, I did nothing. And these guys put me here. Even the teachers are guilty. After 10 years, thinking every single day about what I should do, my brain couldn't take it anymore. I exploded and died. So it was after that I woke back up in the classroom. It was like deja vu when I saw that damn guy in front of me. I stood up, walked up to him, and said, "Stop, Park." Mitchell thought it was a joke. The nerd and wimp student had the guts to talk to him. So Mitchell asked if me and the whole class together will be able to stop him. I didn't wait for him to make another joke. Before I did nothing, now I did. I hit him with full force. Mitchell was stunned. I never thought that the loser Kim Hyun-sung, would be capable of even looking him in the eyes. All the students were shocked too. Mitchell stood there with his face turned to the side. He turned back to threaten me like a bully. I grabbed him by the hair and made him kiss the desk. Mitchell was caught so off guard that he couldn't predict my movements, even though he was good at fighting, and I didn't give him time to react. I hit him as fast and hard as I could, non-stop. All 10 years stuck in a bed were in my memories. All the suffering I had and my grandma were on my mind. Mincho couldn't react. I hit him non-stop. I made him smell my shoe too. Unfortunately, I don't have stinky feet. This bully never experienced being on the receiving end, and I wasn't going to stop. But then, a chair was thrown from my side and forced me to stop. Mitchell's friends were called and shouted for me to let him go. Coldly, I asked, "What if I don't want to?" The guys were shocked and asked if I'd gone crazy. Young Miho and those guys didn't know me until today, so he was wondering why I was so calm, even knowing they would fight back. Young Miho was cautious, but the big guy doesn't have as much brain. As he has muscle, he was prepared to fight. Kang Chong Seok is the strongest in the group. He stared at me with his ugly face, trying to intimidate me, but I didn't back down. When a kid came into the room, screaming that the teacher was coming, that saved my skin. Mitchell didn't have the strength to get up, but he had the strength to say, "They should go and finish this later." Kang Chong Seok and said, I should know my days were numbered. When they were leaving, they warned me. It was impossible to try and run from them. Even after that, I showed no fear. Mitchell sat at his desk with his head down. Today, he was humiliated in front of everyone and doesn't even remember what happened. He is determined to do something worse than throwing me off the school building. His deadly stare in my direction was intense, while he thought about how he and his friends were going to deal with me. But I didn't get distracted. My mind was calm in everyone's eyes. I am a nerd and a wimp, little do they know that this version of me doesn't exist anymore. In the other room, the bullies were counting the seconds for classes to end. Young Miho told the group that I remained fearless, even when they arrived. Now, they need to use me as an example, so everyone knows they can't fight back against them. In my room, when the last class ended and the teacher left, Mitchell stood up to join his friends. He didn't even see my kick coming. Once again, I made him taste my shoe. His eyes showed that he was going to pass out, but I couldn't let that happen. I need to do this with him. feeling every second Inchel didn't know me, but was sure I was a coward. So where did I get all this courage? Instead of avoiding them, I attacked him suddenly, and now I was doing it again, even with the others warning me that I was screwed. When class ended, they were quick to find me. They were sure I would hide out of fear. But when they arrived at my classroom, students were gathered at the door. Like a show was happening. Young Miho felt a knot in his stomach. Minchel's friends ran and pushed everyone to get through. So when they finally saw I was holding the trash bag, and I stopped my cleaning job and said they were late. This guy is my little buddy now. Kong Chong-suk ran like an armored titan. In my mind, I simulated this millions of times. I'm not strong enough to beat these guys, but I can do this. I picked up a metal padlock and hit him. Maybe that knocked him out, but I wasn't going to stop. I continued hitting with full force. No matter how many muscles you have, I don't see any muscle here in your head. After destroying him, I threw him aside. I don't care if he was breathing or not. The other two were completely paralyzed. Now, they must be sure that I am crazy. It's better this way because I'm not strong. But now they can think I'm strong and crazy too. I attacked the biggest loser of the group. If I destroy him too, in front of young Min Ho, he will be even more terrified and won't react. I used my whole weight. Jo Young Tak passed out from the dive. But I can't stop. So I threw a sequence of serious punches to his face. Just the sound of my fist must be so intense. That young Miho won't have the guts to attack me from behind. When his face got broken, the dental treatment is going to cost a lot. I prepared for this battle for years in my mind. My body is still weak, but my mind isn't. My whole body hurts, but I can't show weakness. When I looked at young Miho, I think he wet his pants out of fear, while asking himself if I was always this strong. What irony for the bully everyone is afraid of. That was how he was seeing me now. He was replaying his whole life. I walked up and with an icy voice, asked if he had strong teeth. Yoon Min Ho froze, but unfortunately, when I was about to test that, a teacher came to investigate the commotion. Young Miho smiled, and I couldn't hit him now. The teacher then saw 3 students sleeping on the floor. Young Miho was sure I was screwed, but I'm not sure about that. The teacher took me to the staff room and pointed his finger at me, talking about limits, and that smashing other people's faces isn't allowed. The reason he is furious is none of that. He just doesn't want to get involved in problems caused by those people, he said. He has worked as a teacher for over 10 years and never saw this the parents of those spoiled. Rich kids won't let this go cheap, teacher. No need to make such a fuss. This isn't your first time dealing with violence. Is it, teacher? Aren't you good at smoothing things over? Just handle it like you always do. Cover this up for me. Don't blow it out of proportion. The teacher immediately slapped him across the face. The rest of the teachers all acted like nothing had happened. But their reaction was just what Kim Yin-sung expected. His tragic fate in his previous life wasn't just caused by the bullies. It was also due to these despicable, willfully blind adults, especially the homeroom teacher, who had done countless disgusting things. Behind the scenes, Kim Yin-sung whispered a threat. If you keep making trouble, I'll have to spill the beans about you taking bribes. I know. You're in regular contact with young Miho's mother. You also have secrets with the foreign language teacher. So you'd better behave yourself. You sanctimonious fraud people often ask why bullying victims don't go to their teachers. Kim Yin-sung had tried that in his past life, but the teacher didn't care in the slightest. He only told them, get along with your classmates. That pushed Kim Yin-sung deeper into the abyss. Even more, vicious bullying from the school tyrants awaited him. He could never understand. As a teacher, if you find out your student is being bullied, shouldn't you at least try to get to the bottom of it? That day, the teacher had actually witnessed the beating. With his own eyes, Kim Yin-sung was sure the teacher would finally take action. But to his shock, he simply turned away and pretended nothing had happened. He later discovered the homeroom teacher regularly accepted bribes. Young Min Ho's parents were the teacher's biggest source of income. From that moment on, Kim Yin-sung was determined to rely on his own fists. That day, the conflict with the bullies reached a whole new level. Young Min Ho's parents personally visited the school to exert pressure as a result. Kim Yin-sung's grandmother was forced to apologize. while the bullies faced no consequences. It was only after he became a vegetable that he realized brute force alone could never bring him justice. Only by perfectly neutralizing the adult's interference could he achieve true revenge. The homeroom teacher, now exposed, was thrown into a panic. Kim Yun-sung said coldly, "Before you speak to me in the future, you'd better think carefully. Every month you accept money from young Min-ho's parents. You also have an improper relationship with the English teacher, who already has 3 children. And that's not your only dirty secret. Want me to keep going if it all comes out? You'll never teach again. Don't even think about brushing this off as mere rumors, because if you try, I'll drop out of school myself, just to make sure your life is ruined." In the end, the homeroom teacher gave in. "What do you want me to do? The method is simple. Just keep turning a blind eye like you always have. Except this time, the one you protect is me. If you can bury what happened today, I'll promise not to use your secrets against you. Until graduation, you understand what I mean." The homeroom teacher was now firmly under Kim Yun-sung's thumb, but he was only the first card in Kim Yun-sung's hand. He needed to prepare the next card as soon as possible, but before that, there was something else to settle. Right now, young Min-ho was rampaging around the classroom. He had to admit, Kim Yun-sung's earlier aura had rattled him, but he figured no one had noticed. He needed to reassert his dominance at school. He couldn't let Kim Yun-sung's actions knock him off his throne after venting his anger. A thought began to form Kim Yun-sung. Taking out 3 people alone must have been a fluke. If it came down to a one-on-one fight, he was sure he could win easily. As if reading his thoughts, Kim Yun-sung appeared right on cue. "We still have unfinished business, don't we?" Young Min-ho broke out in a cold sweat. A punch came flying at him, sending him in his chair crashing to the floor. The once menacing young Min-ho now looked like a lamb waiting for slaughter. Kim Yun-sung went in and kicked him square in the jaw. Blood and spit sprayed everywhere. Young Min-ho started screaming for help. "This guy's a total maniac. Anybody please. Someone save me suddenly." The homeroom teacher appeared. Young Min-ho thought he'd found a lifeline, but the teacher just turned his head away. "I wouldn't count on anyone helping you. Not in this school. No one will ever stand up for you." After beating young Min-ho, Kim Jun-sung was suddenly struck by a sense of emptiness. The person who had tormented him for 3 whole years was now trembling like a leaf. After just a few slaps, it made him realize just how weak he had been in the past. The students nearby were so scared, they didn't even dare to breathe. In their eyes, Kim Yun-sung's life was as good as over. The principal had always dreamed of turning this school into an elite institution, which meant maintaining good relations with powerful parents. Now 4 well-connected students had been sent to the hospital by Kim Yun-sung. The principal was adamant he had to be expelled, just as the English teacher raised her hand in agreement. The homeroom teacher nudged her, signaling her to keep quiet. "If you don't want our relationship exposed, you better help protect Kim Yun-sung. If he gets expelled, we're both finished." Homeroom teacher stole a glance at Kim Yun-sung and felt a chill at how calm he looked. He quickly began to plead with the principal. Kim Yun-sung did make a mistake, but he is not solely to blame. According to the students, young Min-ho and his gang have been bullying classmates for a long time. I have been planning to punish them, but I never expected Kim Yun-sung, unable to bear the bullying, would act out like this. He was a victim before he became an aggressor. If we punish him now, we are going against our duty as educators. The principal finally announced that a disciplinary committee would convene in 1 week to decide Kim Yun-sung's fate. Until then, Kim Yun-sung was suspended and would need to return with his guardian. Kim Jun-sung kuli ziplit understo. The homeroom teacher hurried after him saying, "I did everything I could for you, but this is out of my hands." Kim Jun-sung understo perfectin. He had specifically involved the teacher because the man was quick-witted and if handled correctly would fully commit to a cause. Kim Yun-sung said, "I know you've done what you can, but you knew about the bullying from the very beginning. Didn't you remember this until I graduate? There's only one way to keep me quiet in any situation. You will do absolutely everything you can for me. If you ever fail to show your loyalty, I'll tear your life to shreds. And I promise you I always keep my word. As much as Kim Yun-sung wanted to see the teacher ruined, he couldn't discard such a useful pawn out of anger until Kim Yun-sung had solidified his own position at the school. The teacher still had his uses. In a week's time, everything the principal hoped for would turn out to be the exact opposite of his expectations. After lying in bed for 10 years, Kim Yun-sung finally found himself walking the familiar road home. Once more, his family lived in a rundown apartment building. As a child, he had always resented it. But now the sight filled him with aching nostalgia. Back then, hearing his grandmother was going to sell their home to pay his hospital bills had made his entire world collapse. When he arrived, he found his grandmother wasn't there. She must have gone out to work again to earn more money. He took a moment to collect himself, refusing to let sorrow swallow him whole. He had finally been given a second chance at life. Beyond revenge, he was determined to ensure his grandmother would never want for anything again. He needed to use this week to prepare thoroughly. His plan for the future was clear. First, he had to strengthen himself. Winning over a certain someone would also give him a huge advantage in future fights. Second, he needed to assemble a force strong enough to stand up to the school bullies. He was just a penniless student. He couldn't pull off his revenge on his own. Third, and most importantly, he needed to gain backing that could smooth over any trouble, ensuring his plans could actually be carried out. To deal with the upcoming disciplinary committee, this backing was his top priority. Luckily, during his years as a vegetable, he had heard the news on TV every day. The chairman of Myung-Jin Construction was about to choose his successor. The eldest son, Go Chong-beom, only held a high school diploma. In contrast, his younger brother, Go Chong-suk, graduated from a top university and married into a powerful family, significantly expanding his connections. One day, Go Chong-beom was arrested for assaulting a civilian. He tried to explain that the other party initiated the altercation, but there were no security cameras at the scene to prove his innocence. The police knew the KO family had deep connections. Releasing Go Chong-beom would undoubtedly offend his younger brother. Go Chong-suk's influence now even overshadowed his brother's. Go Chong-beom knew this incident would significantly jeopardize his bid for succession. He found himself unable to clear his name. As he stood at a loss, a high school-age boy suddenly appeared beside him. The boy pointed at Go Chong-beom. "I'm here as a witness for this gentleman." Once the police saw the footage, they finally believed Go Chong-beom had not started the fight, since there was no surveillance at the scene. Kim Yun-sung had obtained dash-cam footage from a nearby parked car. This gentleman was provoked by those people and had no choice but to defend himself. If he's guilty of anything, it's only that he knocked the other person out with a single punch. Go Chong-beom threw an arm around Kim Yun-sung. "You're not just good-looking. You got a silver tongue, too." With this conclusive evidence, the police had no choice but to release him. Go Chong-beom then grabbed the police officer by the collar. "I'll remember your face. Your life's about to get very interesting." Once outside, Go Chong-beom immediately wanted to thank Kim Yun-sung, pulling out a thick wad of cash as a token of his gratitude. He'd expected a boy his age to be dazzled by so much money, but Kim Yun-sung remained utterly composed. Clearly, this wasn't any ordinary boy. Suddenly, Kim Yun-sung asked sharply, "Do you really think what happened today was just a coincidence? Let me be blunt. I know you're Go Chong-beom, the eldest son of Kong Song Group, locked in a succession battle with your younger brother, Go Chong-suk." Go Chong-beom's expression immediately darkened. "Who the hell are you?" Kim Yun-sung remained unfazed. "I don't think today was an accident, and I have proof to back it up. If you're truly grateful, give me an hour of your time. I guarantee you'll lose nothing, and it might just change your future forever." They then went to a cafe together. Kim Yun-sung handed him the original dashcam footage, revealed that 30 minutes before the incident, those men were already lingering in the area. When Go Chong-beom appeared, they deliberately went to pick a fight. "Honestly, Mr. Go, you've suspected something. Haven't you ever, since the succession race started? It's felt like someone's been setting you up." At every turn, haven't you thought that maybe? All of this is orchestrated by your brother, Go Chang-suk, to ruin your reputation. Go Chang-beom asked, "So what do you want?" When he heard the boy say, he wanted to help him get revenge and become the next successor. He burst out laughing, high school student. But Kim Yun-sung's next words made him fall silent. "I know you have a lot of people on your team in this fight for succession, but haven't you realized they're all working for your brother? I know you won't believe me at first, but I hope you'll at least give me a chance to prove myself. Go Chang-bae, I'm molded over for a long time outside. The kid is right compared to my brother. I really have nothing going for me. If things keep going like this, I'm going to lose everything. But can I really trust someone I've only met once?" He remembered what his father had said. If you lack ability, then find people who have it to serve you. Don't worry about their age, gender, or background. As long as they're useful to you, that's enough. Go Chang-bae decided to take a gamble. "Tell me your plan. I'll listen to everything you have to say before I decide." Kim Yun-sung didn't mince words. Go Chang-suk is the more qualified successor. He has a prestigious degree. He's married into a powerful family, and most people have joined his camp. Other than being the eldest, you really have nothing in your favor. But even so, I still believe you'll be the next in line. Because no matter how great Go Chang-suk looks on paper, there's only one reason. Your father insists on the two of you to compete. He's old-fashioned and wants the eldest son to inherit the family business. If Go Chang-suk, who excels in every area, were suddenly dragged down to your level, who do you think your father would choose? There are 3 things you need to win. First is connections on that front. You've already lost through marriage. Go Chang-suk has tied himself to the local elite. Second is reputation, and yours is that of a brash, reckless thug. Third is ability. While you've been living it up, your brother is already working in the company. Let's go back to the first point. We need to destroy his connections. You must drive a wedge between Go Chang-suk and his wife once she stops supporting him. Your brother will be back at the starting line, just like you not long after. Go Chang-suk received devastating news. His wife discovered his secret villa. She then gave his mistress a good beating. The scandal dealt a heavy blow to the Go family's reputation. Chairman Go Myung-jin was furious. "I told you, a man who can't keep in his pants will only bring disaster if you're going to fool around. You might as well be like your brother. Live like a bum and stay single for life." And Go Chang-bae, why did you end up at the police station again? Go. Oh Myung-jin had expected his eldest son to be defiant, as always, but to his surprise, this time he admitted his mistake and promised it would never happen again. Go Myung-jin was actually pleased. "I know the other side started it, but you still did everything you could to avoid conflict. You did well. I'm proud of you." After the 2 brothers left the meeting, the younger one was seething with anger. "I don't know who gave my wife the address, but if I ever find out, I'll tear him to pieces." Meanwhile, the elder brother, Go Chang-byung, was still basking in his father's rare praise. "My father usually just scolds me. He actually complimented me today. From now on, I want to keep earning his approval." Of course, all of this was thanks to Kim Yong-sung's coaching. After this incident, Go Chang-byung had taken a real liking to Kim Yong-sung. He declared he would follow his lead from now on. Kim Yong-sung said next, "You should join the company and start from the bottom." At the mention of starting from the bottom, Go Chang-byung frowned, but a moment later, he relaxed. "Whatever you say, I'll do it." Then Kim Yong-sung raised a condition. "I'll help you, but you need to meet my demands too." Go Chang-byung replied generously, "Just say the word Heinzong. For you, I'll do anything." A week later, the school's disciplinary committee was about to begin. Young Miho's mother confronted the homeroom teacher and slapped him across the face. "If you want to keep your job, you'd better make sure the kid who hit my son gets expelled." The homeroom teacher found himself in an impossible position. He had tried to persuade Kim Yong-sung to admit fault, to receive the lightest possible punishment. Kim Yong-sung replied, "I know young Miho's mother is putting pressure on you, but you better make your allegiance clear. If I go down, you go down with me." The homeroom teacher was utterly desperate. No matter which side he chose, his future looked bleak. That was until he saw Kim Yong-sung's guardian. He recognized that face from the nightlife scene. If he wasn't mistaken, it was Go Chong-beom, the eldest son of the Kong Song Group in Dyson City. He was someone nobody dared cross. Jung Min Ho's parents couldn't even compare to his influence. But why was he here as Kim Yeon-sung's guardian? There was no time to dwell on that now. He was the only one who knew Go Chong-beom's true identity, and he needed to switch sides fast. He immediately turned the tables, testifying that Young Min Ho had been the bully, and Kim Yeon-sung had only acted in self-defense. When the principal heard the homeroom teacher's statement, he broke out in a cold sweat. "Mr. Kim Young-chul, you'd better tell the truth." But the teacher kept pointing the finger at Young Min Ho. That day Kim Yeon-sung saw a classmate being bullied and couldn't help but step in. "Stop fighting, we're all students here." But he was threatened by Young Min Ho's gang. Imagine if someone tried to hurt you. Wouldn't you fight back? It's clear that Kim Yeon-sung was acting purely in self-defense. He only fought back to protect himself. If we ignore the real cause and punish Kim Yeon-sung harshly, then we are nothing but adults who refuse to see the truth behind violence. The principal was thoroughly unnerved. What kind of nonsense is this we're dealing with? The school's first violent incident for students ended up in the air. Violence can never be justified, no matter the reason. We have to punish the perpetrator severely. Only then can parents trust us with their children. So first, let's hear from Young Min Ho. The victim's testimony should be the most credible. Young Min Ho put on a frightened act, then began to lie. "All I saw was Kim Yeon-sung beating up classmates. You can ask anyone for proof. It's a fact that he started the fight. I only rushed in because I saw my friend getting beaten. I never expected Kim Yeon-sung to use a weapon. I don't understand why the teacher is blaming me. This isn't even his first violent outburst." The teacher called him to the office, and when he returned, he attacked me in front of everyone. "I didn't do anything. How is that my fault?" Young Miho's mother immediately fanned the flames. "Just look at my son's face. He's been beaten beyond recognition. How can such a terrible act of violence happen in a supposedly noble school? If it can happen to Miho, it can happen to any child here. We must punish the student responsible, or our school will never be safe again." Her words riled up the other parents. Soon, they were all calling for Kim Yeon-sung to be punished. Suddenly, a loud thump silenced the room. A new voice erupted. "A bunch of useless cowards talking nonsense. Are you all pretending not to know what's really going on? Don't you see that those so-called students are nothing but monsters in human skin?" The principal snapped. "How dare you call our students monsters?" The voice retorted, "If they're not monsters, what do they have done my research? Young Miho's gang is notorious for extorting and stealing from others. Everyone in the area knows them. Yet you keep protecting them. Are you all taking bribes from their families? Those punks may be in a hospital now." But Kim Yeon-sung only fought to protect himself. Didn't the homeroom teacher just say, "You have to see the truth for what it is"? If you were bullied by thugs like this during your own school days, would you just stand by and do nothing? Young Min Ho's mother exploded. "How dare you call my son a thug? I heard Kim Yeon-sung doesn't have parents. Who are you to talk like this?" Go Chong-bae flasha da prauges mayo. At first Go Chong-bae hadn't understood why Kim Yeon-sung wanted him as his guardian. If he just wanted money, he could have said so directly. Kim Yeon-sung had explained, "To pull off my plans, I certainly need your resources. But what I need most is supreme power. I'm going to make big waves at school, and some of it might even cross the line of the law. So I need you to clean up my messes. If you're my backer, no one in decent city will dare touch you. And I promise, I'll make sure you end up as the successor." Go Chong-bae agreed without hesitation. "No matter what trouble you cause, I'll take care of it." Then, faced with Yoon Min Ho's mother's challenge, he declared forcefully, "I'm Hyun Young's guardian, and also the eldest son of Kong Song Group. Hyun Young is my most cherished little brother. He would never make trouble for no reason. The moment I heard he'd been called to this committee, I dropped everything and came running. I was even planning to donate to this school in Kong Song Group's name. But now I see there's no point. Not only is this place poorly managed, the atmosphere is rotten. He's been bullied every single day. Should he be punished just for finally fighting back? Why did the school turn a blind eye when he was the victim? If you ignored him because he had no money or status, I'll make sure this so-called prestigious school is ruined. Every last bully and every adult who protected them will be finished in decent city. I'll use every resource at my disposal to ensure it. Everyone in the room was stunned by Go Chong Byum's presence. The principal never expected the eldest son of Kong Song Group to be Kim Hyun Sung's guardian. If he insisted on siding with Young Min Ho now, he would lose all connection to Kong Song Group. The school would also be shunned by other powerful circles, however. If he broke with Young Min Ho's family, it was the perfect chance to win Kong Song's favor. This would make his dream of a top-tier school only a matter of time. The principal immediately shifted all the blame onto Young Min Ho. In fact, I've also heard that he's the ringleader of that delinquent group. Kim Hyun Sung is someone I recognize as a most outstanding student at Chunol High. For a top student to do something like this, there must be a reason. So let's hear from Kim Hyun Sung himself. Kim Hyun Sung spoke up. My friends have reported this countless times to the teachers, but every time the teachers would say, the Young Min Ho I know isn't that kind of student. Even when the truth came out, all they ever did was give them a verbal warning. That only made Young Min Ho's gang more brazen. With their violence, yes, I hit Young Min Ho, and I sent the others to the emergency room. But why is it that after just one act of violence, I have to face a disciplinary committee? Is it because it was too violent? Or is it because you think I have no power? If you don't severely punish the group that's been doing wrong all along, I'll make sure everyone outside the school learns the truth about what really goes on here. There's only one way to silence me. Fair and just punishment for everyone involved. Young Miho's mother was thrown into a panic. I won't allow you to punish my son. Just you wait, all of you. I'm calling my husband right now. She dialed her husband, pleading for help. But the moment he heard the name Go Chong Byun, his tone changed completely. He immediately scolded her. How dare you act like that? In front of the Kong Song Group's eldest son. You want our whole family to go down because of you. Come home right now. Let Young Min Ho take whatever punishment he gets. The room fell silent in an instant. In the end, Kim Hyun Sung was sentenced to 100 hours of community service. Young Miho, on the other hand, was expelled, unable to accept the outcome. He lunged at Kim Hyun Sung, but a hand stopped him. It was his own mother with a sly grin. Kim Hyun Sung said, kneel and beg me. Young Miho thought he must have misheard. I said kneel and beg me. I've already been expelled. Why should I kneel to you? Kim Hyun Sung replied. You might want to ask your mother about that. Should you kneel or not? Young Miho's mother turned away. Avoiding his gaze, Kim Hyun Sung continued. Do your best to appease me. Maybe I'll forgive you at that. Young Miho's mother spoke up. Miho, kneel and beg him. Young Miho had no idea what was really going on, but he could only obey, dropping to his knees. I'm sorry, I won't ever do it again. But Kim Hyun Sung showed him no mercy. Just wait, you've only got more misery ahead of you. With that, the disciplinary committee was finally over. Kim Hyun Sung had taken another step closer to the shadowy forces that once cost him his life. At that moment, Park Min-chul sent a text asking to meet him. As soon as Kim Hyun Sung arrived, Park Min-chul immediately tried to curry favor, cut the crap, and get to the point. Kim Hyun Sung said he knew exactly what Park wanted. Even Young Min Ho, with all his connections, had been forced to kneel. How could a powerless delinquent like Park Min-chul hope to stand a chance? Park immediately begged for mercy, hoping Hyun Sung's forgiveness would save him from expulsion. From now on, I'll do whatever you say. I'll even work like a dog for you. Then Park revealed a shocking secret. Park confessed that a hidden force had ordered them to bully Kim Hyun Sung. As Park hesitated to reveal the name, Hyun Sung grabbed him. I already know who's behind you. While in a coma, Hyun Sung had seen a news story about a student who jumped from a building. The student's suicide note revealed the truth. A group called the Golden Circle was responsible, though its core members remained unknown. The Golden Circle's founder, seeing profit in others' pain, had built a sinister business. They recruited students with absolute power within schools and made deals with wealthy, influential parents. In exchange for protection and guaranteed top grades, these students were ordered to eliminate anyone who performed better. For his revenge to be complete, Kim Hyun-sung vowed to drag out every last member of the Golden Circle and destroy them all. Tell me, how did the Golden Circle find you? Park Min-chul was stunned by Yeon-sung's knowledge. Senior Shin Young-min contacted us. Stammered Shin Young-min, the ultimate school tyrant, controlled the entire school. While not necessarily a core member, Shin Young-min was certainly the Golden Circle's gateway into the school. However, he wouldn't be easy to handle. Shin Young-min was set to become a professional MMA fighter, and challenging him now would only result in a severe beating. For now, Kim Yeon-sung had to decide how to deal with Park Min-chul. Ever since his coma, his hatred for Park had never faded. His grandmother had once groveled for forgiveness, only to be met with insults and humiliation. Let me show you what will happen every time you see me. From now on, Kim Yeon-sung slapped him hard across the face. In his past life, Park had married and become a model husband, while young Miho and the others lived comfortable lives. I never believed in evil being punished by evil. Only an eye for an eye is the eternal law. I hope you all carry scars you'll never forget for the rest of your lives. After young Miho's expulsion, Kim Yeon-sung became the talk of the school. It turns out, the quiet ones are the scariest when they finally snap. Once they snap, they go pitch black inside. Just then Kim Yeon-sung walked in. The once noisy classroom went completely silent. After he sat down, someone approached from behind and whispered, "Thank you, it was the chubby kid Yin-sung had saved from Park Min-chul. Had gafuri get Kim Jan-sung for standing up for him and promised to help whenever needed. Zang-sung ziplit gonli. Before the disciplinary committee, you pretended you didn't know anything. You said you were scared and refused to testify for me, but now you want to say thanks. From now on, whatever happens to you has nothing to do with me. Get out of my sight. I don't want to see your face." Meanwhile, Shin Young-min was seething. He had thought Kim Yeon-sung was a nobody. His guardian turned out to be Myong-jin Construction's heir. In D-san, no one could go up against someone like Kong Song. But Shin Young-min wasn't ready to give up. Now he had an excuse to squeeze more money out of Golden Circle. He ordered the year's top dog to come see him. First-year boss Park Jin-woo soon arrived on the rooftop trembling. Shin Young-min slapped his face and said, "There's a guy in your year named Kim Yeon-sung. I want you to cripple him. Make sure he never walks again." At the same time, Kim Yeon-sung was preparing for the dangers ahead. He had to keep his grades up. Only then could he become a thorn in the side of a Golden Circle member. He already had some suspects, but without hard evidence, he couldn't make a move yet. His first priority was to improve his physical strength. So after school, he went to Young Do-chul's gym. Young Do-chul had once been Korea's first world champion in MMA, but now he was an unpopular retired athlete. Young asked him what kind of training he wanted. Yeon-sung replied, "I want to get better at fighting, to the point where I can crush every bully in school." Beneath my feet, Young's face darkened instantly. "If you're only here to learn how to fight, I can't teach you." Young Do-chul, the country's first UFL champion, was now running a tiny gym. His career ended after he failed a drug test. Following a match, he never explained himself, simply walking away from sport. Despite this, he later spent a year training another fighter, who went on to reach the championship. "If I could get your personal training, my fighting skills would skyrocket," Yeon-sung stated bluntly. "Didn't you also do whatever it took to win?" "I'm just doing whatever it takes to reach my goal too." "What's wrong with that?" Young replied. "That was a stupid mistake. If I had another chance, I'd never make the same choice. I don't want you ending up like I did. Go home, I can't help you. 100 million won. If you agree to train me, I'll transfer 100 million within a day. I'll pay up front, so even if I back out, you won't lose a thing. You should have thought of the consequences before taking those drugs. But you made your choice anyway. I'm choosing to fight bullies, even if I end up crippled or in jail for life. But I've already accepted that risk, just like you did when you took those drugs. Desperate now, I need your help." Finally, Young Do-chul changed his mind. "I'll help you with training. But first there's a test. Step into the ring with me. If you can last a round, I'll acknowledge your determination." That night, when Kim Yong-sung got home, his grandmother's heart ached at the sight of him. Which bastard did this to my grandson? Tell Grandma who it was. Grandma won't let them off. Let's rewind to earlier at the gym. After Kim Yon-sung offered 100 million won for training, young Do-jun decided to give him a trial. Yon-sung would pass if he could stay standing in the ring for 3 minutes. The round began with Young attacking first. His punch landed hard on Yon-sung's guarding arm. Yon-sung thought he had blocked it, but the sheer force broke through, slamming into his nose. A sharp ache shot straight to his brain. His body collapsed to the canvas. Before he could even react, get up, only 10 seconds had passed. What followed was a barrage. Young unleashed a flurry of blows like a raging storm. All Yon-sung could do was protect his head. If any punch landed, he would be knocked out cold. Suddenly, Young switched tactics. A vicious low kick at numbed Yon-sung's leg instantly. You can still quit. But Yon-sung gritted his teeth and stood up again. The 3 minutes aren't over yet. To avoid having his stamina drained, Yon-sung decided to go on the offensive. He needed to turn things around. But to a professional, this simply exposed his weaknesses. The chin, the easiest place to land a knockout. Johnson collapsed stiff as a board to the mat. Young needed the money, but there was no way he would sell his pride to someone who couldn't even take this level of punishment. Just lie there, yet a voice came from behind him. It's not over yet, let's keep going. Young was surprised by his grit. Perhaps this kid wasn't bluffing about wanting to learn to fight. He had held back previously to avoid injuring him too badly. This time he would have to go all out. Yon-sung shielded his head, always on guard for another low kick. But Young shifted his target again. A brutal liver punch drove agony through Yon-sung's body. A shot like that could make someone vomit, faint, or even die. Yon-sung's body began to shake uncontrollably. He wanted to get up, but his body wouldn't obey. This kind of pain can't be conquered by willpower alone. Just quit and go home, Yon-sung raged inwardly. You useless piece of trash. Get up, haven't you been waiting? For this moment, you spent 10 years as a vegetable, lying in bed wishing for death every day. You can't stand this much pain. If you don't want to go back to that, then get up right now under Young's astonished gaze. Kim Yong-sung stood up once more. That last hit, most pros couldn't have taken it. Just what kind of life has this kid lived? If someone like this gets real power, it could ruin him. Determined to stop him from a lifetime of regret, Young swore to end it here. His next punch was at full strength. Yon-sung told himself to hold on no matter what, even if his nose broke, even if his teeth were knocked out. He would give it everything he had. Young's attacks grew fiercer and fiercer, just as Yin-sung could barely even raise his guard. The timer's alarm saved him from the brink of death. Young couldn't help but curse. Damn, this kid really made it through. When you get home, don't go telling people I beat you up. I'll send you my bank account later. His grandmother's heart nearly broke, seeing his battered, swollen face. Yon-sung reassured her he'd just had a run-in at school, but it was all sorted out. During dinner, he asked if she had any bank books. Youngjin Construction has a new housing project. Go apply for a spot, maybe we'll get picked. And it'll definitely be worth more in the future. He wanted to just give his grandmother the 100 million directly, but she'd only ask where the money came from. This way she wouldn't suspect a thing. The next day, school tyrant Shin Young-min called Park Jin-woo up to the roof. He patted Park on the shoulder, praising his efficiency. I just gave the order, and you already beat up Kim Yon-sung. I'm impressed from now on. Tell everyone you're my sworn brother. Park Jin-woo was confused. He then saw Yon-sung's bruised, battered face. What happened to that kid? Was he too cocky and got beaten up outside school? Shin Young-min seems to think I did it. But if Yon-sung can get beaten up like this, maybe he's not as tough as everyone says. Shin Young-min then ordered his lackeys. Anyone close to Kim Yon-sung, I won't let a single one off the hook. Under young Do-jin's expert guidance, Kim Yon-sung began a hellish, high-intensity training regimen. Young grew more impressed by his endurance, so he decided to put Kim Yong-sung through special training. As long as you can keep up with me, everyone else will kneel at your feet. A week later, Kim Yong-sung was deep in his studies when his old friend Park Jin-woo suddenly showed up. Hearing him say, I don't want to ostracize you like everyone else, Left Yan Sung confused. Park Jin-woo was surprised. Yan Sung didn't know he was being isolated. So he explained the main bully had threatened everyone, warning that if anyone got close to Yan Sung, they would be targeted. You and I have been friends for 10 years. So even if it costs me, I can't watch you be alone. In Yan Sung's previous life, Park Jin-woo had noticed him being bullied and immediately stepped in to protect him. But from then on, he became the bully's target himself. After having his leg broken, Park Jin-woo pretended not to know Yan Sung. Later, while Yan Sung was in a coma, Park Jin-woo even came to apologize. If it was a next life, I'll never leave you alone again. This time, Kim Yong-sung didn't want Park Jin-woo to get hurt. On his account, don't act like we're close. Just ignore me like the others. I'll handle my own business. But Park Jin-woo insisted. I won't let you face this alone. I'll come find you after class. Yan Sung didn't want him involved. Otherwise, he'd only end up miserable again. Except for family, all close ties had to be cut. After class, Kim Yan-sung was thinking about how to persuade Park Jin-woo to give up. But a long time passed, and he never came. He then overheard classmates whisper, Park Jin-woo is finished. I just saw Park Jin-woo drag him out. Yan Sung's heart skipped a beat. The next second, he sprinted out like a cheetah. He wouldn't let the past repeat itself. At that moment, Park Jin-woo and his gang had cornered Park Jin-woo in the bathroom. I already warned everyone not to go near Kim Yong-sung. Didn't you hear me, or do you just not care? Park Jin-woo faced the bullies without a trace of fear. He's my best friend if you want to fight. Just do it, don't waste time with threats. Park Jin-woo was about to strike. However, Park Jin-woo landed the first punch, humiliating him in front of his lackeys. Enraged, Park ordered everyone to attack at once, facing the group assault. All Park Jin-woo could think about was Kim Yan-sung. He knew Yan Sung was pushing him away to protect him, but in the end he had gotten involved anyway. Even if Yan Sung was angry, he couldn't regret standing up for him. To Park Jin-woo, Yan Sung was more than a childhood friend. He could never abandon him. Park Jin-woo seized the chance and kicked him hard in the chest. I heard you practice Taekwondo. There's always some show-off like you everywhere. Just because you learned a few moves. You think you're tough. This world is about background. Your problem is you think you're special. From now on, you and Kim Yan-sung are going to wish you were dead. Every day, anytime I can call you out. Better get used to it. Just then, the bathroom door was kicked open. Kim Yan-sung stormed in furious. What are you doing? He had wanted to deal with Park Jin-woo for a while, and now was the perfect opportunity. But the two of them were a mismatch physically, so Yan Sung decided to provoke him into losing control. Everyone is saying you beat me up. It's humiliating. You're nothing but a fat pig. If you have to gang up on Park Jin-woo, what does that say about you? Park Jin-woo, a brute who only knew how to use force, took the bait. He insisted on a one-on-one fight, but his moves were big and easy to counter. Yan Sung kept taunting him. What a waste of muscle, losing his temper. Park Jin-woo charged in with everything he had, confident in his strength. But Yan Sung remembered Jong Du-chul's lesson. Keep your distance, strike repeatedly, until your opponent can no longer stand. Today, Yan Sung had to instill real fear in everyone. Soon, Park Jin-woo was beaten within an inch of his life. No matter how strong a bully, he was still just a student. Faced with a demon like Yan Sung, Park finally broke. Tell me honestly, were you the one who jumped me before? Say it out loud for everyone. Park Jin-woo was scared out of his wits. He stammered, it was all Shin Young-min's idea. I could never beat you if it weren't for him. None of this would have happened. Please don't hit me again. I'll never mess with you again. Yan Sung then turned to the others. Don't you ever lay a finger on Park Jin-woo again. Then Yan Sung kicked Park Jin-woo hard in the jaw. If I see you touch him again, I'll come for every single one of you. After this, Yan Sung warned Park Jin-woo to stay away in the future, so he wouldn't get dragged into more trouble. But Park Jin-woo grabbed Yan Sung's hand and insisted, even if it happens again, I'll still stand up for you. Seeing he couldn't change Park Jin-woo's mind, Yan Sung laid it all out. You think these fights are accidents? I'm the one provoking them. They all deserve it. This is just the beginning. I'm going to wipe out every single bully, even if I lose everything I have. I can't tell you the whole truth yet. Just know I'm out for revenge. If you keep being my friend, you'll keep getting dragged into things like today. If you can't even beat someone like Park Jin-woo, it's better you stay out of my business. Let's end things here. You just wouldn't be able to handle it. At that moment, Shin Young-min was racking his brain, wondering how to spend all this money. He couldn't believe bullying a few students had earned him hundreds of thousands. So easily suddenly. The back door of the classroom was kicked open. It was Kim Yeon-sung. He stared at Shin Young-min, his voice cold and vicious. Are you that bastard Shin Young-min? Shin Young-min had never been insulted like that before. He was about to explode. But Kim Yeon-sung didn't give him a chance. Launching a kick straight at him, Shin Young-min quickly raised his arms to block. Who the hell are you? How do you just attack someone without even introducing yourself? Kim Yeon-sung said nothing, charging in with his fists. Shin Young-min cursed furiously. Who the fuck are you? He noticed the guy seemed to have some fighting skills, but his punches were weak and his moves predictable. The next second, however, powerful blow hammered into his gut. Shin Young-min coughed up blood on the spot. You want to know who I am? I'm Kim Yeon-sung, the one you've been looking for. Now that the kid finally spoke, Shin Young-min demanded to know why he was here. But Kim Yeon-sung didn't answer. Instead, he grabbed a chair and smashed it down. Shin Young-min thought he was crazy for using a chair in a fight. But this was all part of Yeon-sung's plan. He had to keep the pressure on, never letting up or he would lose. Shin Young-min had been forced to defend the entire time, but he finally struck back, grabbing Yeon-sung's fist. You are not walking out of this classroom alive. Yeon-sung raised his arm to block, only for Shin Young-min to copy him, and suddenly change the angle of attack. You think you're the only one who can fake me out? Yeon-sung gritted his teeth and told himself to hang on. He knew from the start that he was not a match for Shin Young-min. He hadn't come here expecting to walk away unscathed. Instead, he was waiting for a single shot, and he bet everything on it. Seizing the right moment, Yeon-sung grabbed Shin Young-min's leg. With a burst of force, he hurled both of them toward the window. This classroom was on the top floor. Falling out would mean death or worse. Luckily, Shin Young-min managed to cling to the window ledge. For dear life, he was utterly terrified. Yeon-sung, wild-eyed like a madman, said, either you die today or I do. Classmate, shouted somebody, pull that lunatic away. Though Shin Young-min survived, he was now completely terrified of Kim Yeon-sung. This was especially true when Yeon-sung leaned and whispered a threat. You think this is over. The moment you laid a hand on my friend, you doomed yourself, so just wait. The next chance I get, I'll drive a chair leg through the back of your skull. I want you to remember for the rest of your life. This is what happens when you cross me. A classmate asked if Shin Young-min was all right. He tried to keep up his tough act. Why are you asking me that? Didn't you see me beat that guy up? The student quickly apologized. I did, but don't you think you should get your back checked out? At the hospital soon after, someone reported to the homeroom teacher that Yoon-sung had beaten up Park Jin-woo. In the bathroom, the teacher thought this would be a big mess, especially since the principal had just declared they were aiming to make the school a national model. But when he got to the office, the principal told him to drop it. Myung-jin Construction S.L.D.S. de Son. Gochang BM has agreed to sponsor the school, but only on one condition. As long as Yeon-sung is enrolled, the school will cover up any trouble he causes. So this time we'll pretend nothing happened. I'm not making you do this for free. When it comes to school bonuses and rewards, you'll be first in line. And with Kang Song's new housing projects, Gochang BM has quietly set aside over a dozen units for us. Prices are climbing fast. Shouldn't you grab a few for yourself? Just keep doing what you always did to protect students. Only now, the only one you need to protect is Kim Yeon-sung. The teacher instantly understood and promised to handle everything perfectly, seeing how well he played along. The principal said, just call me Big Bro from now on. The teacher was happy to oblige. Two of them immediately put on a show of brotherly affection. They had the same goal: get Kim Yeon-sung safely through graduation and enjoy the shelter of Myung-jin Construction's power. While they daydreamed about their bright future, someone burst in shouting, Kim Yeon-sung's been attacked. They both flew into a rage. Who the hell dared do it meanwhile? Shin Young-min was fuming. Shin Young-min was furious. Yeon-sung had been the aggressor. Yet Young-min was now being painted as the attacker. The principal and teacher, clearly colluding, refused to listen to a word he said. I almost got thrown off the top floor. Tons of people saw it. The teacher patted him on the shoulder, maybe. But what matters is whether anyone believes those witnesses. Kim Yeon-sung is the model student of the entire school. Who do you think people will side with? Shin Young-min swore under his breath. Teacher grabbed his collar. You dare yell at me. Keep this up and your punishment will get even worse. The teacher's brazen corruption was both familiar and strange. He realized these two adults were as rotten as the system they upheld. Going after Kim Yeon-sung would be far from easy. In the end, he lowered his head and admitted fault. But Shin Young-min wasn't ready to give in. He decided to use some of his payout to hire Choi Tae-jun for help. Choi Tae-jun was the intermediary, responsible for recruiting muscle for Golden Circle. If the hired thugs failed, the responsibility would fall entirely on him. Golden Circle never tolerated failure. This tactic of using connections to cover up trouble was precisely Golden Circle style. Any student who crossed Yeon-sung was expelled, with the principal and teachers protecting him at all costs. Choi Tae-jun went to the principal himself. I heard 4 students were recently sent to the and expelled from your school. But the one who hurt them, Kim Yeon-sung, only got a slap on the wrist. Frankly, this is serious enough for a police case. Are you giving Kim Yeon-sung special treatment? If so, I'll pursue this to the very end. The principal was unfazed by the threat. We only wanted to protect the students' futures by not involving the police. We've already reported everything. So do whatever you want, Choi Tae-jun replied. I'm a man of my word. The principal's face remained unchanged. Here in Daesan, threats like yours don't amount to anything. Choi Tae-jun then went to the police station. However, the police stated that Kim Yeon-sung's actions were entirely self-defense. Furious, Choi Tae-jun threatened to expose the incident. You know how powerful the internet can be, don't you? But the officer, like the principal, remained unfazed. This is Dyson. Even if you cause a stir online, people will forget after a few days. Choi Tae-jun was now completely out of options. He hadn't expected this place to be so corrupt. He tried to use money to uncover Kim Yeon-sung's connections, but found that no one would take the bait. Every public official openly protected Kim Yeon-sung. If he couldn't find another way, this mission would surely end in failure. And Golden Circle never let a failure go unpunished. His whole life could be ruined. So he shifted all the pressure onto Shin Young-min. Our objective isn't to eliminate Kim Yeon-sung, but to drag his grades down. I don't care how you do it. Just lower his scores and the job is done. If you give up or fail, we won't just go after Kim Yeon-sung. You'll pay a heavy price too. Shin Young-min cursed under his breath. That bastard promised to back me up. But now, he's chickening out and dumping everything on me. Just as he was stewing over what to do next, someone smacked him in the back of the head. With a brick, a familiar voice said, I told you to watch your back. Shin Young-min, he spun around, ready to punch, but Kim Yeon-sung's words made him freeze. Is that job really more important than your own life? I heard the client went to the principal, so I know exactly what situation you're in. But let me remind you, Manhwa Construction's eldest son is my guardian. I never planned to settle this with just you. You've bitten off more than you can chew. Don't think expulsion will save you. I'll do everything I can to open a criminal case against you. You'll have a permanent record. And once you're out of jail, Manhwa Construction's people will come for you. They'll make sure you can't survive in Daesan. If you want to live like a human being, you'll have to leave Daesan for good. But even if you run, I won't let you go. My goal is simple, whoever lays a hand on me, I'll destroy them. If you want to live like a person here, grit your teeth and endure it. Learn from those you used to beat up. The next day, Shin Young-min came to school covered in bruises. Everyone whispered, Kim Yeon-sung must have jumped him after school. There's no way he could have won otherwise. In reality, Shin Young-min could have easily defeated Yeon-sung if he chose to fight back. But Manhwa Construction's power had made him untouchable in the city. And now it was his cage if he simply let Yin Sung go. The golden circle would destroy everything he had. Better to be expelled and have a criminal record than lose everything, losing control. Shin Young-min slammed his head against his desk. In frustration, he never should have taken the money or the job. He silently prayed for Kim Yin Sung to slip up on the next test. Even a small drop in grades could buy him time. Meanwhile, Kim Young-sung was waiting for midterms. When I get overwhelmingly top marks, all the hidden resentment will explode. Shin Young-min desperate to survive. The golden circle forced to complete their task, and the furious client who gave the order. When all of them explode at once, I'll finally get what I want. It might be dirty to use the principle in Myung Jin Construction's tricks, but as long as I get what I want, it's worth it after that. No one at this school will dare touch me. The fortress I've built with violence gives me a peace of mind I've never felt before. For at the same time, he was working hard to improve his fighting skills. Young Do Cole was very satisfied with his pupil. If it weren't for the money between them, he might have told him to go pro. Just as Kim Yan-sung finished training and was about to leave, a familiar voice called out from the doorway. My name is Park Jin-woo. I'm the one who booked a consultation for fighting lessons when Park Jin-woo learned that Yan-sung had provoked Shin Young-min and that the two had nearly fallen out the window. He realized Yan-sung was sending a clear warning to the entire school. If you touch anyone close to me, you'll bring disaster upon yourself. Park Jin-woo couldn't understand why Yan-sung had become so different. He used to say he wanted to give his grandmother a good life. Now his only goal was to risk everything, to wipe out the bullies still. Since Yan-sung had chosen this path, how could his best friend abandon him? So Park Jin-woo came to Young Do Chul's gym. Kim Dan-sung tried to persuade the coach not to take him, offering to pay the extra tuition himself. Young had already guessed at their relationship. In fact, Young-sung needed a friend by his side to keep him out of trouble. But what Young didn't expect was that Park Jin-woo wanted to help Young-sung take down the bullies. Young was exasperated. Do you think my gym exists to teach people how to use violence to solve their problems? Park Jin-woo tore off his bandage, revealing the bruises on his face. I got these standing up to bullies. The violence in school isn't as simple as adults think. If Yan-sung hadn't helped me, I might have died on the bathroom floor. He took all the risk to protect me. I'm not giving up on a friend like that. If he's training here, he must have his reasons. Here's all the money I have. If it's not enough, I'll work off the rest. Young pounded the table in frustration. He couldn't understand why kids so young had to walk such a hard road. Their situation was truly dangerous. He wasn't sure if discouraging them from fighting back was the right thing to do. After a fierce struggle, Young finally gave in. Come to the gym tomorrow, but if you can't keep up, I'll kick you out. As soon as Park Jin-woo walked out of the room, a pair of gloves came flying at him. Kim Yan-sung said, judging by your face, the coach must have agreed to take you. But I haven't, so you'll have to prove yourself to me. Even if you end up in hell like I did, you need the will to claw your way back out. Let's see how far that so-called friendship of yours can really take you if you get involved. You might be ambushed. You could spend your life in prison. In the end, you'll have nothing left. For now on, I don't consider you a friend. But Park Jin-woo just smiled. He knew Yan-sung was trying to discourage him by showing off his strength. But there was something Yan-sung seemed to have forgotten. He had once been a professional athlete. If he hadn't been confident in his fighting skills, he never would have stepped up in the first place. If it came down to a one-on-one brawl, he could have flattened any school bully long ago. But now after Yan-sung's training with Young Do Chul, things were different. Seizing the moment, Yan-sung pinned Park Jin-woo to the ground and rained down punches without mercy. As he hit him, Yan-sung shouted, "Give up." But Park Jin-woo stubbornly refused to surrender. The blows only got fiercer. Yan-sung wanted to break his will through sheer force, but Park Jin-woo stopped fighting back. He just kept laughing. Yan-sung finally threw up his hands. Why go this far? You've already done enough as a friend. But in Park Jin-woo's mind, memory always lingered when he was young. He was constantly beaten up by bullies. while his parents simply ignored him. In that hopeless darkness, Yun Sung had appeared to him. He was a ray of light in a world without sun. You ask why I go this far. None of this was ever your fault. As your friend, I can't just look the other way. This is my life, and how I live it is my choice. At that moment, young Do Jun walked over. He looked at the two. Have either of you ever thought about giving up fighting and becoming athletes with me? I'd stake everything to put you both on the biggest stage. This wasn't just a whim for Young. He couldn't figure out why these two brothers kept getting bullied. Against ordinary people, they were unbeatable. Park Jin-woo had explosive kicking power and a natural sense of distance. Kim Yeon-sung was a genius tactician, always able to predict which move would benefit him most, and never missing a single opening. Because of their financial arrangement, Yoon hadn't planned to bring this up, but seeing their talent, he couldn't help himself. He urged Yoon Sung to drop out and dedicate himself to training, convinced the boy could become a champion. But Yoon Sung replied that he had no interest in fighting. Every fight is nothing but pain. I only do it because I have to. If you insist on making me compete professionally, then let's end our deal here. Please don't get in my way. When Yeon Sung walked out, Park Jin-woo chased after him. He'd made up his mind to fight by Yeon Sung's side, no matter what happened, with no regrets. Yeon Sung set 3 conditions. First, they would train together every day. Second, if they ever faced a fight they couldn't win, or if it became a legal issue, Soo had to stay out of it. Third, Myung Jin Construction would pay him a monthly living allowance. No questions asked. Additionally, he had to keep up his studies. If there ever comes a day when we escape this hell, I hope you'll live better than anyone. A few weeks later, the midterms for the second semester arrived. If Yoon Sung didn't ace this round, his whole plan would collapse. Strictly speaking, he didn't need top grades for revenge. He could have simply gathered evidence and exposed Golden Circle. But his true goal was to crush them completely. Golden Circle prided itself on a 0-failure record, so he wanted to stomp their pride into the dirt. Make himself the thorn they most desperately wanted to remove. Although Kim Yeon-sung had been a vegetable in the hospital for 10 years, his memories of student days were crystal clear after his rebirth. He remembered the answers to every question. So after the exams, while his classmates were checking answers, he just waited calmly for his results. That's when Oh-hee-ji, the class beauty, approached him and asked why he wasn't checking his answers. Oh-hee-ji was not only cute and popular. In his past life, she'd even confessed to him, but he turned her down, explaining that romance would affect his grades. She offered to check his answers. Yeon Sung didn't stop her, knowing her popularity would be useful for his revenge. Soon, the entire class was drawn in by her surprised reaction. No one could believe it. Kim Yeon-sung had scored perfect marks in every subject. The next day, he called his homeroom teacher up to the rooftop. Have you heard of Golden Circle? Kim Yeon-sung asked. Let me tell you what Golden Circle really is. Take your time to think it over. After Kim Yeon-sung achieved a perfect score on his midterm exam, the principal's phone was immediately bombarded by calls from other parents. They all questioned whether the principal had given Kim Yeon-sung special treatment, or if he had secretly enrolled in extra tutoring classes. The homeroom teacher also remarked that the test had been particularly difficult. This time, it should have been impossible for anyone to get a perfect score. But the principal replied, I have high hopes for him. I can already picture Kim Yeon-sung becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exam. He'll get into a prestigious university. With exceptional marks, our school will finally have the chance to rise to national fame. With the backing of Myung Jin Construction and Kim Yeon-sung's academic excellence, my lifelong dream can finally come true. But I have a bad feeling Kim Yeon-sung might stir up trouble again. That could seriously hurt our school's reputation. So my brother, I need to keep a close eye on Kim Yeon-sung. Make sure he becomes a model student, both in character and academics. Now that your class has produced the top student in the school, here's a little reward for you. I hope you'll keep up the good work until Kim Yeon-sung graduates. After that, I'll make you a core leader of our school. The money-hungry homeroom teacher immediately replied, you can leave everything to me later. Kim Yeon-sung called the homeroom teacher up to the rooftop and revealed a secret warning him. If anything happens to me, you'll go down to the homeroom teacher. Realized how powerful the golden circle was. At this point, he was already tied to Kim Yeon-sung's fate. He asked, what should I do now? Should I try to stop Shin Young-min from coming after you? But Kim Yeon-sung said no need. Whether in the past or now, my only request remains the same. No matter what I do, you keep your hands off. As long as you adults pretend nothing has happened. That's all I ask, so you'd better prepare yourself. The homeroom teacher immediately felt immense pressure. It was clear this guy was about to cause big trouble. At that moment, Shin Young-min was receiving a harsh beating from the Golden Circle's agent. If you can't take care of Kim Yeon-sung this time, I'll break your arm. This is your last chance. Filled with hatred for Kim Yeon-sung, Shin Young-min immediately gathered his subordinates to plot revenge. Someone suggested ambushing him after school and crippling him, but that would give my young Jean construction an excuse to interfere. So they had to act on school grounds, where outside forces couldn't intervene, as long as they made Kim Yeon-sung anxious enough to ruin his studies. That would be victory enough. Then the top dog in the second year offered an idea. Instead of hassling him one by one, why don't we all go after him together? Everyone knows the principle. Dreams of turning this place into a prestigious school. He'd never dare punish so many students at once. Shin Young-min was instantly intrigued. It was a good plan. A few days later, Kim Yeon-sung was suddenly surrounded by a group. One of them bumped into him on purpose and cursed. Watch it, asshole. Immediately another came up, slapped him on the head and shouted, are you blind or just stupid? Then the crowd closed and sang, you bumped into someone and didn't even apologize. What's your problem? Without a word, Kim Yeon-sung threw a punch. He'd been wondering why no one had come for him yet. So this was their plan. He was practically itching for this. Bring on. Only then will I find true meaning in trampling your lives. After teaching them a harsh lesson, he spat out a threat. Tell your boss to bring everyone here now. I'll take all of you on at once. Soon the second-year boss arrived with his gang. To face Kim Yeon-sung, Kim Yeon-sung said, fighting in the classroom doesn't do you any good. How about we move somewhere teachers rarely go? They ended up at the trash sorting area, behind the academic building. Facing so many upperclassmen, Kim Yeon-sung clearly wasn't their match. He pointed at the students watching from above. I assume you guys care about your reputation. A whole gang beating up one person would be humiliating if word got out right. Why don't you come at me one at a time? Of course, if you're scared, then never mind. His taunt worked perfectly. The second strongest bully in the year stepped out first. You want one-on-one? Fine, but once I'm done with you, no one else will be needed. He put everything he had into his first punch. He expected Kim Yeon-sung to go down immediately, but in a split second, Kim Yeon-sung blocked the attack with his arm. The bully clenched his fist again. Let's see you dodge this time. But Kim Yeon-sung easily slipped away again, sly grin tugging at his lips. Then, with a sudden heavy punch, he floored the bully watching from upstairs. Park Jin-woo couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This lunatic really knocked out the infamous upperclassman with a single punch. Maybe it wasn't just luck that I lost to him last time. Just as Park Jin-woo resolved never to cross him again, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Park Jin-woo turned ready to snap. Instead, he took a punch to the face from none other than Kim Yeon-sung's loyal friend, Kim Se-woo. Earlier, when Kim Se-woo saw Kim Yeon-sung about to face the second-year bullies alone, he offered to join the fight. But Kim Yeon-sung refused. He explained that if Kim Se-woo got involved, the others would have an excuse to use their numbers. So Kim Yeon-sung said, if you really want to help me, go get revenge on Park Jin-woo for me. Prove to me that I'm not fighting this battle alone. Park Jin-woo furious snapped. Don't think you can act so cocky. Just because Kim Yeon-sung has your back. I'd rather cripple you and get transferred than keep living like this. But the next moment, Kim Se-woo kicked him hard in the chest. Park Jin-woo couldn't help but question his whole existence. Can I not even beat this guy? No way could he lose face in front of so many classmates. He charged at Kim Seo Woo like a madman, only to be sent flying by a flying knee to the jaw. Kim Seo Woo quickly followed up, lifting his leg high and smashing it down on Park Jin-woo's face. Meanwhile, Kim Yun-sung was busy slapping the second-year boss, Silly the upperclassman. Hadn't expected Kim Yun-sung to be so cunning. Kim Yun-sung had planned all along to challenge them, one-on-one now, in front of the whole school. He was beating every second-year bully. The boss realized his own reputation would be completely stolen by Seong-ho stepped forward enough. Now I'll be your opponent. Honestly, I respect your strength, but trying to beat us all single-handedly is just an insult. Kim Jun-sung ziplit gon li. That's exactly what I want. To humiliate all of you furious. Bae Song-ho threw a punch this time Kim Yon-sung didn't dodge. He countered with a punch of his own. Bae Song-ho struck again. To his shock, Kim Yon-sung actually started laughing. The two traded blow for blow. Bae Seung-go never expected his opponent to go toe-to-toe with him. Didn't Kim Yon-sung realize the difference in their size? Bae Song-ho began to tire. But he knew giving up would earn the entire school's scorn. When would this guy stop? Kim Yon-sung landed a punch directly on his front teeth. The sharp pain made Bae Song-ho feel dizzy. But Kim Yon-sung didn't let up. He grabbed his opponent's hair. He slammed Bae Song-ho's face down with all his might, seeing Bae Song-ho collapse unconscious. The other lackeys were too scared to move. Kim Yon-sung told them, "Don't just stand there. Go get Shin Young-min now." When Shin Young-min heard that Kim Yon-sung had beaten up all the second years, he ordered his followers to proceed as planned. Kim Yon-sung had injured so many people no matter how much the principal liked him, there was no way to cover it up. Soon students ran to the office to alert the teachers, while others called the police directly. Not long after, the principal received a call from the Education Bureau. No less. Shin Young-min thought that with all this commotion, Kim Yun-sung couldn't possibly avoid punishment. But everything turned out differently than he'd expected. After speaking to the Education Bureau, the principal brushed off the incident. With just a few words, the teachers dismissed the students' complaints as nonsense. The police even warned them that filing a false report would get them into trouble. Shin Young-min's plan had failed. He cursed furiously, "A bunch of scum. How are they even allowed to be teachers? And the cops won't even bother to check. They just call it a false alarm. Fine. I'll take care of Kim Yon-sung myself with my own hands." Just then his phone rang. As soon as he answered, his father's furious voice exploded. "You little bastard, are you trying to pick a fight with someone named Kim Yong-sung? Don't you dare touch him if you do. Our whole family is finished." It turned out Shin Young-min's father had racked up a huge amount of high-interest debt. Go Chong-bae-yum had tracked down the loan company, claiming Myong-jin Construction had a few small projects coming up and wanted their company involved. The loan sharks were thrilled at the prospect of working with Myong-jin Construction. Go Chong-bae-yum then asked them to hand over Shin Young-min's father's loan contracts. Shin Young-min was livid. He knew it had to be Kim Yon-sung, that sly fox threatening his father. Just then, another voice came on the line. "Hello, Shin Young-min. This is Go Chong-bae-yum. Listen closely. Your house will soon be seized, and you'll be left with a mountain of debt. All of that debt will be transferred to you. Don't even think about refusing your inheritance. The loan sharks won't let you off. From this moment on, your life is over. Don't say I didn't give you a way out. If you're willing to let Kim Yon-sung beat you to a pulp, and make sure no one notices you're letting him, you might get a break." Shin Young-min protested. "That's so dirty." Go Chang-bae-yum snapped back. "Are you stupid? This is a fight. Nothing else matters. Winners make the rules. Remember, I always keep my promises." When the students saw Shin Young-min show up, everyone anticipated a good show. Kim Yon-sung grinned wickedly. "So you finally showed up. What are you waiting for? Come on, hit me." Fuming with pent-up rage and under threat, Shin Young-min charged at him without hesitation. To his surprise, Kim Yong-sung just stood there unmoving. At the last second, Shin Young-min pulled back his punch. After all, Go Chong-bae-yum had warned him, "If you leave so much as a scratch on Kim Yon-sung's face, you're finished." Kim Yon-sung taunted him. "You got my call, didn't you? Then he landed a punch right on Shin Young-min's face. Did he tell you not to lose too obviously? Well, that's not what I want. You have two choices. Either kneel like an idiot and beg me, or stake your whole life on this. Hang on to your pride, and fight me with everything you've got. Kim Yon-sung already knew which option Shin Young-min would choose. If there hadn't been so many classmates watching, maybe Shin Young-min could have held back. But at his age, with everyone's eyes on him, there was no way he'd stay rational. Shin Young-min had already decided to go all out. No matter the cost, Kim Yon-sung, however, had done his homework. He had watched all of Shin Young-min's amateur fighting videos and analyzed his moves with Young Do-ju. Together, they discovered several tells. When Shin got excited, he would expose his face. His counterattack was always a left hook. Whenever his footwork grew bigger, it meant he was trying to end the fight quickly, channeling all his strength into one punch. That was the best time to strike back. Kim Yon-sung dodged to the side, then landed a heavy punch squarely on his face. The students watching could hardly believe what they were seeing. Kim Yon-sung locked his legs around Shin Young-min's shoulders, twisted his arms, and pulled up with all his strength. The sound of bones snapping and Shin's screams echoed across the campus. Crowd broke into a cold sweat, terrified by the demonic display from Kim Yon-sung. Regardless, he had proven his strength to the entire school. Both Kim Yon-sung and his ally, Kim Si-woo, had beaten the bullies to a pulp. Still, Kim Si-woo worried for Han-sung. As Han-sung had broken Shin Young-min's arm, Kim Yon-sung brushed off his concerns. Don't worry, even though everyone saw it. Nobody is going to speak up. This world doesn't have sympathy for the weak. At that moment, the homeroom teacher walked silently past them. He cursed Kim Yon-sung 1,000 times in his heart. This kid was insane after such a disaster. How was he supposed to clean it up? But for now, all he could do was help Kim Yon-sung. Neither Myung-jin Construction nor the principal were people he could afford to cross, so he warned Shin Young-min first of all. Your arm was broken in a fall, and it has nothing to do with Kim Hyun-sung. If anyone tries to drag Han-sung down, all your dirty laundry will be aired for everyone to see. Shin Young-min shot back. How can you act like this? As a teacher, shouldn't you be worried about a student's health first? The homeroom teacher snarled. Why, I turned a blind eye for you before. Did you remember I was a teacher? I haven't changed, not then or now. So you better listen to me. You know I always keep my word. Meanwhile, local Golden Circle boss Kong Tae-gu was being punished. He begged for one more chance, promising he would succeed this time, even if it meant stabbing Han-sung with a knife. The middleman said coldly, Don't you understand the basic rules of this circle? We're supposed to use school bullying to satisfy the client, perfectly hiding their identity. That's the Golden Circle style. If you expose our secret, can you bear the consequences? He added, this Kim Yon-sung is something, but at the end of the day, he is just a small fry. A week later, as soon as Shin Young-min got out of the hospital, he received some news. Kim Yon-sung said, If you tell me who really hired you, I'll let you off here. Shin Young-min hadn't expected Han-sung's revenge to continue. Kong Tae-gu had only sent a single terse message. The commission was over, nothing more. Shin Young-min felt a surge of desperation. If you want to punish me, do it now. I'm sick of living in fear every day. Both men terrified Shin Young-min. He arrived home to find the place a wreck. His father, seeing him, immediately started beating him. Didn't I tell you to stay away from that Kim Yon-sung kid? Now our family is finished. This is all your fault, even if you want to be a bastard. Know your limits. I've destroyed everything I worked so hard to build. For the first time, Shin Young-min felt true fear. He couldn't believe this was happening. How could a single student destroy his family? At that moment, his phone rang. It was Kim Yon-sung calling. Before long, Shin Young-min was kneeling on the ground, begging for forgiveness. I shouldn't have taken a Golden Circle's job. I thought too highly of myself. I truly want to tell you who hired me, but I'm just a nobody. I honestly don't know. Please just let me off this time. I'll even be your underling if you want. Kim Yon-sung replied, Why should I forgive you? I warned you long ago, don't touch anyone close to me. Yet you still let your lackeys act. If you make a mistake, you pay the consequences. I do believe you genuinely don't know who the client is. The Golden Circle would never trust a small fry like you with that kind of information. Still, since you're begging so pitifully, I'll give you a chance from now on. All you have to do is survive for 1 month. Show me your sincerity, and perhaps I'll consider forgiving you. But I won't tell you what exactly you have to endure. You'll just have to find out for yourself. The next day, the entire class was laughing at Shin Young-min. What a disgrace. Showing his face at school after all that. The class muttered look at him, still calling himself a boss. But when Shin Young-min glared back at them, they all quickly fell silent afraid. If this was all Kim Yeon-sung had in mind, Shin Young-min figured he could endure it for a month. After that, he could settle scores and restore his reputation. Then he noticed even the class coward was staring at him. He thought how the mighty have fallen. Even a loser like Han Young-hoon dares to look me in the eye now. Shin Young-min forced himself to hold back. Just endure it. But Han Young-hoon marched straight up to him and dumped an entire carton of milk over his head. Shin Young-min was about to explode. But Han Young-hoon said, "Do you know Kim Yeon-sung? He told us we could treat you this way. How does it feel a few days earlier?" Kim Yeon-sung had gathered his classmates and listed all the things Shin Young-min had done to him over the years. If I hadn't beaten him, I wouldn't be standing here now. So from now on, I'm going to punish him for the next month. No matter how you bully Shin Young-min. He won't fight back, of course. I'm not forcing anyone if none of you want to join in. Then Shin Young-min will graduate smoothly and without trouble, but those of you he's bullied will carry those scars for life. Remember, in this world, no one else can fight your battles for you. Those words struck a deep chord in Han Myung-hoon's heart. Once just making eye contact with Shin Young-min had gotten him targeted at school. He'd been nothing more than a toy for others' amusement. He'd always told himself he'd be free after graduation. But suddenly he wondered, would Shin Young-min even remember him after graduation? Would he feel a shred of guilt even for a second? The answer was obvious, of course not. Try to fill the holes in his heart. Han Myung-hoon realized he had to take action himself. At that moment, he finally believed Kim Yeon-sung's words. Sure enough, Shin Young-min didn't dare fight back. Han Young-hoon sneered, "Idiot. How does it feel to be beaten by someone like me?" "Feels pretty good to me." He spat into Shin Young-min's bowl. "Do you remember you used to do this to me? Remember what you said back then? I'll never forget you made me eat every last bite." You bastard, with Han Myung-hoon leading the way. More and more, classmates began to take revenge on Shin Young-min. Some mocked him, mimicking his old insults. Others tripped him at the bathroom door. Shin Young-min had done the same to nearly everyone before. No sooner had he left the restroom than someone whacked him with a bottle. All the students he'd bullied joined forces to surround him. He was like a cornered rat, and not a single person pitied him. He desperately wanted to lash out and destroy them all. But the memory of Kim Yeon-sung's terrifying gaze sent a chill down his spine. Just endure it, he told himself. 1 month, that's all. Just wait for the day Kim Yeon-sung lets me go. Meanwhile, Kim Yeon-sung was still searching for the mastermind behind everything. He had narrowed it down to 4 suspects, but couldn't yet pinpoint the real culprit. He told himself not to rush. He needed to focus on the target. Directly in front of him to Kim Yeon-sung, who was kicking and punching Shin Young-min. And the teachers who pretended nothing was happening were all cut from the same cloth. Thanks to their own actions, his next plan could now begin. Soon Shin Young-min received a text message. "As long as you follow my instructions, you'll never be bullied again." Felt like a lifeline, and he agreed immediately. But Kim Yeon-sung just sneered. How could you even dare accept that? That night, Shin Young-min arrived at a convenience store entrance. After struggling with himself for a long time, he put on a mask and a hat. The store clerk inside was none other than Park Min-chul, the former school bully who had tormented Kim Yeon-sung. Eventually dropped out. Shin Young-min walked in without a word, grabbed Park Min-chul by the hair, and slammed his head down hard onto the counter. Park Min-chul asked nervously, "Are you trying to rob me?" Shin Young-min ignored him and punched him again. At that moment, Park Min-chul realized the guy looked familiar, even with the mask, that hair. And those eyes were obviously Shin Young-min's. The other two who had dropped out after bullying Kim Yun-sung, were also beaten up by him. They couldn't understand why Shin Young-min was now coming after them. One of them wanted to call the police, but Park Min-chul stopped him. This guy is crazy. If we provoke him, we'll only get into more trouble. Let's just consider this bad luck. If we ever see him again, pretend we don't recognize him. Just then a familiar voice came from the side. So all the little thugs have gathered here. I assume you know. It was me who did this to you yesterday. Park Min-chul asked, why are you doing this? We never did anything to you. Shin Young-min replied, because Kim Yun-sung caught me by the leash. As long as I make you guys live in hell for a month, he'll let me off. Do you know what that means? With that, Shin Young-min charged at them. Sorry guys, if you don't go to hell, it's my turn. As he beat them, he said, don't blame me, you brought this on yourselves. One of them protested, why are we the ones paying for it? That sent Shin Young-min into a rage. You still don't get what you did wrong. If you'd handled him back then, I wouldn't be the one getting bullied now. And now you dare fight back. Have you forgotten who I am? I'm Shin Young-min, the king of the school. If I can't have a good life, then nobody gets one, just as it seemed. Shin Young-min was seriously going to kill them. Park Min-chul, driven to desperation, grabbed a knife and stabbed him from behind. You've gone too far. We already dropped out and are working because of you. Why are you still after us? At that moment, Shin Young-min finally understood Kim Yun-sung's true purpose. He wanted them to destroy each other, to tear themselves apart, without him even lifting a finger. The next day, news that Young-min had been stabbed spread throughout the school. What surprised the students most was that the culprit was Park Min-chul. Not only did both of them admit to everything, they even begged to be sent to jail as soon as possible. They said they never wanted to stay in Decent City again, but Kim Yun-sung wasn't done with them yet. He told Go Chang-bae-yum, when these four get out of prison, make sure they go right back in. I don't want them to live a single normal day in this society. Go Chang-bae-yum was shocked. This guy was even scarier than him. I never want to be your enemy. I've been working at the bottom for a month now. Just as you instructed, I haven't gotten anything out of it yet. I don't have the patience to climb my way up. Step by step, Kim Yun-sung urged him to stick it out a little longer. Just do as I say. Back when Kim Yun-sung was incapacitated, the real estate industry was booming. Unfortunately, a fatal accident occurred at one of Myeongjin construction sites. A worker was struck by falling rebar. People wanted to call the police and an ambulance, but the foreman stopped them. He didn't want any delays that might disrupt the schedule, so the foreman insisted on reporting up the chain before taking any action. It wasn't until 2 hours later that the worker was finally taken to the hospital. By the time his son arrived, his father was already dead. The real estate company refused to classify it as a workplace injury or pay any compensation. This caused a massive hit to Myeongjin Construction's reputation. At that time, Go Chang-bae-yum was wandering around the site, unaware that he was about to face the turning point of his life. He was itching to go to a bar instead, but he knew Kim Yun-sung wouldn't have sent him there without a reason. Watching Kim Yun-sung deal with all those school bullies, Zoditzi's Ifli Go Chang-bae-yum couldn't help but imagine his own brother, Go Chang-suk's, suffering a similar fate. Suddenly a loud crash rang out outside. Go Chang-bae-yum rushed out to investigate. There had been a collapse during a concrete pour. The foreman reported, at least 5 or 6 people are trapped inside. But don't worry, sir. I'll contact headquarters right away and keep everything under wraps so word doesn't leak out. Go Chang-bae-yum grabbed him by the collar. Do you have any idea how serious this is? Go Chang-bae-yum was shaken inside. Kim Yun-sung had told him, if you ever face a major accident at the bottom, don't worry about short-term losses. The workers' lives come first. Go Chang-bae-yum ordered him to call an ambulance. Immediately, the foreman protested. If word gets out, there will be delays and losses. Who will cover those? Go Chang-bae-yum replied forcefully. I'm in charge now. Get every rescue team here and do everything you can to save the trapped workers. I'll take full responsibility for the consequences. He then demanded to know why the accident had happened. A worker in a white helmet stepped forward to explain. Speed up construction. The crew pulled out the supports before the concrete had set. As a result, the rebar didn't bond at all. causing the collapse. If we had waited for it to cure properly, none of this would have happened. Go Changbeom asked, "Why are you telling me this?" The worker replied, "I want to know if you care. Will you take responsibility for what happened?" Go Changbeom's answer took him by surprise. What could be more important than a human life? Even if this building faces problems in the future, the only thing that matters right now is saving lives. If you have time to talk, use it to get the rescue team back on the line. Thanks to the timely rescue, most of the construction workers escaped with their lives, however. The company assistant remained very worried. Several online media outlets had reported on the accident from a negative angle. Headquarters could no longer stop the news from spreading. Go Changbeom, though, seemed unconcerned. "So what do we do now?" The assistant looked at him in shock. "Didn't you already have a plan when you decided to save those people?" "Plan what plan?" "I only called in the rescue teams because I didn't want anyone to die." Soon his father called. The assistant asked why he wasn't answering. Go Changbeom replied, "Don't worry about it." Once his father's calls finally ceased, Go Changbeom quickly reached out to Kim Yun-sung for instructions on what to do next. When he got home, his younger brother Go Chang-seok began berating him. "How could you act on your own without reporting to the higher UPS? Human lives are important, but you've ruined our company's reputation. Did you ever consider how much this would cost us if we can't sell our properties in the future? Can you take responsibility for that?" Their father added, "Because you called for rescue." The journalist got to the scene right away. "So what's your plan for handling this?" Earlier on the phone, Kim Yun-sung had told him, "Your father cares deeply about construction quality, but now there has been a safety accident. How do you think he will react?" "We will face the problem head-on and solve it. So you need to follow his lead." At that moment, Go Changbeom gave a shocking answer. "Let's tear down the entire project and start over." His father scolded him sternly. "You think banks lend money for free? Interest piles up every day, not to mention what we've already invested. Developers care about profit. Do you really think that's necessary?" Go Changbeom replied, "It will cost us a fortune, but our reputation is what matters." Most recently, the news has been full of shoddy construction scandals. Real estate companies make money, but their reputations are in ruins. If we only patch up the collapsed building, no one will buy it, Go Chang-seok sneered. And who caused all this in the first place? But even that's less of a loss than rebuilding. You're wrong, Go Changbeom said. We can't just focus on the money. We need to rebuild our reputation by constructing high-quality properties. Currently, only one building has collapsed. If we admit fault and demonstrate our strict commitment to quality, our reputation will eventually recover. This will become the foundation of Myeong-jin construction. Go Chang-seok mocked him. Are you some kind of idealist? Our company is about profit, not ideals. Just then, their father smiled in satisfaction. My eldest son has finally woken up. What frustrates me most about this accident isn't that the news got out. It's that we made such a basic, disgraceful mistake in our construction. Such a low-level error only ruins our reputation. Houses are for people to live in. Safety is the most important thing. Changbeom, you did well this time. I thought you'd become a useless playboy, but you're starting to remind me of myself. Keep it up, and I'll be able to entrust the family business to you." Hearing this, Go Chang-seok nearly ground his teeth to dust. Afterward, Go Changbeom turned to Kim Yun-sung for advice. Although his father told him to keep it up, Go Changbeom had no idea what to do next. Kim Yun-sung told him first, take care of the victims of the accident. The first group includes people who had already bought homes, promised to cover their mortgage interest due to the construction delay, and lower the sale price. Their complaints will soon disappear. The second group consists of the injured workers. Approach them sincerely and take care of all their needs. Make them feel that being a Myeong-jin construction worker is something to be proud of. Following this advice, Go Changbeom not only gave them generous compensation, but he also promised to assign them to important positions at headquarters once they recovered. The workers' families were moved to tears. Through all this, Gokkenbyam learned a lot. He told his assistant, I used to see this company as nothing but a money-making machine. I just wanted to finish buildings, and sell them as fast as possible. But now, I see how many people devote everything to this job. They want to support their families, and they spend their life savings to buy our homes. I used to take my position for granted, living only for pleasure from now on. I can't live that way anymore. The assistant hadn't expected the young master to change so much. It felt a bit strange suddenly. Someone shouted, "Why are you smoking here? Put it out right now." Go Chang-byun instantly reverted to his old ways. There goes my serious mood. Get lost, or I'll smash up the whole hospital. Hangsto Kim Jong Sungsha Gidan. Go Chang-byun not only won his father's approval, but also earned the heartfelt gratitude of the workers, someone who had always been arrogant and brash. The praise took some getting used to. This was especially true when one of the workers' families even brought him homemade snacks. Go-chan Byun complained that it made him uncomfortable, but he ate heartily nonetheless. Just then a subordinate came running. "Sir, there's a visitor for you," they said. "It's a TV crew and headquarters has already approved it," Go Chang-byun replied. "Then show them around for the shoot." But the worker replied, "They want to interview you." This caught Go Chang-byun completely off guard. Had he done something wrong? At that moment, Go Chang-byun's father was watching the news report. Myung Jean Construction's decision to rebuild the complex shocked everyone. While this decision would increase the company's losses, it also demonstrated their commitment to quality. Next came the interview with Go Chang-byun. "We've heard you say that human life matters more than monetary loss. Not only that, you've taken responsibility for the accident by ordering a complete rebuild. Why did you make such an unusual decision?" Go Chang-byun answered, "I was simply following my father's teachings. Since I was young, he always told us that our work isn't just about making money, but about building a family business that must be carried on for a lifetime." Just then his father's phone rang. On the other end, someone praised him for raising such an outstanding eldest son. Expressed interest in introducing their daughter to Go Chang-byun right after. A marriage agency called, hoping to arrange meetings with the daughters of judges and prosecutors. His father, of course, refused. When he had reached out to them, before they had turned him down, he told his secretary, "From now on, you don't need to forward any more matchmaking calls." And he asked her about the company's situation. She replied, "Many companies and agencies are eager to sign contracts with us now. These include several office buildings for S Group, 3,000 units of redevelopment in Gangnam, and a new city project in Gangbuk. Even Daesan City called. They want to finalize the 5,000-unit residential project we discussed and hope to announce the construction schedule before next year." This is exactly the opportunity the chairman has been waiting for. Not long after Go Chang-byun received stunning news, the chairman was appointing him as an executive director of Myong Jean Construction. Suddenly all eyes were on him with respect. It felt like a dream normally. These people had looked at him as nothing more than a spoiled brat. More than that, most of them had always been supporters of his brother. Go Chang-syok, his father, then told him to get involved in the Daesan City project. As well, it's a little early, but you'll learn a lot in the process. Go Chang-byun bowed deeply. "I look forward to working with everyone soon." Kim Yun-sung heard the news. It left him a little unsettled. Things were moving much faster than he had expected. Go Chang-byun's involvement in the project was supposed to come later. Go Chang-byun was supposed to use this accident to secure his position. Instead, Chairman Go Myung-jin had immediately promoted him to executive director. This unforeseen development caught Kim Yun-sung off guard. He realized he would need to predict every variable with even more precision from now on. He couldn't afford a single mistake. That was when a luxury car pulled onto the school grounds. Kim Yun-sung recognized it as Go Chang-byun's. But why was he coming? He hadn't mentioned anything about this in his messages. Go Chang-byun went straight to the principal's office. "I'm here to thank you for looking after my brother these past few months." The principal put on his most sincere smile. "I was only doing my duty as an educator." Go Chang-byun replied, "Even so, I like to show my appreciation. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. So I'm giving your school a new gymnasium. It's the latest model with an indoor swimming pool." The principal was overjoyed. A state-of-the-art gym was the hallmark of a top school. He immediately began flattering Go Changbyung, promising that the whole school would support Kim Yun-sung unconditionally. In the future, then Go Changbyun said, "Could you call someone else in for me? I mean Kim Yun-sung's homeroom teacher." Lately, rumors have been spreading that the teacher had taken bribes, all because he'd publicly disciplined Shin Young-min. Go Changbyum told him, "Don't worry about what others say. You chose to stand with me, so I'll make sure you rise through the ranks here. I hear you like to relax after work at the bar. I've already arranged things with the city's biggest club. Bring your friends, and the tab goes on my account. I've also prepared a creative vitamin drink. Stuffed with cash, don't forget to take it home with you. From now on, remember, the one backing you isn't just some rich parent, but the most powerful successor in all of Daesun City." Once everything was settled, Go Changbyum met Kim Yun-sung face to face. "If you want to help me become chairman, you'll need my power sooner or later. So let's work together and give each other as much support as we can. If you need anything right now, just say the word whatever it is. I'll make it happen for you." Kim Yun-sung didn't hold back, directly asking, "How much money are you willing to spend for me?" Not long after, the homeroom teacher announced a major piece of news. Myeong-jin Construction had invested a huge sum in the school. As a result, the school would award a 10 million won scholarship fund. Any student who paid attention in class and showed real potential would be eligible to receive a portion. The moment students heard about the 10 million and won, their faces lit up with anticipation. But when the teacher announced that the first scholarship recipient was Kim Jun-sung Di Sapon, swept across the room, everyone knew that Kim Yun-sung's guardian was the eldest son of Myeong-jin Construction. Many students wondered why bother with such theatrics. They might as well just hand in the money. This sentiment grew stronger when the teacher then named Kim Si-woo as the second recipient. Now everyone was convinced there was something fishy going on. Kim Yun-sung had Myeong-jin Construction behind him, and he'd also topped the midterms. But what did Kim Si-woo have to offer? How did he deserve a scholarship? Was it just because he was Heinzong's friend? Soon rumors began swirling about Kim Yun-sung's connection to Myeong-jin Construction. Some whispered, could he be the chairman's illegitimate son? The student who said it instantly turned pale. He tried to slip away quietly, only to find Kim Yun-sung waiting for him, just around the corner, having overheard every word. Heinzong crooked a finger, beckoning him over the student, who turned out to be Jo Jae-in, known as the school's loudspeaker, broke out in a cold sweat, already imagining the worst. But Heinzong didn't beat him up. Heinzong then said to Jajin, "No need to be scared as long as you do me a favor. You'll be safe, yes. The scholarship selection is unfair, but you should know there's no limit to the number of recipients. Anyone could win one, even someone with grades as bad as yours. So I want you to spread this message to every student and add one more detail." The next day, all sorts of rumors were flying around school. Supposedly, Myeong-jin Construction scholarship existed to reward those close to Kim Yun-sung. The new rumor claimed that only Kim Si-woo had stood up for him in the past, which is why he received the scholarship. The scholarship had no cap on recipients. Anyone who stood with Kim Yun-sung could receive. One word was, he planned to use the school as a base to wipe out every school bully in Decent City. Rumor also had it that he would welcome any student willing to help him, regardless of past grievances. Most students took the gossip with a grain of salt. However, second-year boss Bae Song-ho took it seriously, hoping he could get a scholarship just like Kim Se-woo. If Kim Yun-sung needed muscle, Bae Song-ho was more than up for the job. Privately, Bae Song-ho sought out Jo Jae-in to get the truth. Jo replied, "I'm only telling this to you. Kim Yun-sung wants to turn this school into his kingdom, then use it as a base to sweep aside all the surrounding schools. If someone can step up and show their strength and loyalty now, Kim Yun-sung will definitely reward them." Bae Song-ho knew there was a lot of money at stake, but he worried Kim Yun-sung wouldn't accept someone who had once defied him still. He decided to give it a shot. The money was too important to pass up. He nervously approached Kim Yoon-sung. "Do you have a moment?" Kim Yoon-sung agreed right away, which made Bae Sung-ho even more anxious. Bae Seung-go quickly apologized for what happened before, but Kim Yoon-sung told him to get to the point. Bae Sung-ho stated he really needed money. "If you want someone strong and obedient, why not consider me? I won't let you down." Kim Yoon-sung vet, but said there would be a test first. Soon after, Bae Sung-ho gathered all the third-year school bullies. They assumed he was trying to take Shin Young-min's place as boss, and were ready to put him in his place. But when Bae Yong-ho showed up, everyone saw his face was swollen like a pig's head. He told them, "Listen up. All you third years from today, I'm Kim Yoon-sung's man. If anyone doesn't want to join him, raise your hand, but if you do, I'll beat you so bad, you won't be able to take care of yourself. What I need right now is a loyal dog. Do what I say and take whatever reward I give you." It hurts, sure, but when I saw that transfer hit my account, it was all worth it. Kim Yoon-sung promised me. "As my dog, you'll get another scholarship tomorrow. Stay loyal, and I'll keep rewarding you. But if you ever turn on your master, I'll tear you to pieces." Bae Sung-ho wondered if he had lost all dignity. He was being treated like a dog. But he had no choice. 5 million. One was more than he could ever earn with his fists in his entire life. Next, Bae Sung-ho called all the third-year bullies together. He announced that from now on, everyone had to follow Kim Yoon-sung. The third years were unconvinced. Bae Sung-ho used his fists to change their minds. "Don't think I've always been obedient because I was afraid of you. It was only because of that monster, Shin Young-min. Now that he's gone, you'd better think twice about your own strength. Remember this from now on. Kim Yoon-sung is our god. You do whatever he says. Anyone who resists, I'll personally send them to hell. And one more thing. It's true that sucking up to Kim Yoon-sung will get you a scholarship. So from now on, you'd better worship our god unconditionally. He'll never be stingy with his rewards." The next day, when Park Jin-woo heard about this, he thought Bae Sung-ho had lost his mind. He had offended Kim Yoon-sung before, and now he had turned into his obedient dog. And there's no way Kim Yoon-sung would just hand over that much money. Right away then, he noticed a crowd of students gathered around the bulletin board. To his shock, it announced that Bae Sang-ho was a scholarship recipient. Park Jin-woo broke out in a cold sweat. What exactly was Kim Yoon-sung's relationship with Myung-jin Construction? It made sense for Bae Sang-ho. But why did that loudmouth Jo Jae-in get a scholarship? To Jo Jae-in told him, "I just did what Kim Yoon-sung asked, and I got a scholarship. Let me give you some advice. Be careful from now on, and don't ever cross Kim Yoon-sung, or you'll end up just like Shin Young-min." Park Jin-woo couldn't believe it. Kim Yoon-sung really was turning Chunil-hai into his own kingdom. How was he supposed to have a peaceful school life now, with the situation changing fast? The Golden Circle's client was unhappy. "I heard Golden Circle was supposed to be the best. That's why I hired you. If you can't get rid of Kim Yoon-sung, I'm telling the other members, you're all hype and no results." The middleman replied confidently, "Don't worry, this time we're sure to succeed." The Golden Circle had sent their assassin, Choi Tae-jun. He was to transfer into Chanel High, specifically to eliminate Kim Yoon-sung. Initially, the principal was reluctant to accept him. However, the city's education director had personally requested the transfer. Shuichi Yoon-klimt. The director was a friend of his father's, but the principal didn't believe him for a second. Such a forced transfer would be grounds for disciplinary action if reported. So why were they risking it? Was Choi Tae-jun truly a mercenary from the Golden Circle? The principal decided, even if he is, I won't let him run wild here. He then warned Choi Tae-jun, "Chanel High is a prestigious school. If you break the rules, I don't care. If your father is friends with the education director, I won't go easy on you." Choi Tae-jun merely sneered at the threat. Upon arriving in his new class, he encountered an old acquaintance, Park Jin-woo. 6 months prior, when Choi Tae-jun first joined the Golden Circle, he had tried to establish connections, but dismissed Park Jin-woo as useless. Now he realized he could use Park Jin-woo to gather information about the school. Park Jin-woo remarked that the school wasn't particularly special. However, he warned Choi Tae-jun about one thing. There's this guy Kim Yun-sung. Whatever you do, don't mess with him. He's not only skilled at fighting, but he also has powerful connections. Choi Tae-jun mocked him. Didn't you say you were the boss here? Why are you so scared of him? Park Jin-woo replied awkwardly. Just trust me, stay away from him. The Golden Circle had assigned Choi Tae-jun a mission, force Kim Yun-sung to drop out within 6 months. To Choi Tae-jun, this sounded easy. All he had to do was relentlessly bully Kim Yun-sung until school became a nightmare. His plan was to first beat up Hainzong, then incite everyone to ostracize him. He believed he wouldn't even need 6 months. 1 month would be sufficient. His confidence wasn't unfounded. Within the Golden Circle, an S rank was nearly impossible to achieve nationwide, and a rank was reserved for the top 1%. Even a B rank indicated an individual was already above the national average, despite being only a first year. Choi Tae-jun had achieved a B rank in their testing. He asked Park Jin-woo to show him Hainzong's classroom. Unfortunately, Kim Yun-sung happened to be there. Park Jin-woo felt a surge of dread. Choi Tae-jun immediately tried to pick a fight. Hey asshole, what are you staring at? Park Jin-woo's face went white with fear. Kim Yun-sung replied, that's a bit obvious. Don't you think I wasn't even looking at you? Are you just trying to pick a fight with me? You'd better think carefully about whether you can handle the consequences. Before Choi Tae-jun could answer, someone punched him. Choi Tae-jun was completely stunned. Park Jin-woo was kneeling on the floor, begging for forgiveness. I didn't mean anything by bringing him here. He's the one who started it. Please just let me off this time. Choi Tae-jun was bewildered. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Ever since Bae Seon-ho publicly declared his loyalty to Kim Yun-sung, the atmosphere at Chunil High had changed dramatically now. If anyone so much as spoke ill of Kim Yun-sung behind his back, Bae Seon-ho would immediately show up with his crew for a friendly visit. Surprisingly, the students didn't resent this change. In fact, they rather enjoyed it. After all, back when Shin Young-min ruled the school, violence and bullying were everywhere. But ever since Bae Seon-ho received his scholarship and became Chun-ho's guard dog, the bullies who preyed on the weak were finally being dealt with. The school experienced a long-lost peace. Now, however, Choi Tae-jun stepped forward, openly challenging the new godfather of peace. Park Jin-woo immediately sensed trouble and frantically dropped to his knees. Gedzing Kim Jun-sung fa met si. Choi Tae-jun looked at him in confusion. I thought we were friends, and you stabbed me in the back. But Park Jin-woo snapped back, threatening Choi, you're just a transfer student. How dare you mess with Yin-sung? But when it came to blows, Park Jin-woo was no match. Shui Tse-yoon used Smeagol. Did you forget who I am? I took on the entire wrestling team by myself, and got scouted by Golden Circle before I even graduated you. Who goes down in 3 punches? Dare to mess with me meanwhile. Kim Yun-sung watched the scene with amusement. Now, this is entertaining. Choi Tae-jun hadn't expected such arrogance and sneered. You're not leaving this school alive today. But just then the bell rang. Choi Tae-jun could only toss out a threat. Don't run after school, I hold grudges. Once inside, Choi Tae-jun noticed the atmosphere was off. Students kept shooting him dirty looks. No one would talk to him during group work. Even when the teacher tried to assign groups, everyone objected. He was completely baffled by what was going on in their heads. After class, he cornered a bespectacled student who looked like an easy target. He hoped to make an example out of someone. But before he got the chance, Bae Seon-ho burst in with his crew. Where's the transfer? Show yourself. At Chunil, nobody lays a hand on Kim Yun-sung. Choi Tae-jun finally lost his patience. What is with these people? Did the whole school get brainwashed or something? Why are they all protecting Yun-sung? Bae Seon-ho charged and swinging, but Choi Tae-jun knocked him away with a single sharp elbow. Surprisingly, Bae Seon-ho bounced back like an unkillable cockroach. Choi Tae-jun was truly pissed off. He just couldn't understand why everyone stood up for Kim Yun-sung. Even after taking a heavy blow, Bae Seon-ho refused to stay down. Choi Tae-jun wondered if he'd missed. Fine, have another. He grabbed Bae's head and smashed it into a desk, finally putting him out. He thought this would serve as a warning to the others. But unexpectedly, the onlookers all rushed him at once. Choi Tae-jun was speechless. Wasn't one-on-one fighting supposed to be the rule? But these guys shamelessly ganged up on him, cowards. Even if you all attack, it won't matter. Yet there were sneak attacks from behind as well. Choi Tae-jun roared. You'd rather lose your dignity than lose a fight. Is it just you left now? But as soon as he finished, 3 more guys jumped in. Someone shouted he knocked out Bae-si and Ho. We have to gang up or we're doomed. Choi Tae-jun sneered, bring it on. I'll take you all at once. Just then Bae-si and Ho got back up yet again. Choi advised, just stay down. Why are you so loyal to a first year? Bae-si and Ho answered, don't talk to me about loyalty. That's not, it turns out. After beating up the third-year bullies, he had received a generous red envelope from Go Chong. That night he thought, if I beat up Golden Circle guys, will the reward be even bigger? And even if he lost, the big boss wouldn't mind. Bae-si and Ho told everyone, this guy is even scarier than Shin Youngmin. We might not win, but even so, we can't back down otherwise. Yun Song will be disappointed. In truth, being Yun Song's punching bag had already earned him 5 million won, plus a 10 million won scholarship, plus a million won in pocket money. With that kind of cash in just a few days, how could he ever give up on Yan Sung? A Shanho LED 10 second years into the fray, but they still weren't a match for Choi Tae-jun. This brawl made Choi Tae-jun hate the school. From his very first day, this place was like a cult. Normally, when someone lost a fight, it was over, but these guys fought like maniacs, never letting up. If there were any more crazies like this, he'd really be in trouble. Choi Tae-jun thought to himself, this guy has turned the school into a fortress. If that's the case, I'll just have to go all out and break through. As long as I break one of Kim Yansung's arms, the middleman can report a success up the chain. As soon as Choi Tae-jun walked out of the classroom, someone deliberately bumped into him. It was none other than Kim Yong-sung's homeroom teacher. It looked like he planned to deal with Choi Tae-jun. Personally, it turned out the teacher had already been briefed by Park Jin-woo. He asked Kim Yoon-sung, say, what to do next. Park Jin-woo replied, he said to handle it however we saw fit. That left the homeroom teacher in a bind. But no matter what, he couldn't let Choi Tae-jun off easy. Maybe this is my chance to prove my worth and get closer to him, he thought so. He decided to give Choi Tae-jun a lesson. He wouldn't forget he called Choi into the office and slapped him across the face. Choi Tae-jun was furious. What gives you the right? You think teachers can just hit whoever they want? You'll never teach again. I'll make sure you're fired. The homeroom teacher sneered. You really don't get it, do you? On your first day, you sent classmates to the hospital, beat up the upperclassmen, and scared your whole class out of their wits. And now you threaten a teacher. Go call that influential friend of your father's, and have him sue me if you dare. You think you can get me fired? Dream on, I've seen plenty like you. No matter what you do, nobody will believe you. No one in this office will testify for you. Without evidence, I can do whatever I want to you in here. This punch is for Park Jin-woo. This one for Bae Sung-ho. And this slap is for one of the second years. That night, Choi called the middleman to vent. Everyone at Chunil High is crazy. The teachers and students are all out of their minds. I can't take this alone, the middleman hadn't expected the situation to escalate so quickly. Failure would mean his own downfall. He tried to comfort Choi, telling him to lay low while he devised a solution. Then the middleman rushed downtown to see Moon Chong-ho, the Education Bureau director. He complained that the principal was ignoring him, hoping the higher UPS could apply some pressure. Moon Chang-ho immediately phoned the Dyson education supervisor. I heard a teacher at Chunil is giving special attention to a certain student. Can you look into it? But the Dyson supervisor replied coldly, what? Why are you a city official? Meddling in Dysan's business. Don't you know that's overstepping? Moon Chong-ho shot back. Don't think I don't know. About the skeletons in your education system. If you don't cooperate, I'll blow the whistle. The Dyson supervisor then played his trump card. You know about Golden Circle, right? If you really want to fight, are you sure you'll escape unharmed? Don't push it if we fall out. It won't end well for either of us. It turned out, the Dyson supervisor was the principal's own brother. Even he was a little worried. After all, Golden Circle was no joke. Supervisor said honestly, "I'm afraid neither of us will escape punishment." The principal reassured him, "Don't worry, the real opportunity comes from my ancient construction successor, Gochang Biam. As for corruption, don't worry about being exposed. The kid we're protecting is smarter than you think. Your position is safe the next day." For the first time, Choi Tae-jun experienced what it meant to be ostracized. When the class went to PE, no one told him wherever he went. People whispered behind his back. Choi finally lost his temper. He immediately texted his crew from the city, telling them to come to Daesan. He also reached out to other schools, hoping to pressure Chunil and completely isolate Kim Yeon-sung. That day at lunch, as Choi ate, Kim Yeon-sung suddenly sat across from him. Choi thought, maybe I should just deal with him right now. Yeon-sung said, "Heard the day. Son education supervisor gave you some trouble." Choi sneered, "So you're the king of this little pond. Step outside and you're nothing." Suddenly, someone forced Choi's face into his lunch tray. "If you know I'm the king here, how dare you even show your face? Who gave you the guts to act up on my turf?" Choi was then dragged off to a secluded corner. Choi shouted, "You guys need to gang up to win. Doesn't that embarrass you?" Yeon-sung, "Remain calm, you're strong. After all, you're A-B rank assassin. If we were evenly matched, I try to beat you fair and square. But right now I can't. So I'll close the gap at him." At Yeon-sung's command, the lackeys piled onto Choi. Park Jin Woo yelled, "Move over. Let me." Choi's back was nearly broken before he could react. Bae Seon-ho's fists followed. No matter how tough Choi Tae-jun was, he couldn't fight off a crowd. He thought about focusing on just one opponent. But suddenly, Yeon-sung locked his arm in a cross-arm lock. "If you only had one arm left, I might be able to win, right?" There was a crisp crack, and Choi screamed in agony. "You're insane." Yeon-sung grabbed him. "Now you have two choices. One, finish Golden Circle's assignment as planned. But I'll take your other arm and make school hell for you. You become my guy. Pretend you completed Golden Circle's mission and act as my mole, of course." Choi refused to give in so easily. "You want me to betray Golden Circle? Dream on." At that moment, Yin-sung turned to Bae Seon-ho. "If I gave you 100 million, would you stab him if you want?" "I'll find someone else. I don't mean kill him. I'll call an ambulance right away. As long as he's left with a little injury. That's enough." The atmosphere instantly became tense. Everyone froze in shock as Yeon-sung's tone turned cold. "Think about this. How many years of part-time work would it take to save up 100 million? I can give you that now in just 3 seconds. Besides, we're just students. If anything happens, we'll just say it was a prank gone wrong. Nobody in Daesong will believe his story." Finally, Bae Seon-ho was tempted. "Didn't you say you'd reward me? As long as I do what you ask." Yeon-sung replied, coolly, "It's just business." Bae nodded, "Hold him down so I don't stab the wrong spot." Just as things were about to get serious, Choi Tae-jun panicked. "I'll take the second option." Yeon-sung stopped Bae Seon-ho just in time. "You made a good decision. I'll reward you. You're off the hook for today." Then Yeon-sung rattled off Choi Tae-jun's address and mentioned his little sister, warning, "I'm much more ruthless than you think. If anyone blocks my way, I'll spend my life making sure theirs is ruined. One last time, which will it be? Stay loyal to Golden Circle, or become my dog at last?" Choi Tae-jun was truly frightened and bowed his head. "I'll be your dog." Yeon-sung patted him on the head, like he was comforting a pet. "Smart choice, Bae." Say, Yeon-ho was a little worried. "Is it really okay to just let him go?" Yeon-sung grinned. "If he breaks our deal, he'll learn the consequences. Check your account after school. I'll transfer your reward and bring Jo Hee-jin here, but make sure nobody notices." The next day, Jo Hee-jin, nicknamed the Loudspeaker, spread the word. Kim Young-sung and Bae Hyun-ho had fallen out. Now, even if someone badmouthed Kim Yeon-sung, Bae Seon-ho wouldn't stand up for him. Everyone quickly believed it and started wavering, wondering if they should ostracize Kim Yeon-sung. But in truth, this was all part of a trap. Kim Yeon-sung had carefully prepared. He was just waiting for the big fish to bite. Meanwhile, ever since Go Chang-beom became an executive director at Myeong Jin Construction, his younger brother Go Chang-suk finally couldn't sit still. He called an emergency meeting with the top brass. At this rate, their father was likely to hand the company over to Go Chang-beom. Director Kim Ki-il saw through it instantly. I'm sure there's someone helping him behind the scenes. Someone we haven't identified yet. Your last scandal was leaked by someone, and only Go Chang-beom benefited. Now he's suddenly working his way up, from a construction sites, diligently clocking in and out. His response is to accidents on site. We're perfectly in line with the chairman's values. Could the old Go Chang-beom have pulled that off? This is no coincidence someone is pulling the strings, and that person is the key. The problem is we still don't know who this person is. We need to use every resource to uncover who is behind him. Over the next few days, Go Chang-suk had people tail his brother, but they found nothing. Go Chang-suk grew increasingly frustrated with his team. Suddenly someone noticed unusual transactions in Go Chang-beom's account. Large sums flowing to a school for scholarships, a gym, a swimming pool, and other ventures, but Go Chang-suk dismissed the clue, saying that guy always spends money recklessly. 3 years ago, he paid off a bar girl's debt and got chewed out by dad. Forget it. Don't waste any more time on those transactions. Just then, Go Chang-suk received a call from an unknown number. He didn't answer, but a text came through. I'm the one behind Go Chang-beom. I want to talk to you privately. It turned out, Go Chang-beom had already realized he was being tailed. He warned Kim Yeon-sung to be careful. I think you might be in danger. Chang-suk is probably looking for you. Kim Yeon-sung, are you scared? Chang-suk will give me even more benefits. Go Chang-beom tensed up and quickly denied it. Yeon-sung do you trust me if you do? Help me get someone else's phone number. Meanwhile, Go Chang-suk asked Kim Killian, if we find out who's behind this, what do we do? Kim replied, 2 options. Recruit them to help us bring down Go Chang-beom, or, if they refuse, eliminate them. Soon after, Go Chang-suk reached out to Kim Yeon-sung, inviting him to join his camp. He argued, Go Chang-beom only has a high school diploma, but I graduated from a top university. He used to just hang out in bars. While I've built up real experience in the company, you know as well as I do, that dad is unlikely to let him inherit. That's why you contacted me, right? Yeon-sung replied, maybe. But I have a condition. Chang-suk agreed before even hearing it. I'm ready to agree to anything you ask. Back at the company, everyone crowded around to ask about the negotiation. Chang-suk said he didn't ask for anything special, just a seat on the board. Director Kim immediately panicked. You're giving a board seat to someone you don't even know. We need to be careful. Chang-suk slammed the table. Who are you to lecture me? What did you do when I was being exposed? If a capable person wants to join us, a board seat is a small price to pay. You need to see the bigger picture. But Kim insisted it's not that simple. Myeongjin Construction values tradition. All of our executives have devoted over 20 years to this company. Chang-suk cut him off enough. That old thinking is precisely what's holding us back. If I become chairman, this place is going to change completely. Just remember this if I'm in charge. You won't lose out. Isn't that enough? Kim Ki-il felt uneasy. He had backed Chang-suk completely. But now even his own position felt unsafe. He knew Chang-suk was selfish and overbearing. Still, at least, he was more invested in the company than Chang-beom ever was. Just then, Kim Ki-il received a call from an unknown number. The caller got straight to the point. I heard about Chang-suk's decision. You're not happy about it. Are you honestly? I never wanted a board seat. I just wanted you to see the difference between Chang-suk and Chang-beom. Myeongjin Construction is all about tradition. A board seat isn't for just anyone. If Chang-suk truly understood the chairman, he wouldn't have offered it so easily. So I hope you'll support Go Chang-beom. He's not the same reckless kid. He once was. Kim shook his head. I can't betray the people I've chosen. The caller replied, it's not betrayal. I just hope your decades of work aren't thrown away. In the end, a few days later, Kim Ki-il met with Go Chang-beom and asked directly, who's helping you behind the scenes? Chang-beom just smiled. That's something I can't say. Kim didn't press instead. He reminisced you. Used to follow the chairman around construction sites. Even helped us carry bricks. One time you fell, and I nearly had a heart attack. Seeing you grow up healthy made me happy. I always had high hopes for you. But when you got older, you changed. Young Gene Construction only grew stronger, but you just partied and caused trouble. That's why I didn't think you were fit to be chairman. And I supported Chang Suk instead. Like your father, I've given everything to this company. I couldn't hand it to someone who couldn't even keep his own job. But lately you've changed. Now it doesn't matter who's helping you, as long as you deliver results. That's enough. Myong Gene Construction needs you now. I'm counting on you meanwhile. Let's return to Kim Hyun-sung. Not long ago, Hyun-sung deliberately spread the rumor that he'd fallen out with Bae SEO Ho. Choi Tae-jun then reported on the students' reactions. By then, Kim Hyun-sung had already narrowed his list of suspects down to 3. The first suspect was Eugene Young. As the top student in the first semester, she was always ahead, so Hyun-sung's presence threatened her position. The second was Lee Jin-hyung-ian. Hyun-sung had fought at the start of the semester. Despite his low profile, his family owned thousands of pyong of land. And the third was Choi Shona, whose father was a high-ranking official. Her grades had surpassed Hyun-sung's at one point this semester, before he overtook her again. Hyun-sung decided to set his trap for these 3. After several days of observation, he narrowed his focus to one person. The next day during soccer class, a girl nearby hesitated, debating whether to confess her feelings. It was Choi Shona, his main suspect. Oh Hae-ji tried to dissuade her. Kim Hyun-sung isn't the good student he used to be. If you date him, he might lead you astray. But Choi Shona replied, it was other people who messed with him first. Then, summoning her courage, she approached him. Hyun-sung smiled slightly. I have something to say to you too. Let's go somewhere private. Class was about to start, but the two still hadn't returned. Oh Hae-ji grew worried suddenly. She received a text from Choi Shona asking for help. It turned out Hyun-sung had brought her to the equipment storage room. Shona was a little nervous at first, but she kept reassuring herself. Hyun-sung was a good student. She thought he would never cross the line. Unexpectedly, he locked the door behind them. He asked, do you know why all these things have been happening to me lately? Actually, someone's been controlling things from the shadows. I've set up traps, sending different signals to 3 suspects. I told the first person I was exhausted and wanted to transfer schools. If she's the mastermind, she'd be thrilled. I told the second person I'd fallen out with Bae Seon-ho. If he's behind it, he'd come looking for trouble right away. And to you, I hinted that I'm tired, but still holding on if you're pulling the strings. You'd push Golden Circle to act faster. Now that you know all this, how do you feel before long? Oh Hae-ji rushed in, anxiously asking what had happened. Had Hyun-sung bullied Shona? At that moment, Hyun-sung, hiding nearby, spoke up. Shona, you can go. Baffled, Oh Hae-ji watched as Shona obediently left. Then Hyun-sung shut the door. Hae-ji, you stay. Even though Shona was suspicious, I had reason to believe she wasn't the culprit. It turned out I had asked Go Chang by him to investigate all 3 suspects. Shona had a critical detail. Her brother had taken his own life after being bullied. Her family had moved to Daesan to protect her, and because of that, she hated school violence more than anyone else. When she heard about my experiences, she had encouraged me to be brave. There's only one conclusion. Shona only passed along the rumors she heard, but the real mastermind is you. Oh Hae-ji broke free and ran towards the door. I don't know why you suspect me, but it's not true. But the door was locked from the outside. With no way out, Hae-ji tried to reason with him. We've always been close. I have no reason to hurt you. I'm sure it was Shona's idea. She was upset when your grades improved. You know, her dad's a high-ranking official, and Golden Circle has connections with people like that. But Hyun-sung wasn't fooled. He'd never mentioned Golden Circle in front of her. Once her cover was blown, Hae-ji dropped the act. You brought this on yourself. If you hadn't always been so cold, it never would have come to this. It turned out that Oh Hae-ji had met Kim Hyun-sung several months prior. From their very first encounter, she was smitten. He was handsome, top of his class, and an all-around athlete. He was practically flawless. However, many girls liked Kim Hyun-sung, but he turned every single one of them down, afraid she would also be rejected. Oh Hae-ji opted to test the waters. instead of confessing outright. Every time Hyun-sung patiently helped her solve a difficult problem, she felt she had a chance. She even had her friends ask about his ideal type. Kim Hyun-sung said, "I like girls like Heji. Cheerful girls are the most attractive." To me, this gave Oh Heji renewed confidence. With a carefully chosen gift and a heartfelt letter, she finally summoned up the courage to confess to him in person, but she was rejected all the same. Growing up in a wealthy family, this was the first time in her life she had ever tasted defeat. Her resentment toward Hyun-sung deepened. "Did you commission Golden Circle to get back at me?" Oh Heji demanded angrily. "Didn't you say I was your type? Why did you lead me on if you never liked me? But I never thought things would go this far. I just wanted you to know what despair felt like. I swear I will never do something like this again. Please just let me go," Kim Hyun-sung replied calmly. "I didn't reject you because I disliked you. I just don't have time for a relationship. Snacks and gadgets you bought on a whim. I can't afford any of that. Even if I did like you, I would still have to say no." For a moment, Oh Yeji thought she saw hope. "Then why did you not just tell me? If you had been honest, I would not have ended up like this. Can we not just go back to how things were?" Suddenly Kim Hyun-sung grabbed her hair. His voice was icy cold. "It is too late for that. I'm going to tear your life apart piece by piece. You will never understand why I am this cruel. Do you know why I survived without becoming a vegetable? Why my family did not collapse? Why I endured 10 years in hell? Because I never stopped fighting. People like you are the ones who pushed me into the abyss and then sat back to watch the show. You better start researching which plastic surgeon is the best in town." Just then the homeroom teacher burst in. "Shocked by the scene, you're even hitting girls now." Hyun-sung replied simply, "She's the one who hired Golden Circle." The teacher's attitude flipped instantly. If she truly is the client, then perhaps you went too far. However, she must pay for what she's done. "I'll handle the fallout," but Hyun-sung said, "No need to send her home." When Oh Hye-ji's father, Oh Chun-sam, saw his daughter's battered face, he was furious. "I'll make you pay for this. Kim Hyun-sung and Chong Baeum, I'll see both of you in jail." Before taking action, Oh Chun-sam wanted to confront the Golden Circle middleman. "About the leak, you said you never fail. I'll make sure every client hears about this." But the middleman, Young Shansu, was unfazed. "Do whatever you want. Our business is finished," as he said. "Golden Circle has never failed. If I broke the rules, what do you think would happen to me? So I've already given all the evidence of our deal. To Kim Hyun-sung, it's my insurance, in case I want to stay alive." Oh Chun-sam shouted, "And let's all go down together. I'll report you and expose Golden Circle for what it is. No one will get out of this unscathed." Young Shansu said nothing more and hung up. Young Shansu had done this because Kim Hyun-sung had contacted him before Oh Chun-sam ever did. "You're Golden Circle's local middleman, right? I've already sent Oh Heji home safely." Young Shansu was stunned. Not only did Hyun-sung know the client, but he also had his phone number. He realized instantly that Choi Tae-jun had betrayed him. Kim Hyun-sung continued, "You've exposed the identity of client. Now you're a threat to Golden Circle. Their only option is to silence you and Oh Chun-sam permanently." As he spoke, two men with knives appeared silently behind Young Shansu. "Kim Hyun-sung don sai. Do you want to live? Then do exactly as I say. Report to your superiors that the assignment was a success. Tell them I've been taken care of. The client is satisfied." And Choi Tae-jun completed the job. Meanwhile, immediately after hanging up, Oh Chun-sam's doorbell rang. To his shock, Kim Hyun-sung himself walked in. Hyun-sung sat on the sofa and ordered coldly, "Sit down and listen. I'll give you two choices. If you want revenge, call the police. But if you do, I'll release all the evidence young Shansu just gave me. Golden Circle won't go down, but both you and Shansu will be finished. You'll go to jail, and Heiji will be implicated as well. Neither of you will have a positive outcome. You'll get at least 3 years, and she'll get a few months at most. What do you think will happen to Heiji? While you're gone, you think I'll let her off?" Oh Chun-sam roared, "You're threatening us. Do you think you'll get away with this?" Hyun-sung replied with a confident sneer, "You can't touch me. I have Go Chong Baeum behind me. I could have him cripple Hee-ji, ruin her eyes at this. Oh Hee-ji trembled, barely able to stand. Hyun-sung slowly reached behind him, pulled out a knife, and tossed it on the floor. Here's another option, do it yourself. Make sure this demon can never hurt anyone again. With that, he left the room without looking back. You're insane, his wife screamed. I'll call the police, He's gone, call the police. But Oh Chun-sam just knelt, staring at the knife, haunted by Hyun-sung's words. If this gets out, he's going to jail. Against Myeong-jin Construction and Go Chong-beom, they didn't stand a chance. If their lives and legacy were destroyed, who would be responsible without me? Can you protect Hee-ji? I told you not to spoil her too much. Seeing the look in her father's eyes, Hee-ji fled in terror for the first time. She saw madness in him to protect his status and power. Oh Chun-sam was finally willing to sacrifice his own daughter. No matter how she begged, it was useless. Young Shan-su asked, even if Oh Chun-sam chooses the second option, you're not just letting this go, are you? Kim Hyun-sung answered calmly. I have evidence of all his crimes. If he resists, I'll report him for domestic abuse. When that happens, their family will lose everything. She'll be left disabled, living alone. Young Shan-su was stunned by his ruthlessness. But Golden Circle will find out the truth sooner or later. Kim Hyun-sung replied, that's why I want to make a deal. I'll be a Trojan horse. I'll infiltrate your organization as a mole. You join Golden Circle for the money, right? Work with me and you'll make more. Young Shan-su laughed. You think Myeong-jin Construction alone is enough to support you, I admit. I joined Golden Circle to climb the social ladder, and Golden Circle has the power for that. I'm betting my life on you because I'm scared of them. Too, but you want me to trust you and my Young Jin Construction to take on this kind of risk? Forget it then. Kim Hyun-sung uttered a single word. Top tiers what if for the next 2 years. I only have you handle the top tier members. The top tiers were Golden Circle's most elite clients, the cream de la cream of Korea's chaebol families. Golden Circle had special middlemen just for them, and the pay was astronomical. Most crucially, the top tier's middlemen were considered top-tier members themselves. Young Shan-su was stunned. He hadn't expected Hyun-sung to know so much. How could you possibly give me a top tier? Only middleman position, Hyun-sung replied coolly. You just need to keep your mouth shut. For the next month after that, you'll get what you want. He knew all of this because in just a few years, everyone would know about the coming storm. Society would call it the Golden Gate Scandal. But the top tier's member list would never be revealed. The whole thing would quietly fade away. Just taking down Golden Circle wasn't enough, because the wealth and power behind them would never crumble so easily. Now, he was ready to set the next phase of his plan, in motion to utterly destroy Golden Circle. Kim Hee-un-sung decided to recruit a Prosperity Party congressman as his new backer. Kim Pan-ho, once a university professor, had leveraged his connections to become a member of the National Assembly. He had gained these connections by opening doors for the children of the elite. However, a twist emerged. Congressman Jang Ho-il from the rival party soudainement exposé à corruption scandale. Involving Kim Pan-ho, this was the opportunity Kim Hyun-sung had been waiting for. At that moment, Kim Pan-ho urgently needed outside help. Kim Hyun-sung told him, Congressman Jang holds no personal grudge against you. Attacking you brings him little political benefit. I suspect he's merely acting as someone else's mouthpiece. That someone is your own party's rising star, Assemblyman Young Min-koo. You've expanded your power too quickly, and he wants you out of the way. But since you are in the same party, moving against you directly is too risky. So he let Jang Ho-il strike first. As an opposition member, Jang's accusations are more convincing to the public. Kim Pan-ho countered, even if you're right. What's your solution, Kim? Hyun-sung replied. Very soon, a drug scandal involving international students will break out. One of these students will be exposed by name. Coincidentally, Jang Ho-il's own son is currently studying abroad. If you play this right, you can turn the tables. I've also prepared additional plans to benefit you. If you're willing to trust me, give me a call, I'll wait 1 week. A few days later, the drug scandal broke. As predicted, Kim Pan-ho eyed him suspiciously. You're just a student, how do you know these things? Hyun-sung simply smiled thanks to Go Chong-beom. His circle of friends hears everything. Kim Pan-ho praised him. You've got guts and a good head. So what else have you prepared? Hyun-sung, answer before I share more. Tell me, are you planning to run for president? Frankly, your odds are slim. You don't have a story that moves people. You're from an elite family. Everything has gone your way. Professor Lawmaker. You're part of the top 0.01% in Korea. Voters just can't relate at this. Kim Pan-ho grew angry. Are you telling me to give up everything I have now? Kim Hyun-sung ziplit ganli. With your personality, you'd never give up. So leave everything to me. I'll make you a king first. Myeon Jean Construction will bankroll your campaign. I'll help craft your presidential image, building a story that inspires respect. You'll become the political hero who brings down the Golden Circle. Once the Golden Circle is condemned by society, if you can swiftly clean up the mess, you'll become a star overnight. I'll handle everything, even unexpected crises. You just need to help at the critical moments. I know you're wary of trusting a student, but I suggest you investigate me quietly. During this time, you'll discover I'm not just a student. I'm the strategist behind Go Chong-bae. I'm a very advisor. His younger brother has been desperately searching for. Back at school, students whispered about Oh-hee-jee's sudden withdrawal. Some said she'd been hospitalized just days before, so badly injured she couldn't even walk. Kim Hyun-sung hanta et pet Kim Pan-ho to go so far against his own daughter. Now all that's left is for this power-hungry man to accept my proposal. If he refuses, I'll activate my backup plan. I'll eliminate him if he learns my real identity, and then recruit someone new. Maybe I'll face an even tougher opponent. Worst case, he joins forces with the Golden Circle. Just then someone called out to him from behind. A burly man threatened, go in by yourself, or we'll drag you. These were Kim Pan-ho's men. He already knew. Hyun-sung was Go Chong-beom's secret strategist. I don't get it, you were never a Golden Circle victim. Why do you hate them so much? Unsung shot back. Have you ever felt the despair of being targeted for no reason? Completely powerless to fight back. Maybe someone like you with power could resist. But the Golden Circle never goes after people like you. They pick those with no strength, no way to defend themselves. Victims can't even transfer schools, because that would ruin their future. There's no help from teachers or adults. The Golden Circle has already infiltrated, and the grown UPS just look the other way. At school, you get beaten. After school, you're never safe. You can't do anything except endure. It's hell. I'm going to break this endless cycle of violence. Once and for all, violence might never vanish. But Golden Circle, which profits from it, must be wiped out. Kim Pan-ho was silent for a moment, then spoke. Tell me your plan. Afterward, I'll give you my answer. Golden Circle maintains their ties to the powerful, only because they've never failed. But I've already convinced a middleman to submit a false report next. I'll transfer to a top high school in Gangnam for my senior year and maintain my position as the #1 student nationwide in Gangnam. Academic performance is everything. If the elites there discover Golden Circle couldn't handle me, their reputation will suffer along the way. I'll need your help to ensure I'm not expelled. The longer I last, the more passive Golden Circle becomes. Kim Pan-ho suddenly asked, do you know why I want to be president? Actually, I just want to experience it for myself. Everyone around me dreams of it, so I figured, why not me? I've never failed top university professor, lawmaker, so why not president? But if you fail even once, I'll drop you immediately and erase all evidence you ever worked for me. If you can handle that, I'll accept your proposal. The next day after school, she had witnessed what happened to Oh-hee-ji and wanted to join the revenge. Her brother, too, had been killed by those people. Shona couldn't stand people like Oh-hee-ji, self-centered, lacking all empathy. Classic sociopaths, as Yeon-sung rummaged in his bag. He asked, how far are you willing to go? Choi Shona answered, I'll do anything. Yeon-sung handed her a pen. Could you take out someone's eye with this? When I break someone's bones, I'm prepared for my own to be broken. If you ruin someone's life, you must be ready for yours to be ruined too. If all you have is a little resolve, how can you truly help me? Don't come to me with half-hearted intentions. They'll only drag me down to Yan Sung. This path was too dangerous for Shona. The same applied to his friend Kim Siwoo. Siwoo could fight alongside him in Daesan, but not in Gangnam. One person jumping into the fire was enough, even if Yan Sung left. He hoped Siwoo would live well here. Just then, Kim Siwoo said, "That guy from the cram school is back." Recently, every cram school in Daesan was fighting to recruit Kim Yun Sung. This was largely due to the principal's obsession with elite schools to boost the school's reputation. The principal had the media report Yun Sung's perfect scores on the mock exams. The man in front of him offered a deal. If Yun Sung agreed to be their star student, he would receive a 3,000,001 scholarship every month. He didn't even have to attend. Just admit to having studied there. It was tempting, but Kim Yun Sung turned him down without hesitation. The next day, a new face appeared at the school gate. Lee Miso, she introduced herself as the administrator of the Daechi area. Skymum Forum. This forum served as a hub for Daechi area parents to share educational information, making it a crucial intelligence network in the local education scene. Lee Miso hoped Kim Yun Sung could tutor her and several friends' children. After school, she offered 4 sessions per month at 2 million, one per student with all lessons to be held in Daesan. Unfamiliar with the forum, Yun Sung said he would need a few days to consider. That evening he researched the forum online. He found that most posts were parents discussing daily study routines, nothing that seemed to offer significant value. Then Lee Miso discreetly handed him a premium membership account worth 10 million won. She claimed it offered access to a secret message board, visible only to paying members. Once inside, Yan Sung's interest was piqued. During the last Life's Golden Gate incident, the fiercest backlash hadn't come from politicians. Instead, it came from parents, fiercely protective of their children's futures. Their rage wasn't about Golden Circle's unfairness, but that their own children couldn't access those resources. Kim Yon-sung instantly realized how valuable this group's influence could be. So he agreed to Lee Miso's request without hesitation. The next day, Lee Miso's son and a group of wealthy kids arrived in Daesan, as scheduled. But they didn't buy into Yan Sung's reputation. Why should a student from a small town be no? One in the country, Kong Min-woo, immediately suggested, "Let's ditch class," some worried their parents would take away their phones. An allowance, but Kong Min-woo reassured them, "If we all skip, they'll just fire the teacher. Even the top student in Korea can't do anything to us." When class time came, the classroom was empty. The group was hiding out in a club. Kim Yun Sung tracked them down quickly. Just as Kong Min-woo was about to lose his temper, Yan Sung slapped him hard across the face. "When a teacher arrives, shouldn't you at least say hello?" Kong Min-woo roared, "Do you know who my parents are? One phone call and you're finished. Kim Jun-sung ziplit guli. Then call them right now. Tell them your first day at cram school. You got smacked by the teacher like a dog." Yan Sung's attitude was pure street punk. Kong Min-woo never imagined the country's top student could act like this. He thought the teacher would be bookish and cold. Kong Min-woo immediately called his mom to complain. But when she learned he'd been hit for skipping class, she blew up. "Didn't I tell you to listen to your teacher? Skipping on the first day. When will you ever learn?" Kim Yun Sung grabbed the phone and put it on speaker. Lee Miso apologized profusely. "Please forgive him just this once. I promise it won't happen again." Yan Sung reminded her, "Remember what I said about punishment rights?" He promised instantly, of course. "If Min-woo messes up again, you have free rein to punish him however you see fit." The other parents all agreed too. Yan Sung faced the class, "Your choice. Pay attention or get taught a lesson." After class, Kong Min-woo was still fuming. He asked Shin Yumi if Daesan had any local tough guys. He needed payback after getting hit like this. As it happened, Shin Yumi knew someone who claimed to be the local boss. Kong Min-woo asked her to call him. He wanted to teach Yan Sung a lesson. With enough coaxing, the so-called boss agreed right away. No one expected this boss to be Park Jin-woo. He had no idea his target was Kim Yun Sung, trying to look cool in front of the girls. He bragged endlessly. Since Yin Sung had to train at the gym before class, Shin Yumi brought them straight there. As soon as Park Jin-woo entered, He shouted, "Who? Here's the student, bring him out. I want to see what he's got." Fresh from training, Kim Sung-woo recognized him and asked, "What are you doing here?" Shin Yumi's eyes lit up when she saw Kim Seo-woo. "You know this handsome guy?" Park Jin-woo was relieved that Kim Seo-woo wasn't his target. Suddenly Shin Yumi pointed. "He's the one who hit us at that moment." Kim Jong-sung Appa. Park Jin-woo's face went white and he bolted. Shin Yumi chased after him. "Where are you going?" Park Jin-woo broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he'd nearly caused a scene. She caught up and grabbed him. "Park Jin-woo, the tutor. Is Kim Yin-sung the one who hit us? Aren't you the boss of D-san?" Park Jin-woo panicked. "Say no more and don't ever call me again. If you want to stay safe, just listen to Yin-sung." With a look of helplessness, he muttered, "I knew this would happen. In the end, nothing's worth more than your life." After that, the spoiled students could only quietly return to class. During the lesson, someone started nodding off. Yan-sung raised his voice. "Wake up. I know commuting to Daesan 3 times a week is rough, but you should at least try to understand your parents. After you finish my course, if your grades don't improve, what do you think will happen? You'll just get even more tutoring. Accept it, but if your grades go up this semester, we'll cut back to once a week. I'll even talk to your parents, so you can drop other cram schools. If you follow my method, your grades will rise. And getting into college won't be a problem. Do you want to live at cram school every day? Or just take my class once a week and have free time?" Half a month later, everyone's final grades had jumped a whole tier. Lee Miso was thrilled and asked Yan-sung to keep tutoring them once a week. "We'll pay you 10 million won per student every month. And if scores go up again, there's a bonus." Yan-sung didn't care about the money, as long as you keep your word. "I'll do it," she agreed immediately. Just as she was about to leave, Yan-sung suddenly asked, "What does Minwo's father do?" The truth was he'd taken this job to get close to Kong Minwo's father. These families had money and power, but had never joined Golden Circle. The reason was simple. Kong Min-woo's father was the deputy chief prosecutor at the Central District Prosecutor's Office. After finals winter break arrived, Yun-sung and Si-woo asked Coach Young to evaluate their current skills. Young said Si-woo's boxing is at a pro level, but his grappling is still weak. He can only compete with amateurs. As for you, Yan-sung, you could challenge pro fighters, but only those ranked at the bottom, because your body hasn't matured yet. Your real opponents are 30-somethings at their peak. Against them, you'd lose, whether it's boxing or ground fighting. The physical gap is simply too big." Yan-sung grinned, then "Coach, let's use this winter break to bulk up together." At 5 a.m., they started training with a simple run. Then they went straight to strength training, lifting dumbbells, doing pull UPS and squats. They trained 3 times and had 5 meals a day. One day after all those hellish days, running on the hamster wheel, Yin-sung wonders if he pushed too hard during training, or if it's because he forced himself to eat. He was sweating coldly, and his insides felt like they would break. If the coach found out, he would reduce the intensity of the workouts. But since he was improving, he didn't want to stop until he could handle Tae-jun, who is AB rank. This is just the beginning. He needs to endure because he finally has all the necessary pieces to destroy the Golden Circle. And he can't let everything fall apart. He must remember all the suffering he went through before and the desperation with which he begged for another chance. As long as he gets his revenge, everything will be worth it, even if he loses his life. Sin-woo watches his friend from afar. Then he goes to the coach's room, saying he needs to stop Hyun-sung before things get worse. But the coach replies, "I noticed that." But Hyun-sung doesn't plan to stop. With a coach, this is something he should never do. But his decision is the same. He doesn't know what happened to Hyun-sung, but he knows he will never stop. If I try to stop him, he'll find another, more dangerous alternative. If that's the case, I'd rather be the one looking after the boy. I was just letting him make his own decisions, because I don't have the right to make them for him. In the 5th week of training, Hyun-sung hits the punching bag with a right cross. He advances once more and strikes the bag with a straight punch. Then he calls out to the coach, asking, "What level am I at now?" His coach analyzes, "Your muscles developed quite fast. They're not dense yet, but I think you can fight a professional now." The protagonist questions if the coach were his opponent. The coach smiles, calling him a brat. Then, he tells him to get in the ring to check for himself. They greet each other with Hyun-sung asking, "Don't go easy on me," his coach evaluates. "Your reaction time is good." He was holding up well, and his focus was better, until the coach spots an opening and strikes the protagonist's knee. With his confidence so high, it's easy for him to misjudge his level. So the coach must show him his place. He hits him in the face with his glove, so that he doesn't do something dangerous, because he's in a hurry. But Hyun-sung lands a hit to the stomach. The coach instantly retreats, and the protagonist thinks, "I need to create opportunities and not lose them." Because no matter who he faces or under what conditions, he has to win at any cost. If he keeps making excuses about them being stronger or outnumbering him, the coach quickly advances to strike his face. But Hyun-sung blocks the blow, landing a hook to his chin. His coach responds impressive, then retaliates with the same attack, but with greater intensity. Hyun-sung falls to the ground unconscious. His coach says, "I have no doubt that he has talent, but there are still worlds you can't reach." The protagonist loses consciousness after this, and minutes later wakes up with Sin-woo asking, "Are you okay? Because you're not weak. The coach is a monster. He took all your blows and still overpowered you in the fight, however." Hyun-sung starts to laugh, and Sin-woo asks, "Did you finally go crazy?" The protagonist responds, "The first time I fought the coach, I couldn't even land a single blow. But this time it was different. He lost the same way, but the trainer fought seriously. He still has another year. He can become even stronger than this." Later, at the construction site, Chong Byum asks, "Did something happen to you?" "You're scary," Hyun-sung replies. "I just train a lot." Chong Byum changes the subject. The house he mentioned was for sale. He questions, "Why do you need it?" "The neighborhood is empty. It can't be for shopping mall. There are better places for a factory." Hyun-sung thinks he'll have to reveal his name. To convince him, he reveals. He got this information from Senator Kim Pan-ho. The next day, the seller signs the papers. He says, "You made an excellent decision." He was worried if he could sell it, even if he lowered it to 500,000, one per square meter. But director Chang Byun doubled the price. Previously, the director commented that it would become an industrial zone, and a part of the land would become an expressway. The protagonist confirms it's a prime location. They should consider the Myeongjin building as a complex. Chong Byum then analyses the profit he can obtain. In Hyun-sung's past life, these 1,000 pyong of land were sold for 2,000% of the original price. But there was a more important reason. He asks, did Chang Byum see the cadastral map? There's a limit to development instead. There are about 20,000 pyong of land in this area. That would be useless now. But he questions, what if they buy this land and combine it with that? Even if it starts as low as 500,000 won per meter and rises to 2 million, the land profit would be 30 billion won. And they should add that to the construction company's premium. It wouldn't just be his achievement. It would be an opportunity to prove himself as CEO. Back in the present, Chong Byum asks, do you know who owns that land? The protagonist walks through the school streets. He thinks training severely improves my skills. And I already have perfect support with Chong, Byum, and Pan-ho. But there will be problems I can't solve alone. I'll need guys like Chan-soo and Song-ho. During my second year, there's still a lot of work to be done. But I'll continue preparing calmly. Because spring has arrived. It's now March, and he'll be returning to school. Somewhere in the school, the delinquents comment. Second year Kim Hyun-sung is violent. He took care of Shin Young-min. His friend asks, didn't he just get out of reform school? A guy with a big nose. Mocks them for believing that rumor. Jong Hyuk-jin says, Shin Young-min is the best fighter I've ever seen. But someone approaches, they order him. Put out that cigarette, the big nose guy. Turns to try and figure out who it was. His friends grab Hyuk-jin. They tell him calm down. And they beg, please forgive him. Senior, because he should look at Yoon-sung's name tag. Duke Jin becomes scared. He begs, I'm sorry, I'll put out the cigarette. On the rooftop, the protagonist says he heard about Daeson's hierarchy and the agreement to protect their territory without fighting. He also hates bullies like Shin Young-min. So he completely cleaned up the high school. and he was planning to expand this in the next 6 months. His subordinates are impressed. Sung-ho says that's not just talk. If they look for a fight first, the high school will be enemy number one. Mere students have already become aware of the factions, especially those who knew about the Golden Circle. With that, they managed to help each other. He has to completely remove this shadow. So he announces, I'm not forcing you to follow me. I'll give 500,000 won for each school you attack. He asks, do you think that's worth it? A few days later, Hyuk-jin calls a kid a bastard. He shoves the boy's face into the table, yelling, you've had that ugly face since yesterday. He thinks they were idiots in my class. Soon they'll be in the palm of my hand. Hyun-sung enters the room right after. He asks, was it you who hit that kid? He lands a kick to his stomach, right after confirming his hypothesis. The delinquent is thrown far away due to the impact. He gets up and tries to hit the protagonist. He asks, why are you bothering me? Yun-sung then strikes him in the face. Hyuk-jin wonders what was that slap so strong. The teacher tries to enter the classroom, but upon noticing, the protagonist turns to grab the class newspaper. Hyun-sung asks, do you know why you're getting beaten up? The guy replies no. The protagonist says he shouldn't pick on others, and he doesn't get involved in simple arguments. He can't let violent scumbags like him get away with it. That's why he came, just to beat him up. He strikes Hyuk-jin's face once more. Everyone in the room is impressed by the violence unfolding after the fight ends. They comment that Hyun-sung beat him up just for intimidating others. It was really intense, the senior. Hyun-sung forbade anyone else from doing that. A student comments, soon he'll clean up all the schools in Daesan. Anyone interested can go on their own. He says if he's one of the leaders, hundreds will drop into his bank account. On the rooftop, Sung-ho says that dominating Daesan will create conflicts with other schools. The protagonist admits it might cause problems with one half, among them Young Heeman from ICT High School, because he defeated Youngmin in an amateur fight. Sung-ho questions how he plans to continue as just looking for a fight. Isn't the right way. Hyun-sung thinks that. With the help of Chong Beom's experts, he discovered Heeman is a mercenary from the Golden Circle centered around him. A strange atmosphere was transforming the sun into Gangnam. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for this shitty reality to take root into Sun. He then says that where there are scumbags, there are also victims just like light and shadow. And these victims will become his justification. At Jail High School in Daesan, the teacher asks, did Dae-hoon steal money from others? He was informed that Dae-hoon had been messing with other students' backpacks. The teacher decides he'll call Dae-hoon's parents. Dae-hoon begs for forgiveness, saying he won't do it again. The teacher asks, what's wrong with you, kid? To steal 500,000 and one you need to return the money. But Dae-hoon replies, I lost it. The teacher is surprised. He shouts, you not only lied after stealing, but now that you've been caught, you lost the money. He says, get on the floor, you need some lashes. Later on the street, a bully says, Dae-hoon went around stealing from others. If I hadn't seen it, the other kids would have blamed me. He continues, next time, just beg others for help since you're poor. People like you are why the school has a reputation for bullies. His friends joke that it's hilarious. And the way he torments Dae-hoon is creative. Dae-hoon thinks it was him who stole the money that delinquent asks. Did that hurt? Then he orders, take off your pants. Dae-hoon pleads, please don't do this. Then the bully gets angry, saying that on that rainy day, Dae-hoon promised on his knees that he would listen to every word he said. He says, you better be a good boy before I lose my patience. Dae-hyun lowers his pants. Everyone is surprised. His classmates comment, that's disgusting. We're going to puke from this. Hong-jin approaches saying, that was little money. You should bring another 50. Dae-hyun says, I don't have all that money. That bully kicks him, asking, did you think I was wrong to ask for it? He says, then you made a mistake. Because if the son doesn't have money, they should beat the mother. He warns his friends, we're going to pay his mom's store visit. Dae-hyun shouts, stop it. You bastard. Hong-jin stops midway, asking, what did you just call me? Dae-hyun begs, I'm sorry. Then the bully replies, he must pay for his mistakes too, and this world won't go easy on him. Suddenly his words are cut off by a kick. Hong-jin falls to the ground. Dae-hyun and his friends are surprised. Everyone asks, who is he? He doesn't look like he's from our school. Then, Hyun-sung punches each of the bullies with his fists. He says, I'm just a friend of Dae-hyun. In the past, after being beaten up, Dae-hyun wondered how he got to this point. Why did he have to pay for something like this? He wondered if he should just use a knife on him. But he couldn't do it. He had never fought anyone in his life. This life felt like hell. Until a notification appeared on his phone. Dae-hoon opens the notification crying. The message says, they are receiving complaints about school violence. He needs to state who he is, how he suffered, and who is responsible. They would guarantee his revenge. Another day at the plaza, Hyun-sung asks Dae-hyun, was it you who sent the email? He continues, this world is a mess. For you to have to suffer just for being weak. Some people ignore your suffering. They call it a kid's prank. But it's not that simple. Victims are traumatized. And aggressors don't even feel guilt. It shouldn't be like this. After all, accepting only brings more aggression. Confronting only makes things worse. A single attempt would turn victims into criminals. The victims' concerns are one-sided. All this shit is why this page exists. So they should make a deal. The next day, at jail school, Hong-ryul opens the door asking, who is Dae-hyun? Hong-jin points at the boy and says, this loser must have forgotten who my brother is. Hong-ryul walks to the boy's desk and slaps his face. He demands, answer me. Then he grabs his hair, calling him a bastard. He asks, how did this trash call a friend? But Dae-hoon questions, why are you hitting me? Hong-gil gets furious for him speaking that way. He says he won't let him go unscathed. After hitting his brother, he questions, who is this damn friend of yours? Dae-hoon replies that was his number after the call. Hyun-sung answers. Hong-ryul introduces himself asking, were you the one who hit my brother? Hyun-sung tells him to put the facts on the table. He was just getting revenge for his friend. Hong-jin had been bullying Dae-hyun for 4 years. He even took off his clothes in front of a girl. He was giving him just one chance. His brother should apologize for what he did. Hong-ryul says it's a bunch of shit. His brother was just having fun with a loser. So he should tell him his name and school. So he can beat him up. Hyun-sung tells him to choose. He introduces himself as Hyun-sung from Cheo Lil High School. In the evening, he goes with his group to the designated location. Hong-gil asks, was it you? Hyun-sung confirms. Hong-gil says, if we fight, this won't end well. So we should try to resolve it calmly. He asks about apologies for each side. Hyun-sung thinks that, judging by his behavior, he already knows who he is. Then he replies, your brother is the one who should ask for forgiveness. I can see through your tricks to save yourself. They stare at each other angrily. Hong-ryul tells his brother to apologize and stop causing trouble. Hong-jin steps in front of Dae-hyun and apologizes. Dae-hoon says, I didn't hear you. Dae-hyun asks Hong-jin, do you know that Hyun-sung gave you 2 choices? The first option is to end things. After you promise not to mess with him anymore. That's the safe option. Or you can get your revenge for everything you've done. But that doesn't break the sick cycle. Suddenly a fist hits Hong-jin's face. Dae-hoon says, I chose the second option. He calls him a piece of shit. The guy falls back knocked out. Hong-gil screams, you bastards. He adds, the war has begun and we must finish everyone here. Sung-ho punches one of the delinquents, hitting 3 more as he counts. He thinks I'll get 500 for each school, and the bonus will be mine. Another guy tries to attack his back, but Sin-woo kicks him in the face. Thinking I must prove myself here at any cost, he lands more kicks and punches, wanting to be useful to Hyun-sung's plates in the future, because he needs to stay with him until the very end. The other gang members run towards the other school, saying we're going to make a lot of money. Hong-ryul punches one of them and lunges, hitting the others and asking, how dare you pull this crap? He thinks they have more people. If I take out the protagonist, this fight will be over. But a fist hits his nose and Hyun-sung throws him away. The protagonist plays an audio recording on his phone of everything Hong-gyul had said. Hong-gyul asks, what will you do now? Hyun-sung replies the victim's testimony was enough for disciplinary action. And with this evidence, everything is over today. This incident was just a fight among the jail guys. If anyone talks about this incident, it won't end with simple disciplinary action and expulsion. He grabs his neck and orders him to answer. Because he's sure Hong Gil doesn't want to have a difficult time, seeing how he's not responding now. So he repeats, "Answer me." Hong Gil trembles with fear. His classmates watch in fear as he screams in pain. The protagonist rips out one of his teeth. Then stands up, he says, "You took too long to give me my answer." The next day at school, some guys bump into Dae-Yun. They turn to call him a piece of trash, but then remember the protagonist and apologize. Dae-Yun thinks Longjin's subordinates apologized to me. In that moment, he felt as if his entire world had changed. He thinks school used to be such a peaceful place, and now it's his turn to keep his word. He comments on the forum that he saw the post, promising to punish bullies. He just needs an email other delinquents comment. There's no way we'll get screwed over. It has nothing to do with Gil High. If someone shows up in front of me, I'll disfigure them. But Hyun Sung calls out for Young Ho. That bully turns around and asks, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Hyun Sung replies, "I know you very well. My informant told me everything about you. Frequent violence and even forcing robberies. Quite diverse." Young Ho opens his hand and runs, asking, "What will you do about it?" The protagonist replies, "You talk like a real piece of trash." Elsewhere, Sung Ho tells some bullies to raise their right hand. He sends a message announcing that Lee Ji-I Cheol has been dealt with. After Dae-Hyun's post, views exploded. That interest resulted in tons of emails. And Sin-woo announces, "I finished off Yang Ju-hyuk too." The delinquent groans in pain. Sin-woo asks, "Does it hurt?" "But you enjoyed it when you were extorting and beating others." He says, hitting his face. He continues, "But life won't be normal anymore for scumbags like you. I'll make sure of that, sure." At Daesun ICT High, a guy asks Hey Min, "What will you do about Kim Hyun Sung from Chulil High? Because the way he's acting, he's going to screw us over too." Hey Min replies that they really did finish Young Min, but he should stay in his lane. Instead of causing trouble and trying to take over all of decent then, he tells him to call Hungry Old and tell him to come over, because they're still friends and can't stay quiet. After the guy arrives, Heyman comments that he received requests via his social network and used the victims as an excuse. When he beat Hong Ryul, he at least left his teeth in place, and it must have hurt a lot, asking if he thinks that bastard will fearlessly come after him. And Hong Gyul replies, "I don't care about that." Hey Min says that he should hit first then, and asks him for a favor. Snitch to the teachers that he knocked out your tooth and beat you badly because according to the law, he screwed. Hong Gyul refuses. "I can't do that." Hey Min grabs him, saying that even after getting beaten, he's not using his brain. "So that means you're afraid of Hey Yeon-sung. I'll snitch for your own good, because I can do that at Jail High School." A teacher says he received a report that he asked a student from Cheol-il High School to assault someone via social media. Kim Hyun Sung will definitely be punished too, even if the brothers intimidated others. A student cannot mercilessly assault others. I still can't believe something straight out of a gang movie was happening here. He asks Dae-Hyun, "Do you have anything to say?" The guy replies, "I'm sorry, but Yin Sung has nothing to do with this." The teacher says, "You made the post." Dae-Hyun replies, "Even if I was the informant, it's fine because after 4 years, I got my revenge. Someone helped." The teacher shouts, "You're trying to say you didn't do anything wrong." Dae-Hyun says, "I didn't write that. I was just the informant anyway. Hyun Sung has nothing to do with this." That's the truth of the incident. Elsewhere, the delinquents gather, asking, "Why did Hey Min gather us here?" It must be because of Hyun Sung. Hey Min says that piece of shit was controlling a precise system in all schools where anyone committing violence would suffer retaliation. He tried to get involved with Jail High, but there was no reaction. Kim Hyun Sung was trying to take over all of San, using victims as an excuse. He thinks that above all, he clearly has reason here, so he won't tolerate that piece of shit saying that. Besides that, they can't let some punk ruin their fun. The delinquents ask, "So what's the plan?" Hammond says, "It's something very interesting for Kim Hyun Sung. It's going to screw him over." In a warehouse, a delinquent asks, "Ho-jun, do you think it was unfair? Your post turned you into a piece of trash. He was the one who tried to save his toy in the first year and threw the first punch. So he's just reaping what he sowed." Then he prepares to hit him. You have to take responsibility for the stress. Before the punch lands, the protagonist appears saying, "You must be Ho-jun. And the trash next to you must be you, Young-hyun." Ho-jun turns and calls out to the protagonist, "I'm so sorry I had no choice. They said they'd take my brother's life if I didn't cooperate with the plan." But the delinquent hits him and orders, "Shut up." Delinquents emerge from all sides, commenting, "So it really worked." Heeman introduces himself. "It's a pleasure to meet this piece of trash." With him trying to take over Dessen like a madman. They were never going to welcome him with snacks. "This is a trap for him," Hyun-sung says. "There are about 100 of you. Looks like trash has a lot of free time questioning. Would you like to hear a funny story?" Because the administrator of the page they used for reports was none other than Jo Jae-jin, who could see who wrote the posts and comments. And to prove himself to the protagonist, he actively participated in this plan. Hyun-sung says, "I'm a very close friend of the page administrator. He knows who was hiding behind screens to be anonymous, the bastards who wrote the comments about helping Lim Ha-jun. We're all trash, not so different from Yoon Jong-yeon." Those other delinquents ask, "Who were those guys? Was it Kino High School?" Heeman asks, "Why are all those delinquents on that side?" Hyun-sung asks Ha-jun, "Do you regret going after Young-yeon to help your friend from that day on? You became his toy, but you don't need to feel guilty. I already knew, and it wasn't you who fell into the trap." But all the delinquents, Hyun-sung talks to Hong Ryol. "Do you know Young Min and all the trash from Cheol-il? Who do you think sent them to reform school?" Hyun-sung asks, "What do you think I should do with you? You don't seem different from them." Hungry Old begs, "Forgive me. I made a mistake. I won't even ask to be let off. But please let me graduate." Hyun-sung thinks you should pay the price. Hyun-sung says, "But for now, you might be useful starting tomorrow. Gather everyone from Jill High. Have them ready to come when I call." Heyman asks, "Are there more or less 20 of them? What can we do with that many?" Besides, all of them were beaten by Hyun-sung. They have no pride left, Heyman asks. "Did you go crazy, Hong Ryol? Don't you realize what will happen if Deeson falls into Hyun-sung's hands?" Hyun-sung asks, "What the hell does that have to do with me? Who do you think you are to interfere if Deeson is taken over?" Hong Ryol shouts, "You're the crazy one. Do you think you're the boss to order me around?" Heeman asks, "Are you sure you can handle this?" Hong Ryol replies, "Yes. Whoever dominates D-san will be the strongest. If you're so worried, fight Hyun-sung one-on-one. I'll deal with whatever he does if he wins." Hong Ryol's provocation had been planned. Hyun-sung tells him, "Come at me." If he refused, the protagonist had another plan. Heyman thinks he definitely knows how to fight. "We're severely outnumbered, though." "I shouldn't worry," Hyun-sung says. "You're taking too long. Keep thinking." He lands a knee strike. Hyun-sung rushes forward and starts the fight. He strikes everyone behind him. Heyman wonders, does he want us to attack together? But why are my subordinates just standing there? Maybe this crazy guy is implying he'll finish everyone alone. Heyman grinds his teeth, then shouts, "Take him down." Sin-woo remembers the protagonist saying, "I won't take on all 100 alone, but I'll show everyone what happens when you don't obey. I'll make it clear as day, right here in front of everyone." He lands an elbow strike on a delinquent. He strikes him with his fist. Hyun-sung says, "Gangnam will be on another level compared to Daesan. There are groups much stronger than Choi Tae-jun." A delinquent lands a punch on his face. Hyun-sung retaliates with a knee strike. Sin-woo remembers Hyun-sung saying, "Don't even think about joining a fight without calling for help, because if something like that can bring you to your knees, you'll never get your revenge." Sin-woo processes this. Sung-ho asks, "Are you alright, Sin-woo?" The blonde replies, "Hyun-sung told us to wait." A delinquent asks, "What the hell are you doing against one guy? Just go at him all together." The protagonist takes hits from everyone. He fights back one by one. Heyman trembles in fear. He thinks this guy is a crazy bastard. Hyun-sung thinks, "I'll see this through to the end, even if it costs me my life." He bites the arm of the one who is putting him in a chokehold. Hyun-sung thinks, "I don't plan to go down while I'm still conscious." Heyman asks, "What the hell is this? This bastard is completely insane." Heyman turns around. He thinks, "I can't beat him. If I stay here, I'll end up like Yeoman." Delinquents think he called us all here, but he's running away. Hyun-sung asks, Where are you looking if you started something? You'd better finish it, the delinquent orders everyone. Get out of my way, I'll finish him alone. He prepares to land a blow, but the protagonist dodges, throwing himself backward, moving quickly toward him and grabbing him by the waist. That delinquent falls to the ground, and the protagonist smiles, saying, "I'm Yu Jong-yun." He then punches him several times in the face. Without stopping, those delinquents shout, "He's crazy, get that bastard away from him." They try to grab Hyun-sung, while others tremble in fear. That delinquent begs him to stop. We La Shang-ho and Sin-woo celebrate, saying it's game over. You should stay away from Hyun-sung. The protagonist stands up, saying from now on, everyone in D-san will follow the orders of Chulil High. If I tell you to come, you must come. Does anyone disagree? 2 weeks later, at Dessen ICT High, classmates gossip that Heyman was there and fled in the middle of the fight. Heyman thinks that even if he finished off that madman, there would be retaliation. And first of all, you shouldn't mess with a lunatic like that. He then shouts, "I get it. You bastards, shut up. Because if you keep gossiping in front of me, you'll face the consequences." Then Hyun-sung says, "I found you calling out young Heymin." Heymin asks, "Why are you here?" The protagonist replies, "I couldn't say it last time, but you should know Moon Byung-seon, because he sent an email. Heymin thinks that's the target the Golden Circle hire me for. I need to find a way to silence him." He advances toward the protagonist, asking, "What are you going to do about it?" He approaches quickly, but only receives a punch square in the face. Emin wakes up later in a hospital bed, next to the Daesin High principal. He says it was all Hyun-sung's fault. How can he cause trouble in other schools and get away with it? But the principal says, "You were the one who hit first. Hyun-sung only came to talk to you, and the world calls that self-defense." Heyman stands up and asks, "What nonsense is that?" The principal says, "Everyone else said Heyman was in the wrong. You're quite famous for causing trouble." It all fits. Heyman shouts, "My face is hurt. I'll take this to court." But the principal asks, "Do you know who Moon Byung-seon is?" Young Heymin didn't know that. While he was unconscious, O'Day Hwan covered for the protagonist. They made a deal that the Golden Circle didn't know about. Kim Hyun-sung had already gotten to work to send Heymin to hell outside. Heymin thinks this sucks. "I was expelled from school. Plus, my dad is blaming me for losing his manual labor job." Young Heymin couldn't even imagine that. As always, Kim Hyun-sung was behind everything. Boon Saeon calls the guy and says, "It's been a long time I heard about you. You shouldn't be hurting over this." Since Dong Jun's family is also a complete mess, but he's a piece of trash. Who hired the Golden Circle to come after him? Hyun-sung would make sure to completely destroy his life and his clients' lives. Hammond wanted to become an instructor. Sin-woo and Seong-ho appear behind him, saying it's been a while. Byun-seon says that dream won't come true, since you can't use your hands anymore. At Daesin Science High, some students gossip about how crazy everything that happened was, until a guy bumps into a delinquent's shoulder and apologizes. The blonde guy shouts at him, "Apologize." But the guy replies, "I already apologized." Yoon-jin says, "You're not in a position to offend him like that, since you were the one who bumped into him." The blonde delinquent slaps his face. "Do you want to lose your life?" Last winter, the protagonist asked, "Which high school do you want to go to?" Hyunjin replied, "Cheol Il High. I want to go to the same university as you." His brother thought, unlike his past life, he could protect Hyunjin even at Kylo, but maybe it's better to open a different path for him. He told him to study hard, suggesting Sun Science High School. Hyunjin asked, "Should I enroll there?" "I'll do whatever my brother wants." Back in the present, the boy explained the situation. How he had been punched. The teacher shouted, "Byung-soo," because Byung-soo was shouting, even though he was the one who threw the punch. Byung-soo insisted, "Hyun-jin hit my shoulder first. I didn't start it," he thought. This old man won't fall for that lie. Hakbum thought he had a brief idea of what happened. "Both of you are wrong for fighting. You must bring your guardians tomorrow." Byung-soo. Hyunjin looked downcast after hearing that. On their way out, the blonde boy said, "He's such a goody two-shoes. If he pulls a stunt like that, his grandma would get sick having to come here." Hyunjin repeated, "Don't talk about me." Byung-soo scoffed at that. He warned, My dad owns a construction company. That old man is a suck-up after all. Plus, my older brother is the top dog at Daesun University. He ended his school life, he asked. Why would a miserable orphan do something like that? The next day, the teacher met Byung-soo's father and introduced himself. Chul-ho ordered him to explain. Hyun-jin treated my son as a joke. He even hit him yesterday. That is too much audacity. My son couldn't just stay quiet. Violence is wrong unless it's self-defense. The other teachers said Byung-soo's father was not wrong. They should just end this. Chul-ho thought Hyun-jin should get what he deserved. He said if Hyun-jin's guardian asks for forgiveness, I'll let it go. The teacher interrupted, saying, I have a duty to guide my students in the correct direction. That's why I called you here. They must go to the council room. Yoon-jin's guardian is already there. Chul-ho turned away, grumbling. He commented the teacher is stubborn. But it changes nothing. It's a trivial matter. Yoon-soo thought. They were talking about his father and his brother. So Hyun-jin was screwed. They entered the room. Everyone was surprised. Hyun-jin's grandmother was supposed to be his guardian, but his brother came. The three kept their heads down. The teacher began to recount the incident. According to witnesses, Han Byung-soo started the fight. He acted violently. Chul-ho shouted, I apologize. It was his fault for raising his son so poorly. Byung-soo should apologize for lying. The boy shouted, I didn't do anything wrong. Yoon-jin had hit him first. Byung-soo's head was struck. His brother ordered apologize right now. Hak Byum replied that the school would take disciplinary measures. Against Byung-soo, his father agreed. The protagonist stood up. Teacher asked for a few minutes to talk. The teacher said, in this school, I am considered a goody two-shoes, someone who follows the rules too much. But I just want my students to live here. I heard that the big guys support Hyun-sung, even without liking him. If Hyun-jin can attend school without problems, I would consider the protagonist a guardian. Hyun-sung thought this was the reason. I transferred my brother to this high school. In my past life, this teacher was fired for protecting a student. He trusted him for not giving into wealth or power, for always making the correct judgment. So he warned, I will ensure this does not happen again. If Hyun-jin does something wrong, he should be punished severely. He lowered his head, giving thanks. For an educator like him, it was fine to do this with pride. Byung-soo complained about his father. Not standing by him, Chul-ho asked, Don't you understand the situation you're in? You messed with Myung-jin construction. The delinquent asked why. Are they supporting him? His brother questioned. Don't you know the child you messed with? Because his older brother is the guy dominating Daesan. The protagonist opens the door. Byung-soo, come with me. I have something to say too. Byung-soo follows Hyun-sung asks, Why the heck aren't your brother and dad coming too? Outside the school, Byung-soo kneels and begs for forgiveness. I won't mess with Hyun-jin ever again. Chul-ho replies, We'll make sure it never happens again. Byung-soo's older brother nods in agreement. But the protagonist says, with one call from me, your father will go bankrupt. Your older brother will spend the rest of his life in bed. Anyone in Daesun who messes with me is screwed. Getting rid of you is too easy. Both of them kneel and beg for forgiveness. Seeing Hyun-jin after Han Byung-soo hit him, reawakened a trauma Hyun-sung had suppressed. He warns them. That scoundrel dared to lay hands on my brother. I could tear you to pieces right now, and it wouldn't be enough. I'm holding back for Hyun-jin's sake. If you want to calm my rage, you should beg my brother. A little later in the classroom, Byung-soo kneels and begs for forgiveness for what he did. From now on, I won't do this to anyone else in school. Hyun-jin says it's okay. You can get up now. I know it's hard to do this in front of everyone, so I accept your apology. Hyun-sung wanted to protect his brother's innocent side. That's why he sent him to decent science high school. From that day on, Hyun-jin's world changed. During recess, even the seniors wanted to meet him. Hyun-jin thinks, I knew my brother was popular, but I didn't expect it to be on this scale. That was also the moment Daesun fell into Hyun-sung's hands. There were dozens of rumors about him. But time passed, and he didn't do anything. Soon June arrived. The days became hotter in Changbyun's office. A secretary bursts in screaming. We got at the government, made an official announcement about the Sejong reconstruction project. Changbyun cheers, my gamble finally paid off. A few months ago, the directors had discussed, "We don't know what will happen to this zone. If any prediction is wrong, we'll suffer a massive loss. The construction business doesn't work on prayers." Another executive says, "You're only looking at it from one perspective." Warning leader Chong Sok. Buying land at this price is a bargain. A luxury villa complex would just be a bonus, if we're not mistaken. The road plan is already in its initial stages. That's enough to see the land has demand. Chong Byam asks leader, "Are you still going to act imprudently?" A nerd-type director says, "We need to focus on generating money. People want buildings and apartments made by Myung-jin, yet you're spending money on a complex. This is the most inefficient plan possible. As a director, you don't even know that." Chong Bean replies, "The land isn't going anywhere. We just need to wait for the right moment." Are you the only one who doesn't understand that? Stop whining. If you want to become an executive director. But the leader interrupts, saying, "I put my name on this plan. Success or failure, it's in your hands, Chang Byung." Chang Byung asks the CEO, "Trust me. I won't disappoint you in the present." A director analyzes the profit is already 30 billion. It will increase even more. The CEO stands up saying, "Chang Byung has always been a problematic son, but he found a new source of business and he succeeded. I said before, success or failure. It would be his so today. I will announce that the next CEO will be Executive Director Go Chang Byung." Chong Soo stands up saying, "You can't do that. Reforming ministries is basically a lottery." The CEO responds, "It's not because of the results. What did you do when the idea first came up? You were against it. Only focused on Chong Byam's success, instead of the company's. That's why he is the best option." He asked what the others think. Is my eldest son not good enough? All the executives agree. Myung-jin Construction only needed a successor. Starting tomorrow, Chung Sok must leave the construction company. I will reward you now for everything you've done until today. Outside, Chung Sok asks, "How could this happen? He kicked me out as if I were nothing. I didn't want to use this, but I cannot leave the place I should inherit." "Mr. Reporter, are you busy? I want to have lunch with you at a coffee shop." Chongbum asks if the protagonist remembers this place. The protagonist replies, "Of course. This is where I got my chance." The young man says, "To be honest, I thought you were crazy. But do you know why I believed in you? It's because you didn't hide your greed. I realized you would become CEO, no matter what you had to do. So, thank you, I've secured the position thanks to you. And now about my promise. I will support you until the end." Hyun Sung says that if he keeps his word, he will remain his top priority. Then director Cheol Jin calls Chong Byam. Chong Byam panics, then asks who said the article was released. On the internet, people were talking about Moon Jean Richards' heir being a bastard, the result of an affair decades ago. Chong Zoe says, "That idiot shouldn't have coveted my position. He should know his place. If he had just stayed quiet in his corner, I would have treated him like an older brother. But thinking about it, he's very lucky I managed to get a look at some strange money flow from the CEO." Chong Sok mentioned this to his mother just in case. That's how he discovered Myung-jin had an affair. But the most important thing was the woman who gave birth to a child decades ago. His mother asked him not to tell Chong Byam. Chong Byam warns the director, "I don't care if you wipe everyone out or bribe them. Get rid of these articles." Then he apologizes to the protagonist. "I have to go. Chong Sok made a mess." The protagonist understands that. Chong Sok used every trick to become CEO, but there are things that shouldn't be done. He won't forgive him this time. Hyun Sung asks, "What exactly are you going to do? Are you going to find Go Chong Sok and beat him up?" That won't change anything, and it might have the opposite effect, making you lose everything. Chong Byam says, "Right now, it's like my mother has been stabbed." Hyun Sung asks him to be honest. The illegitimate son isn't him. It's Go Chong Sok in the past life. Chong Byam broke his brother's jaw. Myung-jin hired an expert for the succession, and that's how the scandal started. However, Hyun Sung wasn't so focused on the violence, but on the family's movements. The succession race was already favorable for Chong Byam. Even so, Chong Sok made a revelation. Yet Myung-jin still supported Chong Byam. Not only that, but Chong Byam's mother resolved his problems. Chong Sok, however, was sent to study abroad. by the very mother who had embraced her husband's son. After investigating the mystery, Hyun-sang deduced that Chong-sok is the bastard. Why didn't you use this fact against your brother? It would have resulted in his downfall. Chong-bum says, when I was little, Myung-jin wasn't a good father. He was the worst my mother and I fought every day. Little Chong-bum asked, should I scold Dad? Perhaps touched. She said something that stuck with her son. Chong-soo isn't your brother. We don't even know who his mother is. He is still your father's son, and I had no choice but to raise him. But every time I see him, my heart breaks. Chong-beom asks his mother, ask for a divorce, you can stay with me. But that day his mother said, even so we are family. This was the reason. The competition was a separate matter. He couldn't let it hurt his mother. He wondered if he should take Chang's life. But Hyun-sung called his friend. He said, I have a way to solve this without hurting anyone. He asked, do you want to hear it? The next day, in the press room, Chong-beom thought, I am not an alcoholic. I am the heir to the corporation. Then he introduced himself. He apologized for disappointing everyone with his family problems. He said he would answer all questions today. It was true that his father had an affair. But that does not mean I am the bastard. He held up a DNA test. This DNA test proves I am CEO Myung-jin's son. As you can see, my mother's and father's blood runs in my veins, a reporter asked. Is there another bastard? The young man replied. There was one, unfortunately. That child lost their life before coming into the world. His father felt guilty about that. That is why he sent money as a pension. People started to freak out. They shouted, we have a question. Chang Byam said, this is the truth about my family. If anyone bothers them with bad intentions after this, as the next CEO and the eldest, I will ensure you can expect severe retaliation. Chong-soo hit the wall, irritated. He shouted, this is a lie. He yelled everything was false. In the meeting room, Myung-jin thanked his son for thinking of the family. The young man replied, I only did what was expected. His father asked him to. Do not worry. Live a life you will not be ashamed of as CEO. Then he asked Chong-beom to wait outside. He needed to talk with Chong-suk. Myung-jin said, I know you did everything to become CEO. I cannot blame you for that. There was a time when I thought you would be the best option. That way the family would treat you well. You would not suffer as a bastard. And yet you dug your own grave. Chong-sok then knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Yoon-jin said it was scary. Your mother was also wicked. Just look at how she was sucking money. But I thought the boy would be worth it then. He announced, I'll give you some buildings. You should not worry about money. But Chong-sok pleaded for one last chance. The father shouted. The reason Chong-beom kept the secret and never used it in the competition, it was because you are part of the family. He did it because he considered you a younger brother. In retrospect, I could have easily passed the CEO position to Chong-beom. But I gave my bastard son a chance to enter the race. Not only Myung-jin, but your mother and Chong-beom also thought of you as family. Chong-suk realized his mistake. He started to cry in despair. He was the truly privileged son. His elder brother heard this from behind the door at Incheon International Airport. Chong-suk said, I only married without feelings. I even had an affair. He handed over the materials. His brother needed to manage the company. He also said, he sent his staff to take care of the future CEO. From now on, they're usually useful. So you should make good use of them. But first I want to ask one thing. He asked who the hell helped my brother. Chong-beom smiled when he was called brother. The younger one continued. Might have been an executive. And if it was not someone from the company, the only one I spent money on was Hyun-sung. He's just a high school kid. But he questioned his brother's reaction. Chong-suk asked, are you serious? Was it him who helped Chanyeol thought? You are an imbecile for letting your guard down. Then he said, I would not let you get away with it. If you touch Hyun-sung, Chong-soo admitted. You are better at using people. That is why you should be the next CEO. You bet on a high school student after all. Now far from his brother. He answered a call. Hyun-sung said, I already know who it was. Chong-soo asked, do you want to say goodbye? The protagonist replied, I was just going to warn you. I am not like Chang Byam, who resolve things peacefully. You can live as a member of the royal family, but you do not have a drop of power. So he shouldn't try a single trick. But Chong-sok just laughs at that. He says his brother wouldn't let him get away with it. If he touched Hyun-sung and he envies their loyalty, he clearly recognizes his brother's capabilities, so he thanks him for that as the youngest. And also for my young gene construction. Hyun-sung walks along the terrace, thinking he's solved a problem. He has a few months left the day. He'll pull the trigger on his plan to take down the golden circle. But before that happens, a kid under the table begs Hyun-sung. Young. Minho keeps calling him and sending messages nonstop, so the protagonist needs to clean up his mess. In the principal's office, he asks, "To what do I owe the honor of your presence?" Chang Byung, the young man, says, "It's nothing complicated." He warns that Hyun-sung will transfer to Seoul next year. The principal is surprised, thinking Hyun-sung is a renowned asset to make their school famous. Kang Byum says eventually Hyun-sung will graduate. You should focus on your relationships without depending on him. I want to continue supporting Keol-il. The principal says, as an educator, I care about my students. Someone like our protagonist should swim in bigger waters than Daesung. Miho continues to send messages to Hyun-sung, who comments that this guy is a joke, until Miho arrives at that location and asks, "Do you have a minute, protagonist?" After fleeing Daesan, he dreamed of starting over in a new city and school. Miho thinks his parents spent a lot of money to erase his past. He will live a completely new life from now on. He realized that if he paid for snacks for others and helped them when they needed it, he could also live like a common high school student. He thinks he locked the room and put the key in the teacher's lounge so he can go to the PC cafe until someone calls Miho asking, "How about we take you home? It's right around the corner." Miho thinks this guy has a bully's expression. He looks like an idiot. He'll become an errand boy. Even if he gets beaten, he needs to show he isn't a pushover. He says, "I don't want to." But Park lands a kick to his stomach. Miho thinks if he gives up because of one punch, he'd be screwed. He can't appear weak. So he lunges forward asking, "Why are you hitting me?" But Park grabs him and says he's weak. He retaliates with a blow to the young man's jaw and spits on his head. Then he tells everyone, "Say hello to your new toy." After that day, Miho's life turned upside down. People in the classroom kept beating him. When he tried to talk to others, he was always ignored. His reality became even more difficult elsewhere. Park asked would it just be 50,000. When he knows Miho paid for snacks in PC cafe hours, there was nothing he could do, not even if he told his parents, or tried to use a knife on him, because his friend back there is from a rich family. In Gyeonggi-do, a simple word from his parents makes even the principal run away. So crying won't do any good. If he snitches, his friend will hire a lawyer. Miho asks, "Why are you doing this to me?" But Park says, "Someone asked me to. You should have lived a worthwhile life." Kim Hee-un-sung was waiting for Miho to climb the stairs of hope from the beginning, because the higher he climbs, the greater the fall. Shansu warns. There's a guy named Park Mingyu at Yoon School. He's definitely skilled. Hyun-sung offers 1,000 as an advance and 5,000 after the job is done. He also makes sure to show that, no matter how much Miho tries, he'll have no hope. His friend calls him a crazy bastard. Hyun-sung decides to take it as a compliment. Miho thinks there's no doubt. The protagonist hired the Golden Circle, and he still needs to escape. But he wonders what he can even do after this, as he'll always be in his hands, thinking he just needs to endure, because that's how life works, and things might get better another day. Park recounts, "I left this elite brew aging for 3 whole days. If you shake it, you can see how thick it's become. Park continues if he drinks this, and lasts until the next class, without going to the bathroom. I promise I won't bother him again." Miho wonders if it's true. Park replies it's a promise. Young man drinks as class begins, but it doesn't take long for him to feel something strange. He thinks he just needs to hold on for 1 hour, and everything will be over. But after a while, he can't take it anymore. Suddenly, a sound prevents him from staying in the room. Miho runs out, while his classmates say, "That was sick. He can't take it anymore. He won't deal with this alone." He sees that now he has evidence on his clothes. No matter what happens, if they see this, they'll help in the teacher's room. Park apologizes. "My prank was too extreme. It won't happen again." Park continues, "But you can ask anyone. I'm just a close friend of Miho's." Outside, Park beats the young man, saying teachers are public servants. They just want to stay quiet in their corner. Until they retire, you should pay attention. He slaps his own face. And Park warns now, both of us are guilty. But they'll only consider Miho to be in the wrong. Park continues, you should hurry up and snitch on me. I dared you to show what you can do. Miho walks around thinking he trusted a teacher, only because there was no one else. He went crazy after getting beaten. Then his classmates ask, is the rumor true? They continue, that you were expelled from a school in Dsan for bullying other students. Miho thinks this is karma. As his last hope, he decides to leave school. A few days later at his house, he goes to open the door. Park kicks him away and says, it's been a while. Miho asks, why are you here? The job is already done. Park replies, you're not wrong. Park continues, but from time to time, clients come with strange requests. They ask me to beat you once a month. Back to the present. Miho kneels and begs for forgiveness. He's ready to do anything. Hyunsung says you've experienced firsthand. That malice can take a life. Hyunsung continues, but I'll give you one last chance. Out of respect for how far you want to find me, you need to get rid of Park. Miho asks, how can I do that? Miho, grabbing his leg, says, I have no money left and no power. The protagonist replies, you have your body. You just need to create a mess that the police will get involved in. Hyunsung continues, if you want freedom, you need to prove what you have. Park sits in the room, commenting, it's boring now that my toy is gone. He thinks the Golden Circle is a great business. I can't believe he earned $6,000 just for beating Miho, plus an extra $1,000 a month. Suddenly a police officer enters the room and asks, are you Park? You need to come with us quietly. Miho jumped from a building yesterday. The officer continues, he's still alive. But unconscious Park asks, what does that have to do with me? The detective says that's a lot of nerve. The detective continues, because young Miho put your name in his will. He didn't want to live because of you. The detective adds, there were many witnesses who saw you bullying others. There are even security recordings of you invading people's homes. The detective explains it only took a quick look, and they were flooded with evidence. Park thinks this is unfair. He didn't do it because he wanted to, but they want him to take the blame for everything. So he says, I was hired by the Golden Circle. But the detective tells him, shut up. He silences the cameras and turns away. While Park asks, what are you doing? The detective asks, don't you understand yet? Why they gave you so much money? It wasn't for the work. It was for you to take all the blame. If something like this happened, you can go ahead and talk about the Golden Circle. But you have no proof. You can try as much as you want if you're curious to know your fate. So you should quickly take the blame. If you want to live at Yangi General Hospital, a television reports that the bullied student jumped from a building. He thankfully survived, but the culprit was Park. Understand. He will be arrested. People comment that people like that can rot in prison. Hyunsung thinks that in the end, Park took the blame. He himself could have ended up like him. So, he needs to act calmly to take down the Golden Circle. He will keep enjoying his small pleasures. While doing it, Miho's mother is surprised when the protagonist enters the room. She tells him, get out of here right now. Hyunsung says, I just want to talk to Miho. I'm not crazy enough to do anything in a hospital. I made a promise to the boy that I wouldn't bother him anymore, and I don't know what I'm capable of if this persecution continues. Miho's mother warns him, don't you dare touch a single hair on my son's head. You better keep that in mind, because I'll come in if I hear anything. The protagonist asks her, don't worry. He holds Miho's hand, saying that he prayed on the way there. He prayed that Miho would be conscious, so that this feeling now, and the words he's about to say, would be remembered by him. You should have given up like the others. You should have accepted your fate. And watching a damn guy like you struggle to survive was entertaining. But I have no intention of keeping that promise. So it's better to continue like this. Because if you wake up, we'll meet again in the hell I call reality later. At the market, the protagonist thinks that he chose this path for revenge. But he can't sink into that feeling. Because in this life, he needs to make sure his friends are happy. A girl was scanning some snacks at the checkout. The protagonist thinks he'll prepare some eggs for his brother. The girl gets scared seeing the protagonist and runs away. The protagonist identifies her immediately as Oh Hey, young Ji Chong. Byam comments, I spent money to investigate, and it's just as I thought. They fake cutting her Achilles tendon. He wonders if he should get rid of the doctor or Heiji. And the protagonist says he has money and power. He wouldn't abandon his daughter easily. Since he hired the Golden Circle for her, he asks if he knows what Heiji bought at the market. It was just some snacks. She acted like a patient for months. It must have been suffocating. She even wore a hood afraid of being caught. This might not be the first time. And it doesn't matter if she goes out like this. Once in a while, she can walk on her own 2 feet, but not in front of others. And that is basically hell on earth. Time passed, and the end of the second year was approaching. The days were calm, but not for Hyun-sung. He is fighting with Sin-woo in an octagon. The protagonist dodges and strikes the blonde's arm, while his fist approaches his friend's foot. Does the same, then they get close to colliding, until the fight time ends. Sin-woo asks, "Aren't you tired?" "My friend." Being in this for 5 rounds of 5 minutes each, the protagonist replies that he could handle it. But the professor calls the 2 boys, saying that they were training properly, and the 2 greet the coach. "Dukwal ats Hyun-sung. Do you remember when we first met? You asked me to take you to a point where you'd have no rival. By the winter of your second year, his training was about to end. He needed to clear his schedule for the weekend. They were going to check the results of his training. In Seoul before that, Do-hak asked why would Do-hyul do this. Is it to punish his own students? Do-kyul thinks Do-hak hasn't changed at all. He's the same trash as him with a disgusting past. Then Do-hak says, "I won't try to debut again. I just want to see how much they've improved." He boasts about having a junior like him. Do-hak thinks this is his chance to humiliate Do-kyul and promote his academy, so he accepts. On the appointed day, Sin-woo comments that Seoul is different. Do-kyul tells him drop the country bumpkin act. Sin-woo thinks there are many famous faces here, even people from the martial arts scene. Do-hak planned all of this to mess with him. Then Do-kyul tells his students, "Come over here." He explains that they understand why all these spectators were called. To watch a simple sparring match. It wasn't because the fight would be difficult, but it means that if they finish them off, in the worst case, no other student would ever reach their level. At that moment, for the very first time, Do-kyul realized his blood could boil through his students. Coach Do-hak had prepared a tough fight. The bald fighter thinks, "I feel bad hitting a student," but Sin-woo's expression was very irritating. The fight begins, the fighter advances, wanting to smash Sin-woo's face. But Sin-woo hits his calf with a kick. The fighter wonders, does he know kickboxing or taekwondo? He was faking a hit to his face. He was even feigning a kick. But he was just going to block the low kick and counter. Then his calf gets hit again. Sin-woo was using a calf kick. It's a kick to the calf that uses shock to restrict an opponent's movement. The fighter thinks, this guy has a horrible way of fighting. Sin-woo lands yet another kick on him. That guy retreats and thinks, he's going to kick to take me down, because I use boxing, but he's just going to make his kick land lower. Sin-woo thinks he's been hit a few times. He's already got his eyes on my feet. It looks like he wants a ground fight now. Sin-woo lands a kick to the bald fighter's face. Thinks I just need to be half a second faster. That strike knocks out the bald fighter with ease. The referee stops the fight. Sin-woo thinks Hyun-sung must be planning to come to Seoul. I need to show him right here, right now, because his role doesn't end indecent. Sin-woo tells Do-hak Seoul is an open ocean, but this professional didn't even last 1 round. If this is their level, there's no reason to involve Hyun-sung in this. I'll fight the next one. Do-hak gets angry. He yells at Sin-woo, "You insolent brat. You didn't learn manners at your own academy. He's talking too much. Do-kyul should reprimand him. He's babbling after winning by luck." Do-kyul says he's not wrong. That guy didn't even last 1 round. That's how the professional world works. You have to be ready to deal with it. Then Do-kyul questions Do-hak. "So what are you going to do?" Sin-woo's already warmed up. Do-hak thinks Do-kyul just got lucky. Then Do-hak says, "I'll do it myself. If my student gets crippled, it's not my problem." The bald fighter leaves the octagon. Do-hak tells him shut up and go train. Then Do-hak tells Damn Young to go. The young man replies, "You know I'm an expert in this style." Do-hak replies, "I trust you." As the fight begins, Damn Young starts circling. He only throws punches with his lead foot and is very passive. Do-hak thinks it's as if they know something about him. Damn Young was just testing the waters. to get a feel for Sin Woo's reach. Then he quickly advances on Sin Woo. Du shootings. That kick came like a flash from a distance. Barely missed, Dim Young is good at controlling distance. Duchiel wonders what Sin Woo will do next. As he blocks the strike, the blonde thinks his opponent is strong. But if he gives up here, all his hard work will have been in vain. He dodges a punch thinking he has to remember the reason he went through that hellish training, how they had beaten him every day, until he notices an opening in the jaw. But Dim Young fakes a grappling grab, only to land across. Sin Woo stumbles backward from the blow, but that only fuels him to attack more. He lunges into the attack. Dim Young thinks maybe he wants a test of strength. Sin Woo thinks his friend used to be cheerful and kind. He wants to know what happened. But no matter how merciless he becomes, he is still the same person inside. He cannot understand why Dim Young is trying to deal with all the danger. Alone it might take lifetimes for him to understand his emotions. Because just as he reached out in difficult times, he would help his friend. Sin Woo traps Dim Young in a triangle and keeps squeezing the young man. Asks him to tap out the referee, stops the fight. Then the blonde says, I beat 2 professionals even though I am weaker. This will help Hyun Sung's plans. He will be my chess piece. If he says no, I will do whatever I want. Why are you going this far? You look like someone who lost everything in life. Doo-Hak asks what the hell were you talking about? You need to prepare for the next fight. Shin Chang-hoon still needs to be defeated. People comment that Doo-Hak was screwed. A professional had been forced to surrender by a high school student. That coach thinks that if this ends here, his reputation will be ruined. People will talk about how Do-Kil is the best fighter. And coach, so he says, Chang-hoon must fight once. His student says I have not even had my debut yet. He was Doo-Hak's most talented student. He was thinking of how to debut extravagantly. To become an MMA star, Chang-hoon warns coach. You owe me one for this, Do-Hok says. Duchul wants to know how capable his students are, so let the other student fight Chang-hoon. The coach asks what the protagonist wants to do. Hyun Sung thinks that in his past life, there were 2 people with a future in martial arts. One was Kim Mile, and the other was Chang-hoon. Among them, Chang-hoon had a flashy debut with the nickname Dynamite, and surprised the nation by going to the biggest event. Hyun Sung says he accepts, thinking that Chang-hoon is not at that level yet, but definitely has talent. Then he says I will talk to Sin Woo later. At the start of the fight, Doo-Kil is surprised by the protagonist, immediately advancing. Chang-hoon thinks that he is coming to his own grave with his own feet if he wants to end this. It will be fast. So he attempts a strike, and the protagonist dodges, landing a blow to Chang-hoon's stomach. The fighter gets angry after being hit, attempting a strike that the protagonist blocks, and counters with a cross. Chang-hoon begins to exchange attacks with Hyun Sung. Multiple times Doo-Kil thinks, that is not my student style that I know. Hyun Sung says, I cannot guarantee how long being calculated will work. Seoul is unexplored, and I will have to face unfavorable monsters. So enough of this, I must surrender to my instincts, because I will not be perfect in Seoul either. Hyun Sung continues attacking nonstop. Chang-hoon wonders what happened to him suddenly, because he was trying to corner him. But he was the one cornered, about to take the protagonist's final attack. Duchul thought that, as a fighter, Hyun Sung was perfect with no one above him. But the scariest thing was that he didn't care for his own safety. He was determined to defeat his opponent, no matter the cost. He knocked Chang-hoon down with a hook. The crowd cheered for the defeated fighter. Hyun Sung called his trainer and said, I was aware of how meaningless the favor I asked was, and I'm sure it wasn't easy, but I reached the level I was looking for. So I'm truly grateful you kept your promise. Doo-Yul said that's all I could have done for you. Take care. Doo-Yul's students completely crushed Doo-Hak's, shocking the entire national scene. Those who heard about Hyun Sung were excited for his debut. And after a simple look at the market value of young Doo-Yul's students, those who had forgotten and ignored him started to get in touch. But none of it mattered to Duck-yeol. He complained that he seemed to have lost his motivation. At first, he was doing it for money. But at some point, he realized he liked the life of a teacher. He thought there was a time he felt inferior to Lee Do-Hak. But when he trained those two, those thoughts disappeared. I could use either of them to make money. But he wouldn't find a student who satisfied him. Until a young man entered the gym and asked, "Are you Coach Young Dutchley?" The sparring match left me very impressed. I don't care what others say. I believe you're extremely talented. So I'm asking for your help to train. I want to become a champion. Kyul wondered why he reminded him of Hyun Sung. He asked, "What's your name, kid?" He quickly replied, "My name is Kim Moo-yeol." A few days later, on a park bench, Hyun Sung said, "I'm sorry, but I can't take Sin Woo to Seoul. He knows how dangerous the things I'm going to do are, but I never said he isn't needed. If I need him, he should come to Seoul, because at that moment I'll want my friend, and I accept all the sincerity he's showing. So until then, I'll leave Dessen in his hands." Next day, in Siengo's classroom, Sin Woo said, "I have a question for you. Who do you think should lead when Hyun Sung leaves?" Siengo said, "It's clear it should be me. The blonde guy never accomplished anything." Sin Woo said, "That's a problem. It was obvious that when Hyun Sung leaves and Siengo graduates, the position will be empty. Even if you try to take over, the bullies won't cooperate." So he suggested fighting him. Sung-ho said, "Power is too sweet. It's too early to overturn the hierarchy." Sin Woo said, "I learned a lot from Hyun Sung." The two started to fight outside the classroom. People gossiped. Sin Woo started fighting Sung-ho and finished him off. But I also heard he's going around, taking down any bully who tries to challenge him. After fighting by Sung-ho, Sin Woo began to organize the hierarchy. Third years came for him first, then second years, along with freshmen who were decent fighters. But the result was that everyone lost. By the window, an extra said, "If someone is at the top, there's always a second place. I'm satisfied being that." His friend said Hyun Sung is the leader. The extra replied, "Having third place isn't bad." The hierarchy was decided. Sin Woo became the leader of Cha Yunil High School. Then exams ended and time passed. Hyun Sung thought, "I got a perfect score again. And that's why I prepared." His grades and his existence in Gangnam would be taken seriously. These two things will be a calamity. He was sure the golden circle wouldn't stay put until a chubby kid entered the room and called the protagonist. A student warns that he has something to say. Hyun Sung glares at him coldly. The student begins, "I was aware of how brazen it was to ignore you. After being helped, if you want to curse me, I'll understand after that. Everyone isolated me for being selfish. All I did was study, but I didn't find it difficult. In fact, I was very happy back then. Park Michael's gang never bothered me. I finally felt what it was like to have a normal life. Being friendless for a while wasn't so bad. Plus now I have friends who understand me. Friends who were in the same situation in the past. But every now and then I find myself wondering, what if I could go back to the time when a revision board was open? I probably wouldn't be able to do it. Just a coward after all. I was too busy running because your few words, Hyun Sung, made me afraid. But I couldn't do that anymore. Not after hearing about the transfer. I can't forget, so I want you to know this. We are truly grateful to you. Because thanks to you we were able to live." Youngman's actions became a catalyst. Other students started coming to Hyun Sung. Hyun Sung Ting. "I didn't stop the bullies for the sake of others." He tells them so. "You should stop smiling and praising me. I don't deserve it. Don't confuse my selfishness with kindness. You need to let this go in one ear and out the other. Because if my emotions fade, everything might just end. But the problem is it wouldn't end." At school, a new guy asks, "Are you Hyun Sung from Chilo High?" The new guy says, "I'm really grateful. Without you, I wouldn't even be here." Hyun Sung replies, "I just crushed those annoying jerks to prove I'm stronger than them." But the guy says it doesn't matter what your reason was. The fact is escaping that hell was thanks to you. There are many more kids like me in Daesan. After he dominated Daesan, that page became a bulletin board. People interact there, and it records the bullies who were taken down. Reading the post, people want to go to Kylo High. They want to thank Hyun Sung for everything he's done because of him. Everyone can live happily. Thank you for that, the protagonist thinks. More students smile when they see me. Now vivid memories flood his mind. All those trembling, fearful gazes once directed at him. He realized that hate only breeds more hate. It must be evil. It doesn't matter if it was just distorted justice. He thought he had stepped into something truly immoral. But as he threw out the trash, people became happy, and that's not evil. It's a blood judgment instead. Something no one wants to take on. But someone has to do it, and I'll gladly take that role, because it might be the reason. I can go back to the past. Winter break coincidentally arrived. And after this day, Hyun-sung's relationship with Cheol-il would be completely over. He finished talking with Odo Won about the transfer. Then he gave a quick farewell to Yoon-chul. But they had no idea anyone Hyun-sung sets his eyes on would never find comfort, so he thinks. I have no intention of forgiving you. Just because you helped a little. There's no doubt you'll help other trash. Sayona suddenly calls the protagonist and asks, "Do you have a moment? My father wants to meet you in a dining room." An old man said Sayona is right about your appearance. We'll talk while they prepare the food. Hyun-sung says, "I was your daughter's classmate, so please speak freely." Sung Pil thanks him for that. The protagonist thinks he's the president of the anti-school violence committee. He lost his son. I'm sure there will be benefits to being here. Shung Pil says, "I asked to meet you after hearing about what happened. I tried to eliminate school violence. But it wasn't easy knowing how tedious this task is. I couldn't control my happiness when I heard about it. If my son had a friend like you, or had spoken fearlessly about what happened, he wonders if he would still be alive. This is all meaningless. If I had done my job correctly as his father, nothing would have happened. But I was an incompetent father who didn't understand his son's hints. He didn't know his son had trouble expressing himself. When his grades dropped, he lectured him without asking why. But then, his son suddenly talked about transferring schools. He thought he was just trying to escape his difficulties. What happened still hurts him deeply. He only wanted a happy family. But he didn't understand what he was prioritizing above his son. So he came to Dessen to at least raise his daughter correctly. In the end, it was Hyun-sung's method that worked. He is the one who leads the club that punishes evil. Going to Seoul means he wants to expand it. So he has something he needs to say. Because no matter what you do in Seoul, I will be on your side. It won't be easy to stand in your way, so please keep that in mind. Because behind you there's me and many others. The protagonist stands up. He says, "I won't forget today." And he thanks him outside on the playground. Sayona said she would take the lives of those who hurt her brother, but she didn't do anything. She didn't have the confidence for it. Hyun-sung replies, "It's not your fault." Sayona says, "I know that. But I have a new dream after he acquired this power." He didn't face any problems. I saw it with my own eyes. Even though that's the disgusting part about having power. That's why I must get my hands on it too. I'm going to become a prosecutor, to have the power and live as I wish. You must do me the favor of not losing. Become my hope, because I will never give up. Hyun-sung says, "I'll genuinely root for you." When the holidays began, Hyun-sung focused on spending more time with his family. They ate delicious food and appreciated beautiful landscapes. They even went to an amusement park together. For the first time, the protagonist would never forget how his grandma looked like a young girl. She was so happy, but no matter where they went, staying home was better. Those moments were happy and precious. In fact, what he liked most about returning to the past was that the family's pain disappeared. That made him happier than anything. Changbum informs him it's all done. "I'll see you in a week." The Data Young Group is the third richest company. They sell everything and have many subsidiaries. It's always among the top 3 companies that graduates aim for in their job searches. A young man walks by, people comment that he is handsome, and the heir of the Daetang Group. Yoon Hyun-man wishes everyone a good day. The girls wish for a date with him, because he rose from rock bottom to his current position with his own hands. He would have become a partner anyway. In the car, he takes off his tie. He asks, "What is the situation?" The same thing happens at school. All the mothers are asking, "What is the meaning of this?" They would never calm down, since their children are in 12th grade. Even the smallest change in exam rankings is important. They're saying that the kid who ranks first in mock exams will transfer to this school. You need to explain this. The director begins to speak, but another woman arrives. She asks, "Are you going to accept this student?" As the leader of the parent association, she has helped in many problematic situations, not to mention personal problems. That director knew how much she had invested. But he has no choice but a month ago, a masked young man delivered evidence of all the director's misdeeds. This is enough to guarantee criminal punishment. You should be more careful when you drink it. Will be very interesting. If all of this came out publicly, the director asks, "What do you want from me?" The masked man replies, "A student with excellent grades is going to transfer to the high school, and the parents are going to complain a lot. Your life is much more important than that of a few high school students." Director says, "The parents in Gangnam have too much power. I can't do this alone," but the man tells him, "Don't worry about that. He's going to send someone to help." Messaging Changbyum. The director wonders when they'll arrive. Only 5 minutes have passed, and he needs to buy time. So he says he did his best to stop the transfer, but the student changed addresses. All the paperwork was correct. Refusing would only cause more problems. One of the mothers shouts, "That's your problem. Our children will be affected because of you. How will you compensate us?" The director replies, "This isn't something to be resolved by shouting. Being emotional will only make things worse." But the mothers say this is a joke. Johai says, "I thought you were a logical man." Director, "That was a huge mistake on my part." She continues, "I'll go public about you accepting bribes. I'll make sure you realize the scale of your error." The director tries to calm her, but the woman slaps him across the face. She asks, "How can I calm down when my child will face a new obstacle in life?" She's not naive. She won't just wash her hands of this. The director keeps trying to appease the situation. Then another mother arrives. She asks, "What is all this?" Johai turns around asking, "Are you Minwo's mother?" Lee Miso's life turned upside down when she met Hyun Sung. Her husband's family started to like her more, and her reputation exploded. Around that time, Hyun Sung called. He said he had a favor to ask. Lee Miso posted the tips he ordered to be spread online. The number of users in the Mother Sky Cafe increased by more than 30 times in 3 weeks. As a result, she gained absolute power. As the moderator of the largest mothers forum, she says it's hard to believe this, even seeing it with my own eyes. She continues, "You've gone too far," threatening the director, just because of a student with good grades. "I don't find that acceptable." Johai says this. "This matter has to do with your school." Miso replies, "In that case, you no longer need the information I shared." The mother says, "That's not what I meant. Minwoo doesn't even study at this school, so you shouldn't intervene." Lee Miso replies, "The transfer student is a very good friend of my son's. I won't just stand by," she adds. "Of course, you are all free to do what you think is best. However, some choices can be interpreted as hostility." Johai lets out a nervous laugh. So they decide to end it there. They were feeling a bit uncomfortable. The last mother says, "We went this far for him. We'll turn a blind eye for Miso." She informs Hyun Sung this is how I resolved it. The parents won't interfere anymore. She continues, "Since you're looking after my Minwoo, if you need anything, just call." The protagonist says this was just the beginning. Daesung Murai High School was the place where the Golden Circle was most active. If he, the top-ranked academic student, transferred to that school, they wouldn't let it slide. In a school where commissions actively happen, it won't be a problem if he's on the target list. His history in Daesan isn't useful there. Hyun Sung was even more excited. He had finally reached the Gangnam he dreamed of. Time passed as planned, but the world remained just as rotten. An agent informs human. The protagonist was a target before. Your agents failed and the job was concluded. After investigating, they discovered it was an absolute failure. Everyone received retaliation. Human asks, "Why wasn't I informed of this?" His secretary says, Young Chansu and Tae-jun were compromised by Hyun Sung. They immediately went after Jong Chansu, but he was already gone. He must have realized before fleeing. Judging from this, his reason for remaining in the Golden Circle was to leak internal information. Hyun Min asks, "Is that your conclusion?" The secretary kneels, begging for forgiveness, but his head is then stomped on. The blonde man asks, "What took you so long to explain that? We are drowning in shit." Thinking that, if this information leaks, the Golden Circle members will panic. This could cause disturbances they cannot resolve. He can't lose control over his members. Because of these idiots, he has to continue for a long time. But Hae-hyun Sung is interesting. He could have graduated in D-San, but he came to Seoul, so his target is definitely the Golden Circle. He was approaching them knowing everything. The police, the justice system, the press and politicians were all kneeling to him. So he says 1 month after classes start, deal with Hyun-sung, whatever the cost. A man on the phone says he will give a summary about the target, given how he dealt with the agents. He assumes Hyun-sung knows about the Golden Circle. He also unified all the schools in D-San, even if it's not as good as Seoul. His strength is estimated between rank A and S. Hyun-sung was able to create all these problems because the principal and teachers supported him. He also had the sponsorship of the executive director of Myeongjin Construction. Additionally, a parents' committee tried to block Hyun-sung's transfer, but they failed due to the interference of Lee Miso, Dong-chul's wife. She is currently managing the Mothers Forum. The speaker believes she has a relationship with the protagonist. In summary, Hyun-sung came to Gangnam with an objective. The speaker asks if anyone in the meeting has any questions. A young man asks, what is his relationship with Vice Chief Prosecutor Dong-cheol? The speaker responds, he won't do anything for Hyun-sung. Another guy asks, is politics involved? The speaker denies it for now. Park Hyung-jin, an executive of the Golden Circle, thinks this guy is impressive. They can't leave him alone. After all, there's no failure in the organization's history. He asks, is there anyone useful at the school? The speaker says there was. Hyung-jin responds there shouldn't be any problems. The speaker says all the teachers were on his side, and they're going to replace the principal then. The executive says, I will take care of this personally this time. They must prioritize this above the rest. Ask for support whenever necessary. The superiors want this done within the first month of classes, but they would finish it within the first week. Hyun-sung walks through the school, thinking that time flies. He can't believe classes have already started. There were skyscrapers everywhere, luxury cars, and many people walking around near the subway station, and impeccable in appearance. Sungmarai High School proved worthy of being downtown, rich enough to live in Gangnam, with connections to lead Korea's future. Passing through that gate will be the first step of his revenge. In the third year, third class, the teacher says there's a friend I'd like to introduce. Before we start, you've all probably heard about the top scorer on the mock exam. Jong Won-ji tells the protagonist to introduce himself. Yin-sung thinks he looks problematic. Those bastards were also seeing him for the first time. They had very hostile looks. He doesn't know if it's because of his grades, or if someone told him to do this. He says his name to everyone, thinking that he likes chaos. The teacher begins to speak. The March exams will be the SATs, so you should prepare focus on last year's questions. But something catches his attention. He says the protagonist was first place in the national mock exam, and he has good looks, so he should show us how to solve this problem. Hyun-sung thinks, I don't care about the attention. The issue is that all the teachers, starting with this one, are being cautious. It's as if they're saying, he will cause their students' grades to drop. His blood almost froze with that thought. It didn't take long for him to face reality. A student complains, this is crap. We should protest against number one. It's not the school's fault. The problem is the transfer student. He asks, why did he come to our grade-dependent school? And cause this problem, it's pure selfishness. Then he says we saw it earlier, when the teacher asked him to solve the problem. He got up, excitedly. His confidence is on another level. Hyun-sung thinks you're low class. They can't do whatever they want. But he slams the table, asking Hyun-sung, do you have clogged ears? He wants to know. What the hell are you thinking? Transferring to this school. Hyun-sung asks, am I obligated to answer you? That guy gets annoyed and says, everyone is bothered because of you. Then he says, if that's how you're going to act, it's fine, you'll get what you deserve. He then hits himself in the face. Hyun-sung asks, what are you doing? The student replies, I was just screwing you over. Then he drops to his knees screaming, the new kid is hitting me. He begs for help, while Hyun-sung stares at the scene with contempt. In the teacher's lounge, Wong-yi says, he hit your friend to shut him up so he could study. Hyun-sung replies, I didn't do that. The teacher tells him explain about his face. Then Hyun-sung repeats, I didn't do anything. Wang Jiai calls the witnesses and asks, "Did Hyun Sung hit Dong Soo?" His friends reply, "Hyun Sung started the fight and beat him unilaterally. We heard a lot about him. He was a lunatic at his old school." Hyun Sung wonders, are they from the Golden Circle, or do they just want to get rid of me? Whatever the reason, he's fallen into a trap on his very first day. It hasn't even begun yet. This shows that the Golden Circle already discovered his existence, the truth he's been hiding, and his intentions for coming to Seoul. There's no way to know the Golden Circle's internal actions, because young Chansu isn't here right now. So this is where he warns them. Dong Su's friends are not good witnesses. If I'm guilty, I'll accept it. But the teacher says, the student's face is evidence enough. But this brat keeps lying. Then he asks, who are you calling? Hyun Sung says, I'm calling the police. Someone is attempting school violence at Daesung Mirai High School. They need to come quickly. The teacher asks, what are you doing? Hyun Sung says, I need to clarify the facts to solve the problem appropriately. And there was the evidence he was looking for. He pulls out a pen. He is someone very cautious and quite convincing. A detective says, a student was threatening to hit himself. A disgusting world, he asks. What the hell were you thinking? Dong Soo, the boy, replies, I was frustrated when I heard that the top student was transferring. Then the detective says the teacher is also wrong for not hearing all the students' versions. Wang Ji says, I lost my reason. That detective continues. Hyun Sung must feel terrible about this. It was his first day, a woman says. Grades aren't important. Gangnam is the kind of place where everything happens because of grades. So I'm sure none of them had bad intentions. She continues. The upperclassmen act according to what they feel, and the teacher trusted the student he already knows. The detective says the complaint has been filed. Kyung-hee replies, we should punish this student. But there are many things happening right now. We usually don't accept transfers, but the director insisted, and we're busy with internal hearings. So the detective should understand, and not be severe with the young people. We'll be sure to take disciplinary action, strong enough to make the oppressors reflect. The detective says, if you're willing to do that, Hyun Sung should receive a sincere apology, and let this go. Hyun Sung thinks this was a well-rehearsed play. They were appeasing each other. It's a very familiar déjà vu of victim helplessness, as expected from the students, to the teachers and police. The Gangnam cartel is certainly different from Daesan. It's very clear that this is a reminder of the Golden Circle's main base. He says it's quite bizarre. He never said he would forgive anyone. Yet the police officer was speaking for him, and the vice principal was negotiating a compromise with the police. It's written in their eyes. If he doesn't accept the proposal, they'll be a damn fool for trying to sabotage something that should be covered up. Kyung, he says, I gave the suggestion, so he wouldn't be seen in a bad light. The detective adds, he still has an entire school year ahead. But the protagonist thanks them for their concern. However, as they know, he is a minor. This matter must be discussed. Among adults, a tall man enters the room. He introduces himself as Kim Hyun Sung's lawyer. Park Su Lee Miso was not in his plans. Her greatest power is having a chief deputy prosecutor as her husband. His plan will be even better if he has him on his side. But his research shows he's not that type of person, even if he does anything for justice and social justice. His skill and record are extraordinary. He is basically untouchable in his field of work. Zun Sung-ting. Approaching someone like that in the wrong way will be a disaster, but this was good. So he needs someone on his side who works with law. Finding a competent lawyer is important. Lee Miso answers the call. She says, I was listening to the professor back in the present. Jong-soo says, I understood the situation generally. This is an incident where the involved parties should be prosecuted. There was assault and even concealment. I can't even understand it. The professor says it's a misunderstanding, but the lawyer responds, I'm not talking to you right now. It would have been better if the school had responded appropriately, but they would just treat the culprit with the excuse of caring for the students. Kyung-hee asks, isn't the treatment too severe? They are all very young. Jong-soo responds, I'm not the one who judges that. The court does. Jong-soo falls to his knees yelling, it will never happen again. You must forgive me this time. But the lawyer says, mistakes are when situations occur unintentionally. Actions made with malice are described as crimes in court. So he wants to know what the vice principal will do. Everyone looks at each other. They say, we will deal with this matter the way you wish. At first, the lawyer thought it was an outrageous offer. He would accompany him for the next year and receive $10,000 every time he acted. All this to resolve a situation without a legitimate trial. If it went to trial, the compensation would be another story, and only if the client is a victim. He gave up being a prosecutor for the sake of justice. As a defense lawyer, he saw many filthy situations. But Hyun-sung's case was very attractive. But this is a strange case. He asked to stay close to him on the very first day. So he asked, who the hell are you? Hyun-sung says, you're not welcome here. That's all I can say at the window. Kyung, he says, they asked me to care for this case. I need to ensure everything occurs perfectly. But leaving this case aside, no one would think Hyun-sung had a recording. We must be more careful from now on. We don't always receive such a short deadline from our superiors. If we don't meet this deadline, we can very well accept that it's our end. We need to tread carefully from now on. Just as we did, Kyung, he responds. We will do this the old-fashioned way. Hyun-sung thinks hiring a lawyer paid off well. The school suspended Dong, Soo, and his friends. The protagonist went from someone people suspected to someone they wanted to avoid. Regardless of the Golden Circle's intentions, Hyun-sung became naturally isolated. I never expected life and soul to be easy. This way it's even better. This exaggerated reaction only makes it clear that it affected the entire school. Someone walks by, they say, this lunatic was too conscious, coming to the cafeteria during lunch. Then they ask, is the taste good? And they take food from her plate. He asks to try some Hyun-sung things. Finally, he's here. It's Choi Myung-hoon. He asks if that's the recorder. He doesn't care. He gets straight to the point. You won't be treated like a human. But it's all thanks to you acting up. If you do something out of pure frustration, your teachers will cruelly discard you. Your proud record from Sam will mean nothing. He's saying this because something interesting will happen because of him. If you get angry or frustrated, come at me, I'll wipe the floor with you. Welcome to the madness of Daesung Marai High School. A friend asks Myung-hoon, why did you let him off with a warning? Instead of finishing him, the teachers are supporting it. To Myung-hoon says, after reading the information the Golden Circle gave, I know that bastard isn't normal. He faced an entire school alone. He destroyed everyone and left them in that state. He either sent them to juvie or turned them into vegetables. And one of them was from the Golden Circle. That guy's insane, he thinks. That's why the Golden Circle is paying $100 million. If I do my job perfectly, I might even get bonus. He can't treat that damn guy like an idiot. He doesn't give up a fight easily. So they need to show him that unlike D-san, Seoul is hell on earth. He needs to understand what that means in the classroom. Hyun Sung-ting, the deadline given by the Golden Circle, probably ends with the first semester exams. The commissioners will handle it. The Golden Circle won't stay quiet even with a recorder. A piece of eraser is thrown onto his desk. He thinks I predicted something like this. Even so, they were acting more childish than he expected. This is also a kind of test. He wonders how long he can endure this. How long until it becomes an ideal situation for the Golden Circle, and he explodes. They know how crazy he is, yet they're acting like this. He even prepared for this particular lifestyle. Even if he destroys Myung-hoon, someone else will replace him. What he needs is a clear example that the school system cannot do anything to him. He prefers to become a thorn in their side. He asks the guy, are you having fun? The guy looks surprised. Hyun-sung repeats the question. He turns off the recorder embedded in his pen. Hyun-sung slams the student's head onto the desk. Student asks, why am I getting beaten up? Yoon-sung thinks this isn't right. The student says this is school violence. You hit me first, Yoon-sung says. I know that unlike Dong-soo's case, he purposely fell for his provocation because the two situations are different. He was just doing what he needed to keep his plans on track. Then he tells everyone to watch. You are all witnesses to this. He starts punching the student's face like a maniac. In the teacher's lounge, they ask Young-ho to explain what happened. Young-ho sighs. I got angry because Dong-soo ended up like that, because of Hyun-sung. So I was throwing erasers at him just as a joke. But this was already an exaggeration. The teacher says you were unilaterally punched. Hyung, he says, the action taken against Dong-soo was fair, and I'm glad you recognize your mistakes. However, Kim Hyun-sung, using violence against a classmate because of a prank, makes him just as bad if he thinks he's innocent. He should show that amazing recording. But Hyun-sung confesses I hit him, and I don't think this should be resolved that way. He will be punished if necessary. So he hopes they make a fair decision. The teacher says, it's strange he's obeying the suspension. He's a meticulous guy, the type who prepared a recorder. He's sure there's a plan to appease the council, and he's quite compliant. This is Gangnam beyond the Golden Circle. This place isn't influenced by background or external backing. There's no chance of it working here. He's just improvising now. Everyone should stay calm, because he doesn't attend this school anymore. Lee Miso brings some snacks to her son and opens the door happily. She asks how are your studies. My dear, but Min-woo replies, something bad happened. Mr. Hyun-sung said he can't teach me anymore. 7 days until the council opens. Miso tells other parents that her tutor seemed to be in trouble after unilaterally beating a student. She says we must join forces in this case to support and ensure he isn't treated unfairly by outside influences. If we show our sincerity, maybe he will continue the tutoring. Lee Miso talks to her husband. She says she talked to other members and wants her husband to help a little. Dong-chul replies, I don't receive money from taxpayers and a certain amount of power to use for my personal agenda. His wife looks downcast. The man says, it's not your fault. If Minwo doesn't get into Korea University, he was very distant until now. He wipes his wife's tears, saying he would teach his son separately. I can't help as a prosecutor, but as a husband, 5 days left until the council opens. The lawyer screams, this is different from the proposal. I can't represent him at the council. If you want to buy with money, you must void the contract and find another prosecutor. Right now, there's plenty of trash who would salivate over these conditions. Then he gets irritated and sits on the sofa. He says, to be honest, I didn't even sleep after that. He wants to know what happened and who is supporting him. The innocent student, and teachers want to see him as a villain. He sincerely wants help, but won't say it. He thinks he just wants to know the true intentions. Yun-sung says the conditions haven't changed. I'll void the contract without any fee if you want. But the die is cast. He questions, do you want to hear what I have to say? He wants his opponent to lose his life, meaning he doesn't intend to just stand there on the day of the council opening. A heavy atmosphere hangs over the place. Kyung, he says everyone seems to be present. In this case, the council will begin the discussion regarding Kim Hyun-sung's school violence. A few days earlier, a radio plays, saying the teachers would tear him to pieces cruelly. The protagonist says, it's the weakness of the Golden Circle. Hyun-sung's explanation was enough to leave Jong-soo speechless. He was the only target the Golden Circle can't get rid of. Jong-soo couldn't answer immediately. Challenging the Golden Circle was really bad. When he accepted requests from victims in the past, they were expressions of fear. But now he met another victim of the circle. He says he was wondering if he made the right choice. In stopping being a prosecutor, he went against the corruption of veterans and was ostracized. His wife divorced him for it. He wondered what was the right choice. If he wanted to be a good father and husband, and if he left his conviction aside, everything would have been in vain. So he seeks justice and admits he did nothing wrong. He gave his best to survive. The protagonist says to this council, please don't go then. The teacher says that the incident occurred because Young-ho acted immaturely, and Hyun-sung retaliated with violence, but went too far because of this incident. He suffered permanent damage. This surprises everyone according to the diagnosis. Young-ho lost 3 teeth. He not only has physical sequels, but also needs therapy. This is a statement from the high school parents, clearly saying Hyun-sung must be punished. The tendency to commit violence is circumstantial. Evidence points to other violent tendencies. Therefore, we request severe disciplinary action. Lee Miso thinks I cannot even try to help him young. He thinks things are going just as I want. But Hyun Sung remained calm. The lawyer from before was not here. And being this quiet is strange. It is worrying the diagnosis. The statement the lawyer. This was perfectly planned. They question, what do you have to say in your defense? Hyun Sung admits I hit you. Young Ho, but I do not believe he has permanent damage. The detective asks if he is saying. The diagnosis is wrong. Hyun Sung confirms with two suspicions. He wants to know if his teeth actually fell out. Young Ho did not show that during the incident. Second, there was a time the school suspected him. This was because of Dong Su's false accusations. He would have been unjustly punished. Right after transferring, therefore. Hyun Sung will never trust the results of this incident. School abuses actions without investigation, and Young Ho made a false report. The detective stands, saying this is too much speculation. The teacher says, Hyun Sung should feel remorse for his actions. Hyun he thinks. His intention is to admit only the assault. He is still nothing but trash. She then says that he clearly showed violence. He has not reflected on his actions. This is considering the multiple incidents. And then states student Kim Hyun Sung is expelled. Elsewhere, an executive thanks the director for her actions. She expelled Hyun Sung despite the risks. He says he will give her a reward for the result. Now, she is more than capable of handling this as director. The woman says that is good news. Thanks to that idiot director, everything is going smoothly. The power of being a director. With the golden circle support. Life was beautiful the next day. She enters the classroom, she asks, where is that bastard? Do my words mean nothing? He was expelled, but he is still in the classroom. Hyun Sung Veep Lee. I have no reason to follow that decision. The director says, a mere student cannot refuse so blatantly. Hyun Sung says take the paper. Discuss the details with my lawyer. I need to prepare for class. The woman gets irritated, she asks, what the hell is this? Yong Soo says that yesterday's council result has many areas for controversy. They have requested a stay of execution. Just to clarify if a stay is accepted. No matter what they do, your client does not have to listen, even if it is a forced expulsion. To take this case forward, I will use everything at my disposal. After this, your client will have graduated. If that happens, those bastards who contacted the Golden Circle will be in a panic. Kyung, he thinks. Suspending disciplinary actions is ridiculous. Instead of talking trash, he should have prayed they would not discover his plan. Jong-soo says no matter how much money you use in court, you cannot give your own verdicts. If a precedent exists and a nonsensical verdict is made, it could result in the judge being fired. Here is the evidence. It shows how often the Golden Circle used this method to suspend disciplinary actions. He places paperwork on the table. He asks, what does this mean? Because if you want to deny the stay, you will have to disregard all of the Golden Circle's incidents. In Hyun Sung's past life, there was a case. An aggressor student was accused of making another student try to end his own life. A newspaper article stated that actions were taken, but they were stayed due to the request for suspension. So the student continued to attend classes. Hyun Sung reconciled with Jong-soo. He learned about the strategy the Golden Circle used. Hyun Sung says they will continue to do this. I will make sure they cannot touch me anymore. I will use their own dirty method. Back in the present, Jong-soo asks, do you know the common factor among everyone here? They were all clients of the Golden Circle. All these cases had requests for suspension, and they still graduated without problems. If the Golden Circle creates problems for my client, I will use every precedent in court. This will ensure that the actions he is entitled to are taken young. He says he's crazy, they'll get rid of him. Sacrificing a judge means nothing. How dare you challenge us with nothing? You won't be able to touch our client. Jong-soo says this is perfect timing. I know you all hate revealing your identities. If you want to turn this situation into complete chaos, you should take a look outside. We've prepared a gift for him. Sung-pil is screaming and introducing himself. Sung-pil shouts, anyone can be a victim of school violence, and that includes your children. There are clear signs when this happens. They must not ignore such clues. so that their young ones do not lose their lives. He shouts, "Don't live with the regret of losing your children. Like I did, don't make the same mistake." Jong-soo says, "Money and power are two things everyone wants, but they can't convince that organization." The executive summarizes, if you mess with him, it will expose the golden circle to the world. There's nothing else they can do in this school. Kyung, he says he's making this into something big, to erase everything that hasn't been exposed. The executive agrees, but since it's come to this point, they need to get rid of him. So the teachers must do nothing tomorrow. On another note, Hyun-sung wasn't the only victim of the Golden Circle. At Daesung Mirai High, Mi-young-hoon was beating a guy named Jae-wook. He had told him you have to drop out of school, or transfer if you want to live. The boy says, "I'm so sorry." But Mi-young-hoon replies, "That's a lie. You think you can just chill this year? Because you're a senior. But I know you're a rat who hid for a year. It's been a while since I've seen anyone like you." Mi-young-hoon says, "Even if I feel bad, it will be faster if you leave this school. Then if you graduate," he holds Jae-wook's finger. The boy groans in pain as his finger breaks. Mi-young-hoon orders stop crying. A few days after Jae-wook took first place in his freshman year's first semester exams, Mi-young-hoon appeared, even if it was just for his parents, who moved to Gangnam with hopes for their son. He planned to endure Mi-young-hoon's intimidation. It was too much unbearable pain for a human being. Because of the recent rumor, Jae-wook fell into deeper despair. But because Hyun-sung retaliated, he had to face the council. He thought it was impossible to face Mi-young-hoon until he heard a rumor. Hyun-sung is still attending classes. After being expelled, apparently, he can continue attending until the court verdict is made. After he filed an appeal, and by the time it's done, he would have already graduated. Wook thinks if senior Hyun-sung can stop Mi-young-hoon, there's also hope for me. So he introduces himself to the protagonist and says, "I have something to tell you. I'm still not sure, but that jerk Mi-young-hoon was provoking us on purpose, and I'm also being bullied, just like you." Hyun-sung asks, "Why are you saying this?" Jae-wook says, "I hope you overcome the intimidation." Then water hits the protagonist's head. The boy asks senior, "Are you okay?" But the protagonist replies, "You're right. Mi-young-hoon is intimidating both of us on purpose. So don't do anything from now on, because you don't know anything." A friend comments the protagonist really wants to rise. Mi-young-hoon says that jerk thinks we're idiots. So warn everyone that the plan has already begun. The protagonist walks down the stairs. More Golden Circle members approach him. They ask, "Are you senior Hyun-sung?" But the protagonist punches one in the face before they finish the sentence. The protagonist says, "These damn guys better come at me now." Their commander orders don't be afraid of him, and they all advance together. Hyun-sung kicks one of them in the stomach, thinking he knew about Jae-wook because of Chan-su's information. Then he dodges another blow and makes the enemy trip, because what he did was just be a great student. That guy starts tumbling down the stairs. Another advances towards the protagonist. Just like back then, Jae-wook came to him desperate for help. If he can get down these stairs safely again, they can finally have peace again. As he knocks another opponent down the stairs, their commander says this is insane. All his subordinates are surrounded by blood. Yin-sung grabs one of them by the hair and asks, "What are you doing just standing there? This is just getting started." Back at school, Jae-wook wonders if the protagonist will be okay. He's sure Hyun-sung went where Mi-young-hoon is. Students rush towards the stairs, commenting there's a fight going on. All the guys from school who can fight are going after Hyun-sung. Jae-wook thinks this is a group beating a trap set by Mi-young-hoon. Jae-wook wonders what to do now. Needs to help the senior. He opens the teacher's lounge door and says, "Something bad has happened. They're beating senior Hyun-sung in the next building." But the teacher tells him to leave, repeating the order, "Don't stand in my way." The teachers are in an important meeting right now. If you understand, get out of here. Jae-wook wonders how they can just stand by, letting this happen to the senior. But he'll report it to the police. Pulling out his phone, calling the police. He says this is Daesung Mirai High School. There's a huge group fight. But the officer says, "Unfortunately, we'd like to send officers immediately. But there's a case involving 3 cars and a drunk driver. We need to resolve that first. Then we can send officers." Jae-wook thinks teachers were in a sudden meeting. That's too much of a coincidence. The boy couldn't understand. Last night, the executive warned Myung-hoon. Daesung will become a lawless land tomorrow. You must exterminate the target. There will be no interference. No witnesses, no evidence. This is how far the Golden Circle can go. Jae-wook wonders if he should turn a blind eye. The senior is his salvation. But this isn't his business. Still, he's truly worried about him. Hyun-sung is the first person ever on his side, so he can't just stand there like a loser. He breaks a broom, he holds a stick. This was his problem too. As he climbs the stairs, he hears a scream and opens the door startled. One of the Golden Circle members was physically fighting the protagonist, but Hyun-sung was holding a bloody knife. Sweating coldly in January of this year. Before going to Seoul, the protagonist was training. As time was running out, he landed one last punch on the punching bag. Sin-woo approaches saying, "You'll end up dead at this rate. You've proven enough already." Hyun-sung replies the Golden Circle is irrational. I don't know what kind of sick acts they'll commit. I need to prepare for all scenarios. Climbing the stairs, the protagonist thinks, "Looks like I was right, he strikes another guy." While his colleagues say, "He's crazy for taking them all on at once." The protagonist says from the teachers to the police, "No one will interfere, so they can do whatever they want." It's messed up, but the good thing is, no matter what happens here, they'll still have to pretend nothing happened. On the rooftop, noise starts to appear. The protagonist kicks the door, holding one of Myung-hoon's subordinates in his hands. Mi-hun claps, saying, "He came here on his own." Mi-hun thought it was incredible. He knew Hyun-sung was a psychopath, so he prepared a fitting storyline. Hyun-sung had gone completely insane, picked a fight with them, and accidentally tripped over his own feet. The police would investigate later, but they would say he was the aggressor. The outcome was obvious. He would be considered both aggressor and victim. An ambiguous In Myung-hoon asked, "Isn't that perfect?" Hyun-sung agreed. He said someone would lose their life anyway. Both men charged at each other. Smiles on their faces in the principal's office. The teacher asked, "Is it really okay if we do this?" Young-hee replied, "There's no other way. We're in the Golden Circle's boat now. They even have members in the police, courts, and politics. They can handle anything that happens." The teacher asked, "What if it goes wrong?" The director said, "Myung-hoon isn't the only S rank in this school. You should think of an excuse for the cleanup." Hyun-sung was hit by a punch. He stumbled back thinking, "This bastard hit me again. I could have dodged that, but my reaction speed is slowing down." He was exhausted, but that didn't change anything. This fight was unfair from the start. He was screwed if he didn't win. Yet, even if Myung-hoon was an S rank from the Golden Circle, he was nothing compared to the coach. Hyun-sung took Myung-hoon's punch with his forehead. "Myung-hoon complained my hand hurts." Another blow from Hyun-sung approached. Hyun-sung landed across, then began striking Myung-hoon's core repeatedly. On the last attack, Myung-hoon managed to dodge. He threw an uppercut, sending Hyun-sung flying. Myung-hoon thought, "This bastard wasn't holding back his punches at all, but even so, he's nothing compared to me." He was at his limit. Nothing more could be done. Yin-song remained standing even after that blow. He said that hurt, but I can still take it they would continue, because they needed to see who would lose their life first. Myung-hoon wondered if this was even possible. He was sure he had pushed Hyun-sung, yet he still fought back with such strength. He defended a kick, asking himself, "Does this bastard never fall? Is he really going to lose here?" Then he screamed in fear, drawing the attention of his subordinates. One of them rushed forward, pulling something from his jacket. Yin-sung noticed the strange movement behind him and was hit by a knife. He barely managed to hold on. And Jae-wook screamed. Veteran Myung-hoon asked, "Why didn't you help sooner?" He questioned how many times. The subordinate had already avoided punishment. Guys who were ready to go to prison were very reliable, but the guy with the knife yelled at Myung-hoon, "Hurry up and finish him. This guy is a real psychopath." Yin-sung said, "You must be the trash who became an S rank after doing all those cruel things." That S rank thought, "This bastard was almost hit by a knife, but he isn't even trembling. He's someone I should leave alone." Hyun-sung delivered a knee strike to his head, then ready for combat once again. He asked, "Is that all you've got?" The fact that you ended up like this is the fault of the adults, including the teachers when they neglect children. It destroys them, the teacher asks. What is that on the stairs? What were you doing? Yoon-sung says. You should already know. This punk ordered them to take my life. And this is the result, judging by their condition. I don't think the infirmary will help. You should call an ambulance immediately. And this isn't something the school can handle. So you should call the police as well. Jae-uk asks Senior, are you okay? But then he notices. You went into a room that isn't yours. The protagonist says, as if sending dozens of people wasn't enough. They even used knives. But the police don't want to show up. The ambulances turned off their sirens. They're taking these people away in secret. The protagonist questions, what do you think is the reason for all of this? The boy asks, why would I know? The protagonist says, it's because of the golden circle. You went there and made the request, grabbing the boy by the shirt. The protagonist asks, wasn't that right on the terrace? Kyung, he says, everyone, listen up, we need to report this incident as a simple student fight. The use of the knife must be ignored. The teacher asks, can we really do that? But the principal says, if we leave things as they were screwed. They turn the school into a lawless land. All to deal with Hyun-sung, but he used this opportunity to turn everything upside down. There's evidence all over the school. We can't manipulate the statements of countless witnesses. Hyun-sung will just use his lawyer or some private organization. If things get bad, we'll all be held responsible. The teacher says, I'm sorry. Kyung, he responds, keep this in mind. As planned, we were in an important meeting. That's why we were late to act. She thinks I'm sure I took care of everything. But a growing feeling of discomfort still lingered. Suddenly she remembers what she forgot. She tells the teacher, go downstairs immediately. She screams, go after my young Soo-chun. The protagonist says he had exceptional grades. He could go to any university he wanted. Why would I hit a guy like him? Myung Soo-chan didn't like how Jae-wook, who isn't from Gangnam and doesn't have private lessons, was always in first place. So he resorted to an interesting method. The Golden Circle. It's an organization that takes money to beat students until they give up. That's how his grades started to drop. That's how the paradox of bullying began. Jae-uk asks, what's the connection to all this? Jae-uk says, so using that logic, someone commissioned this group to beat me up. The protagonist responds, there must be skeptical students, right? I'll show you the proof. It's been less than 5 minutes. Since I got here, he wonders, what will the teachers do now? They didn't lift a finger when I was fighting Myung-hoon. But now I've beaten Myung Soo-chan. The teacher opens the door right after. He tells the protagonist, stop now. But the atmosphere in the room was strange. In moments like this, he needed to be firm. He then approaches, asking Hyun-sung, why are you picking a fight with an innocent student? Jae-uk steps in front. The teacher ignores Jae-uk. So he shouts once more. He says, I told you to leave when we were in a meeting. Now you're coming here to ask us to stop. The protagonist says he ignored Senior Hyun-sung, but he came running, just because that guy got beaten up a little. The protagonist says, just like I told you. They were paid by the Golden Circle. The teacher says, I have no idea what you're talking about. You need to calm down, and we can talk later. The executive asks, did we fail? The principal asks, do you know how bad the situation was? Fortunately, we were able to prevent things from escalating. So you should take care of the cleanup. The executive thinks, she's just trying to get herself off the hook. But I need to clean up this mess first. This means we can't deal with this using only high school students. What should I do? The simplest thing would be to deal with him in secret outside of school. But I can't. The Golden Circle's commissions must be carried out within the school. This situation is treated lightly by adults, and that's exactly why this unusual organization has been maintained for decades. This case is unprecedented in the history of the Golden Circle. I'm utterly speechless. He'll be busy from now on. Then he receives a call. Myung Hyun-suk was making a call. The executive wonders, why is he calling? A short time ago at school, he asked, did Hyun-sung beat up my son? Now his entire life is over. I'm an executive at Gunman Enterprise. I'll use all my connections to bring him down. The protagonist says, if I'm punished, I plan to come here with a private organization. I need to expose the truth. Hyun-sok was an executive from a large corporation, so he commissioned the Golden Circle to bully the top-ranked student. Because of his son, he knows that positions have been unstable. The timing of his son's rupture couldn't be better. The teacher thinks this bastard isn't a VIP. He's a client. The situation is worse than I thought. Hyun-sung says you think no one knew. The Golden Circle guarantees anonymity. But do you really think you could keep this a secret? So let's stop wasting each other's time. The person who needs to be held responsible for this situation isn't me. It's the Golden Circle, who allowed identities to be revealed. Myung-hyun-suk shouts, "My son's face is covered in wounds. He was even threatened you must fix this. But I can't trust you anymore. I'm going to let the members of the Golden Line know about this to make a complaint." He then informed all his friends, who cut contact with the Golden Circle. The executive trembles with fear. He lights a cigarette, but then throws it away thinking, I need to get rid of Hyun-sung, no matter the cost. At this rate, I'll end up becoming the scapegoat. I can't think of anything. He wonders who is this bastard. We need to get out of here. At a restaurant, a waitress walks by with a cart. Proxy offers a drink to the executive. The executive thinks, this is the person who manages the boss's wishes. That man says you must know why I'm here. I understand the client's identity was exposed. The traitor called Chansu is to blame. The problem is, this isn't the first time this has happened. Not even in regional areas. It's messed with our clients. Right in the middle of Gangnam. Things are complete chaos. This is the first time a member's name has been revealed. The executive says our trust will be broken. Proxy continues. This means the Golden Circle's existence will be over. The executive pleads, give me a chance. I'll take care of this no matter the cost. If you turn a failure into a success, it could develop more trust within a relationship. So you must show this to the members. Yoon-sang can be destroyed, and anyone involved with him will pay the price. If this is fulfilled, you could get a meeting with the boss. The executive drinks the soju poured into his hands. He says, don't worry, I'll succeed. Yoon-sang thinks, I gain nothing from this. But the same goes for the Golden Circle. I'm still a thorn in their side. They'll continue trying to get rid of me openly. To achieve this, they'll mobilize helpers, manpower, and spend precious funds until they expose a weak point. That will be my chance. I can still act as bait. Two important things are coming. First, the end of the first semester, which would make them give everything to get rid of me. The waitress walks by with her cart. The executive holds the ice and answers the phone. He cleans the burns, he says. Contact anyone who's available. From now on, we're doing a cleanup in D-San. That's the second important thing. Outside D-San school, an agent says, I came here because of that lunatic. But he picked a fight with the wrong person. No matter what he tries to do, he won't protect his people alone. Then a police officer knocks on the door. He asks, excuse me, sir. He wonders, why are you stopping here in front for so long? The man responds, I'm leaving now. I was just taking a call, I thought. Parking lots here were more restricted than in Seoul. That police officer tells him to wait. And asked to see his ID, I received a report about someone targeting students in this area. Just as a precaution, I am patrolling during school entry and exit times. I'm not saying you are guilty. It is just standard procedure. The guy hands over his ID, and the police officer thanks him. Your name is Young Ki-ho, and you are from Seoul. For business, you must be busy. But just as a precaution, you should be careful while in Daesan. The police are planning to take strict measures to prevent any problems that man thinks. This bastard must already know why I am here. First day has already been terrible. The police officer must have noticed. An old man named Kim Hyun-jin lives here. I must familiarize myself with the area first. I cannot let the first day be wasted. Ki-ho lights a cigarette and thinks, I feel better now. I should have ripped out that police officer's eyes. But Sin-woo appears and asks, are you smoking? Ki-ho asks. Is there a problem? Seong-ho says. Smoking is prohibited here. His other colleague responds, if you do not stop smoking, we will have to stop you. Ki-ho asks, who do you think you are? But Sin-woo puts out the cigarette and says, this is the youth council. You should smoke in the designated area. That member of the Golden Circle complains. I was already pissed off, they're just kids. He hits Sinwoo. The guy dodges with the greatest ease and strikes Kiho's head with a kick. Then he says, "You should listen when someone talks to you." Sung-ho says if you were planning some shit, you will definitely see us every time you do it. They start beating him while a security camera films. Kiho shouts, "You bastards." Police officer calls for them. The guy asks, was it wrong to smoke in an alley? Should it be resolved with violence? Furthermore, you should check the camera recordings. To see what happened, Kiho thinks they are screwed. They should bring an expensive lawyer, because they cannot do whatever they want. But the police officer calls Mr. Young Kiho. Kiho is surprised to hear his name. That officer continues. You were at the gate of the Science High School, and at the Sunshine Apartments, where Kim Hyunjin studies and lives. And that camera does not work. Besides, the reason the student stopped you was because you were trying to invade someone's house. This is evidence that you are invading. The youth council will act as witnesses, so you should get a very expensive lawyer. Kiho shouts, "They are bastards." The police cannot falsify evidence like that, but the officer says we can. You should have understood, just by reading the situation. You should come with me in silence, unless you want to add obstruction of justice to the charges later. He calls Chong Byum and says, appropriate measures were taken. The superiors bit the bait. The director thanks him if anyone is in trouble. Myung Jean Construction Company will take responsibility. No matter what happens, I will not forget your kindness. Chong Byum thinks this world is really crazy. I thought I was exaggerating. But these trash tried to mess with Hyun Sung's family. This means everyone came here to get rid of him. Compared to these guys, I am nothing. But they will not be able to do whatever the hell they want. In this one, we will go to the next step. He orders the workers to prepare. Kiho thanks someone on the phone. I was able to get out quickly. But the call asks, is Decent already prepared? The executive completes. They will gain nothing by messing with him. It is not like he is the boss of this place. But the fact that Chong Byum won the air battle is a primary factor. Country bumpkins always stick together. Those who have much are afraid to lose. So you must get rid of Chong Byum. Since there are plans for him, Kiho must remain available. And the young man asks, why don't you go after them at the same time? Just like the Golden Circle always does. And the executive agrees. Kiho gets excited and says, Hyun Sung messed with the wrong person. He thought he would be able to manipulate the minds of inexperienced and immature minors. But no one in Decent can mess with Hyunjin. He says he's the one going after kids in Decent. If he keeps this up, he's going to get screwed. So he needs to get out of here. His stubbornness for revenge ended even before it began. A few days later, several officials walk in and introduce themselves as the tax authority. You must stop what you're doing and pack everything up. They unplug computers and put them into storage boxes. Chongbin says your tax authority really is incredible. You emptied out an entire company in just one day. That official tells him to correct what he said. It's only the corrupt construction company thinking. Chong Byum doesn't know what a tax investigation means. After a few minutes, they finish their work and leave the location. The president asks, did everything go well? Chong Byum confirms yes. They took everything they wanted. Then Myung Jin asks, was my son confident? 2 months ago, he had been irritated to discover a statement where Chong Byum used the construction company's name. Under various disguises, Myung Jin tells him, get rid of Hyun Sung if you want to be president. But Chong Byum says I can't do that. Chong Byum himself had said that people need to be treated well. And that's why he defeated Chong Sok, Hyun Sung, and he made a deal. So even if the construction company faces problems, Chong Byum wouldn't abandon him. He says, I've engraved my father's words into my very bones. It's good that this happened because I'm not the president, so I can be fired at any moment. And this way I will test my own capabilities. He makes a bow saying, if my arrogance negatively affects the company, I will take full responsibility. Myung Jin says, he still sees his son as an immature child. I'm sorry, but as a man, you must be ready. However, this is far too dangerous. It's not a matter of giving up the position. You will need to leave everything behind. Myung Jin adds, a valuable person is replaceable. You don't need to protect them. Chongbum calls out father. Chongbum says, as an entrepreneur, I show respect, but I am not a president who would treat people according to mere beliefs. This is the life I chose. And this is the kind of president I want to become. Myung-jin says, there were more successful construction companies than theirs, but they fell with a simple tax audit. They couldn't handle the billions in fees. The construction company I established isn't clean. Either it went further than others, without being inferior in any way. When a tax audit starts, it's obvious that Myung-jin's foundation will tremble. And if you want to protect your company, you will throw out every possible bait, even if that bait is your own son. Tax official says, you don't need to worry about the construction company. Their areas are poorly managed, but they are still one of the best, and they will fall easily. So the Golden Circle needs to decide the scale of their revenge. Will you stop with a simple warning, or do you want to destroy Changbin too? The executive says he'll call him later, because for a high school student, Changbin held up very well against the Golden Circle. Hyun-sung abandoned by Changbin is nothing. Since everything was planned, they should start to pressure Changbum. But the executive wonders why Song Young-chong, one of the highest ranking executives of the Golden Circle, is calling the executive answers. And Song tells him, stop what you're doing right now. You must stop the tax audit of Yoon-jin construction. Immediately, Yoon-jin thinks Song thinks he's hot stuff, just because he's in a high position. I will never lose this opportunity. Hyun-jin says, I'm very sorry, but this is a special order from our superiors. If you have a problem, you should talk to the boss. But Song warns him. Myung-jin construction is a ticking time bomb. Back home, our protagonist wraps bandages around his hand. He thinks he trained too much, and he's lucky his nerves weren't damaged. But he needs to be more diligent with this, as he'll need these hands to take down the Golden Circle. It was obvious the Golden Circle was after his people, but that's fine. He's already prepared security measures for his family. But that's not all the people helping him. Especially Changbin are bait. They have a lot to lose. If he wants to destroy the corporation, a tax audit is a legitimate method. For the Golden Circle, this is nothing. The real problem is counterattacking is impossible. Many months ago, he had told Changbei OM to do everything he said. Changbei OM then said he was talking about a tax audit, but changed the topic very quickly. Our protagonist hands him a USB drive. He explains, it contains information about the Golden Circle. Superiors. Changbei must send money to them in Myung-jin's name. If they receive the money, they'll become accomplices the tax authority, who is destroying the construction company. I'll turn this into a scheme to drag them down too. If they want to survive, they'll have no choice but to reveal themselves. They would protect Myung-jin just to find the rats. He asks if Changbin wasn't excited to know who they are and to discover just how powerful the Golden Circle's boss is. Hyun-sung spread information about those making deals with high-ranking officials. After Changbum became close to Pan-ho, he used poison in the form of money. Outwardly, Changbum's value increased. Everyone thought they hadn't faced any retaliation. However, the day arrived for the construction company to undergo an audit. He calls someone asking, how can they stop those working in the government? Because he would fall for all his wrongdoings. But before that, pulling some strings would keep these relationships healthy. He pressured those suspected of being high-ranking members. With a deadline, he comments that he trusts Hyun-sung, knowing his plan will work. This isn't just his confidence. Due to the increase in contracts, competition has also risen. If they aren't caught, the construction company will reach an even higher position. This last year was enough to turn Changbin into a successful businessman. Many days later, an unknown number calls the young man. He answers it's the director of Myung-jin Construction. Hyung-jin suggests they meet at a coffee shop. The executive says he knows the situation and gets straight to the point. He tells him you must leave Myung-jin Construction. If you go ahead, there's not much you can do. Changbin says this is the first time we're meeting, but you're already talking nonsense, and you can't do anything about the audit. Changbin asks, does this kid even know why I chose this coffee shop? But he gets no answer. He explains, this is where I met Hyun-sung. For the first time, he didn't seem like a high school kid who only thought about girls. The guy didn't seem to care if he lost his life. Right there, Changbin couldn't understand why. But after seeing him, he knew this guy was pathetic with greed. and malice practically dripping from his forehead. Young Jin says, "If you refuse my proposal, the construction company will go bankrupt." Chong Byum yells, "A damn bastard who makes money off kids is threatening me. I'll drag you down with me." Besides, they were in his territory. He grabs Hyung Jin by the collar. Then he throws him against the table. Using all his strength, people start leaving, whispering, "Don't intervene, it's Chong Byum." Chong Byum tells the bastard to handle it himself, then hits him again. Meanwhile, Chong Byum wasn't the only one facing problems. For helping Hyun Sung, someone registered complaints against Jong Soo. The lawyer hangs up the phone, complaining about those bastards. He thinks he had conducted his consultation sincerely. Problems might arise, but for all of them to surface at the same time, that wasn't normal then. He remembers Hyun Sung saying that when he made his move, the lawyer would be attacked to bring him down. People would do everything possible. If he could endure this, it would make up for everything. Jong Soo thinks he was right once again. He must be able to see the future. If he was going to crumble this way, he wouldn't have given up being a prosecutor. He'll see how far this goes. When he bites, he doesn't let go. They could try to force him. So he makes a call saying, "It's been a while since I saw Dong Cole." Later he meets with his friend and says, "This brings back memories of when we used to drink our cheap coffee." Sitting right here, his friend remains, as cold as ever, unable to break the ice. But Dong Chul asks, "Why did we meet?" Jong Soo hands over paper. He says, "This is about the Golden Circle, an organization that commits crimes. I've selected the proven cases. Read these papers and you'll understand." Dong Chul asks, "Is this a personal request?" Jong Soo replies, "This is an accusation from society. If you get involved in this, you'll have to give up a lot." Jong Soo asks, "What should I do?" "I need to get rid of this cancer, no matter how much I think about it." Dong Chul, "You're the only one who can handle the blow." He says, "So I'll leave a copy. If you don't want to read it, you can throw it away, but if you want to help, just call me." He adds, "My client is a victim of the Golden Circle. His name is Kim Hyun Sung." Dong Chul stands there drinking his coffee. He thinks, "I've heard about the Golden Circle before." He doesn't know exactly what kind of organization they are. The number of reports has been growing, yet it's probably just the tip of the iceberg. But for Jong Soo to have given him such detailed information personally, Korea really is corrupt. Besides this, Hyun Sung is his son Min Woo's tutor. If he had helped that time, it wouldn't be a problem. It's true Hyun Sung was put in an unfavorable position, but the reason he didn't do anything was because he's a prosecutor. He doesn't make exceptions for anyone. This is different. It's a system that gathers the rich and powerful to increase their money and power, and it's trying to destroy an individual. He asked himself, "What choice should I make in this situation? I don't want to become someone ashamed of myself." So he makes a call saying, "This is Kong Dong Chul. I want you to come to my office tomorrow." He needs a favor, he thinks. "I have countless reasons to investigate this case." In a restaurant, proxy says, "I gave a hint and a chance, but the result is the complete opposite." Hyung Jin says, "I have no excuse. I will fix this situation." Proxy replies, "You stuck your nose where it didn't belong. Chasing results. You lost the chance to destroy Hyun Sung's connections." He continues, "You must prove that the Golden Circle will do anything to achieve its goals." He adds, "Fail him in the first semester exams, or ensure he doesn't even take them. Just get rid of Hyun Sung." Hyung Jin shouts, "I promise I will prove my worth this time." In his office, Chong Byum announces, "Your threat worked." They received a call, ordering them to stop the tax audit. Hyun Sung thanks him for keeping his promise, saying it must have been a difficult choice for the construction company. Chong Byum replies, "It wasn't the first time." Chong Byum says, "For someone like him to manage a business, he needs someone with a brain like yours. So you should stay safe, but still." Hyun Sung wants to know, will everything be all right? Hyun Sung thinks this is just a guess, but only a few high-ranking members know who the boss is. If those powerful people didn't trust him, the Golden Circle wouldn't even exist. So that's why this tax audit was so important. Congressman Hyung Cheol was a key member of the dominant group. Even in his past life, he was active. When the Golden Gate fell, he built his reputation over 20 years, which was probably linked to the circle. It's suspected from the beginning. So he set a trap with Kim Panho's money, and Kyung Chul quickly bit. It wasn't just Kyung Chul. Others reacted specifically, like Kim Chil-young. These were the high-ranking members he exposed through Young Chansu and Hyung Jun's contracts. On the other hand, after the incident, the atmosphere within Daesung Mirai High School changed. Students began to respect Hyun Sung. More rumors emerged about the Golden Circle and whether Soo Chan's commission was true. However, since it was something minors couldn't handle, they kept a certain distance. The students weren't the only ones who felt the consequences. Before the exams, they used the teachers to torment the protagonist as much as possible. Kyung-hee thinks they no longer trust her. Even the students feel this way. So she asked what if we were more discreet and analyzed the situation first. But Hyung-jin replies we're in the same boat. If she fails this time, both of them will be responsible, and it won't matter that he's a foreigner. The director is surprised to hear this. Hyung-jin says you're not so innocent yourself. He tells him to go ahead with his plan. Then in the classroom, the teacher asks, why are you late, Hyun-sung? He replies, I was doing a favor for the literature teacher. The teacher then says those are two different things. You're just doing whatever you want, because you're first in the ranking. He touches Hyun-sung's forehead. He asks, are you going to hit a teacher? I can't even teach because I'm so scared. This was just the beginning. Another teacher told him, resolve this issue with sincerity. Every time a new class started, Hyun-sung's name was mentioned. In the eyes of students who didn't know the truth, this wasn't a good situation. But Hyun-sung accepted it and kept his composure. A few days later in the teacher's office, the teacher says, your attitude in class has been terrible. I thought you'd at least be a good student. He must write a reflection paper now. If he writes it poorly, he'll have to start over. In the classroom, Hyun-sung begins to write. He thinks, they're limiting my time and forcing punishments on me. This is probably a golden circle plan. Some classmates ask, are you okay? Is it true that the teachers are picking on you and the golden circle is tormenting you? Hyun-sung confirms yes. It was their order, but this is the most they can do. No matter how powerful these scoundrels are, they can't do much inside the school. So don't be afraid. Those with the most to lose are the teachers. In the golden circle, Hyun-sung thinks, I'll endure this until they go against their own rules and show their malice outside of school. He finishes his reflection note and hands it to the teacher. That teacher thinks, I'll see how long he lasts with this. He's still just a student after all. But he is surprised. He shouts, he's a crazy bastard. He asks, do you call that a reflection? The text said that the teachers have another source of income, and it was corruption. Then Hyun-sung asks, how will the golden circle react if the teacher's corruption is exposed? It will be a fun experiment to see if they'll risk losing control of the situation, to take your life, or if they'll abandon them. So he thinks they better prepare, because my reflection note is perfect for tying up loose ends, and I believe the Department of Education has already received the report. Just as expected, the teacher ran out. He thinks they even failed to go after their own people. The Golden Circle needs to satisfy its clients to survive, but they can't stop one student. It's only a matter of time until their fall, because if they have nothing to gain, they'll get rid of the traces. For them, I'm a ticking time bomb. The master will try to get rid of me at all costs. However, he won't act outside of school, and that's not bad for me. So I need to go deeper to be honest. This pathetic sabotage was nothing. The biggest problem would be if they altered my answer sheet or manipulated my grades. That means I need to end this before the exams arrive. Then they can't use their tactics. Wong, you will talk to Kyung-hee about his reflection, and she'll ask Hyung-jin to handle it. But thanks to Hyun-sung's strategy, it would end right here, at the Civilian Protection Center. Dong Sheol asks, how can a school like Daesung Meyer have teachers who accept money to torment a student? That manager says, that's not our problem. Dong Chul orders Check Wong Gi's assets. He asks, how can I calm down? Even the vice director is corrupt. There are cases where parents use their absences and early departures, and it even involves transactions. I want to know what that means. The secretary says he understands, but they need to follow the process. Dong Chul yells by then. It will be too late while they take their time. His son suffers school violence. He hates all of this. The role of the South Korean Department of Education is clear. They must investigate this case. That manager thinks he'll go crazy because of this civil group. He wonders, how did Yonghwan News find out about this? Dong Chul thinks he came here after getting information from Hyunsung. Even Yonghwan, known for its reliability, is here. This means Hyunsung has even more people supporting him. Many days ago, the protagonist asked the deputy to use his power. He reflects that he discovered high-ranking members, including Cheol Young. He even found the leader of the Golden Circle. In particular, Kyungju was the one he wanted to destroy the most. Hyunsung continues, I created this situation for you to take a stand. If this problem is resolved, it won't be difficult for you to become a presidential candidate. Panho thinks this is fun. Hyunsung perfectly delivered what he promised. He says that since he created this, he'll have some fun. He wants to know, what can I do for you? Young man Hyunsung asks him to keep the corruption at Daesung Marai. In the headlines this way, people will see he is interested in the case. Panho starts laughing. If you need my name, you can use it in the present, with clear evidence. The civil group became the case's headline. Yohan News quickly published it. Although the article seemed unrelated to the Golden Circle, the fact that it was revealed to the world made them back down at the school. A man says he is from the Department of Education. You must be honest about violence. That department was aware of the attention, so they started their little show, afraid of retaliation if the student spoke out. This includes Kong Jae-wook, who wonders what he should write. Provocation won't solve anything. This school is unfair. He wonders what Senior Hyunsung would do. He remembers what Hyunsung said. Don't forget that if someone messes with you, you must show them how they pay for their actions. So Jae-wook writes that he won't stand by like before. He needs to change now. So would you have done the same as the protagonist? Let me know in the comments. And rate this manhwa from 0 to 10. See you next time.